Hello everyone, welcome. If you're watching this video, it definitely shows that you have an interest in becoming a full stack developer, or you are an existing full stack developer and want to learn more skills, or you are just curious about full stack development. Well, let me tell you, you can benefit from this video if you are in any of these categories.
For those of you wondering what full stack development is, here is a quick introduction for you. We have split this video in separate parts based on your ease of understanding. You can skip to whatever portion of video you want. So what exactly is full stack development? Full stack development is a technology domain where a software engineer is capable of handling the entire process of coding and development both from the front end and the back end of a software. Wondering what's front end and back end? Let's understand with an example. Imagine there is a Ferrari. Now there are certain people who are involved in the process of designing the shape and interiors of a car. In a way, they define and decide how a car looks from outside or from a perspective of how it looks from the front.
Similarly, people who design and define the look and feel of a website are known as front-end developers. Considering the same example, think of the mechanical engineer and automobile experts who give this amazing car its engine, the rev and the RPMs it has. These people design and build functionality of the car, how it works and how it performs. Similarly, people who handle the functionality of a website, what happens on a button click, what data is fetched and retrieved and stored are known as backend developers. Now imagine an individual who is capable of designing and coding both the front end as well as the back end of the website.
And these individuals are known as full stack developers. I know, it sounds extremely fascinating, right? To be honest, it is one of the most sought out jobs in the world right now. Big tech giants to unicorns and even small sized startups are always on constant lookout for such skilled individuals who can help them build the next line of top notch software. Now, I know you must be wondering, if that's the case, I want to become a full stack developer too, but how do I do that? How do I become a full stack developer? Well, let my colleague answer your question.
Okay, guys, so I hope by now you must have understood what is a full stack developer and how you can become one. If you haven't, you can watch the previous section of this video for better understanding. Let's quickly jump on to understanding how you can become a full stack developer. As it is evident, a full stack developer is someone who masters both front end and back end. So you'll have to be very well versed in both these technologies. Let's start with a quick list of tools and technologies you must be familiar with for front end development.
You must be proficient in HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and jQuery, and you must also be familiar with other frameworks and libraries such as AngularJS, Bootstrap, Sass, React, and version control systems such as Git. Let us now see the skill you would need to become a backend developer as well. So you must be well versed in backend frameworks like Node.js, Express.js, and Django. It is also of extreme importance that you are comfortable with working on data structures. And along with this, you must also be aware about how databases and API work. To become a full stack developer, you would need a lot of practice and continuous learning to become skilled. With persistent efforts and right guidance, you can become a full stack developer in no time. And now that you know how to become a full stack developer, let us also look at what skills you can master with this amazing session on full stack development.
Well, you have stayed with us till now. This means you want to become a full stack developer and learn new skills. Let me give you an idea about all the topics you will cover in this video. We'll start with a quick introduction to data structures. We'll understand what is coding and we'll get a quick introduction to programming languages as well. We'll get a deep overview of Java programming language. Moving on, we'll cover Java Hands-on. We'll discuss how to become a front-end web developer and a back-end web developer. From there on, we'll discuss topics like dealing with get and post requests. From there, you'll get a quick introduction to Node.js and a comprehensive hands-on. Similarly, you'll also cover the entire concepts of ReactJS and get a complete comprehensive hands-on on the same. We'll discuss topics like operators, databases, array operators in MongoDB, and by the end of this session, to complete your learning, you'll get a comprehensive list of full stack developer interview questions and answers. So that's all for the agenda, guys. Let's move on to our first topic.
Cool. It's done. So it is firstly, let me read it quickly and let me explain you with the help of proper diagram that how we can move ahead with the whole project. Okay, so let me read it quickly and let me explain you with the help of proper diagram that how we can move ahead on this. Okay, so let me read. You have been hired as a senior DevOps engineer in Adobe software and they want to implement the DevOps. Okay, fine. Yeah. So they will give you the one link. We need to use that link. Inside this link, we will have the some files that we are going to use today. Let me open the link. Yeah, we are going to this repo. Okay, how we are going to, let's discuss this first. Yeah, first line is saying Git workflow has been implemented. So firstly, we need to draw that how we can move ahead with the workflow diagram. So in the last diagram, you will able to figure out that we draw a Git workflow architecture there. So here I need to draw it the same. Okay. Now the second line is saying code build should automatically trigger once commit is made to the master branch, master develop branch. Okay. Commit is made to the master test prod code is implemented with the help of Docker. Yeah. So now let me explain you with the help of diagram that how we can move ahead with this project. So let me open the paint. So as you can see, firstly in the project, we have the one repo link. Okay. So what we are firstly do, let me firstly write it here, the same thing. Not sorry. This is our GitHub repo. Okay. Let me write it. GitHub repo, or we can say the repository. Okay. So we need to here make the 3 instance. Okay. Let me write it. Here we need to make the 3 instance. One.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, push and pop functions are found in, and your options are queues, stacks, list, or trees. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
2, and this one is our 3. And let me make the structure. And we gave the first instance name as called as master. And rest second one is we have called the test. And the third one instance name we called as a prod. Okay. So we have the one GitHub repo, as you can see in the project, we have this repo. Okay. So firstly, we need to clone this repo to the master. So firstly, we need to clone whatever the content it would be that repository. We need to clone it inside the master. So let me write it. Clone the repository first. Okay. So whatever data, it will be present in the master. Okay. So this is my master and test and prod are my slave 1 or slave. Okay, so here we need to firstly make the connection between the master as well as to my test and the prod. We need to make the cluster between them with the help of Ansible. So that's why we are firstly installing the Ansible in it. In the master, we are installing Ansible. Let me directly write it. You firstly need to install the Ansible. Why we need to install the Ansible? Because we need to make the cluster between the master, test as well as my prod. Okay, let me see the public chat. So what we are saying, yeah. So firstly, we need to install the Ansible for making the cluster between the test as well as the prod to the master. After that, we need to install the following more tools, like we need to install the Jenkins. Why install the Jenkins? Let me tell you first. Let me write it. After that, we need to install Java. After that, we need to install Docker. So why the Jenkins? Because as per our project number 1, we need to create a 3 pipeline here. So pipeline we are going to create in our Jenkins dashboard. So that's why we are installing the Jenkins in the master. Okay. And why the Java? Because as you guys remember that in the Jenkins, we for the running on the Jenkins, each and everything will be work on Java. So that's why we are going to install the Java in it. And why the Docker? Let me tell you. Firstly, let me write it here also. Here we need to install Java as well as the Docker. And let me write it the same thing here. We need to install Java as well as Docker.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Now, after that, what we are going to do, we need to create a 3 job, or we can say the 3 pipeline here. Let me write it here. We called job 1 called as job 1. So my first pipeline, it should run with Docker file on our develop branch, not our default branch, that is my master branch. We need to run my job 1 on our develop branch. Now after that, we need to make a job 2. It should also run with the Docker file, but this time on my default branch, that is my master branch, as we discuss how to make the master and default branch in the Git hands-on. Okay, the same thing, we need to make the 2 branches, and this time it will run on my master branch. And I need to make my third job on my prod. Third job I need to make on my prod, and it has some dependency. What is that dependency? Let me tell you. That it's finally releasing the product, or we can say it's finally just firstly make the job, and it should run only and only if my job 2 will successfully run. Otherwise it will not trigger. Otherwise not. So my job 3 had dependency that it will depend on my job 2. Like if my job 2 is successfully run, then only my job 3 will be running, or we can say the trigger. Otherwise not. So what is the first thing we need to do? We need to firstly clone that repository to my master. So firstly, we need to install 3 instances, like first one is master, second one is test, and third one is prod. And we need to firstly make the connection between the master, test, and the prod by the help of Ansible. Okay, so that's why we are installing the firstly Ansible. Okay, after that, why we are installing the Jenkins? Because we need to trigger the 3 job, or we can say the 3 pipeline by the name of job 1, job 2, job 3. And why we are installing the Java? Because as we know that Java is necessary for running on the Jenkins. That's why we are installing the Java in it. And why we are installing the Docker? Because so see, in the job 1 and job 2 I mentioned, it should run with the Docker file. For making the Docker file, I need to firstly install the Docker. So that's why we are installing the Docker. Now, why we are installing the Java and Docker in my test as well as my prod? The answer is, you will see that job 1 and job 2 should run on my Jenkins dashboard. We would create a job 1 and job 2 on my Jenkins dashboard. So that's why I need to connect my test EC2 instance as well as my prod EC2 instance to my Jenkins dashboard. And for making the connection, we need to install the Java, because Java is necessary for the Ansible. So that's why we are installing Java in the test as well as the prod. And why the Docker? Because it should run with the Docker file. That's why we are installing the Docker in it. So that is the whole task we need to do. And once this installation has been done, we need to make the 3 job in the Jenkins pipeline. First, it should run on the develop branch. Second one, it should run on the master branch, that is my default branch. And the third one is that dependency, that until and unless my job 2 will not be run, my job 3 will not be successfully triggered. So this is the whole task we need to do it. So guys, as you can see, we need to do the much more installation. So it is a little bit lengthy. Okay, let's go and let's begin with our proper installation. Okay, so I will follow this whole diagram. Okay, I will follow this whole diagram. This diagram is an explanation of this whole project that we are going to perform today. Okay, so let's begin. Let me log into my AWS and let's quickly make the 3 instances as per the diagram: master, test, and the prod. I'm going to AWS. Let me quickly log into my AWS account. Go to the EC2 and click on instance running. And I'm going to launch my first instance, that is my master. So I'm giving the name master. Okay, and I'm using the Ubuntu and the Ubuntu 20. Okay guys, now listen to me carefully, very carefully. That I am selecting here the instance type t2.medium. Why it is so? Let me tell you. See, as you can see, as per the diagram that we read, we need to install 4 tools in this master instance for the better performance so that it will be run faster. I am using the t2.medium that having the more RAM, or we can say the 2 CPU, okay, so that it will run faster. If you don't want to use the t2.medium, then you can move ahead with the t2.micro, that is fine, but it will take the more time as comparison to take it in the t2.medium. Okay, so why I am selecting the t2.medium? Because I need to install the 4 things here. So that's why for the better running, I will select it the t2.medium here. Okay, so let me selecting my key pair and let me set the default one and let me launch it, my master. Yeah, my master is there. Yeah, here is my master. This is my very fine. Yeah, let me check the one thing which instance I selected there. I forget it. Yeah, very fine. So let me copy the public IP and let me open the mobile strum and let me delete it quickly. Let me click on sessions as such, pasted the public IP, add the username Ubuntu, and let me selected my PAM file. Where is my file gone? Yeah. Let me change the tab name. This is my master, so that it would be the easier for you. Okay. Let me increase the font size and let me firstly update this. Sudo apt update. Okay, so guys, firstly, what we are going to do, we have to install firstly Ansible. Why the Ansible? Because we have to make the connection. So firstly, let me install quickly the master. So I am going to Google for the latest command for the installation of the Ansible. So I am writing Ansible installation. Open the official side of the Ansible installation guide and installing Ansible on Ubuntu. This is a 4 command. I need to copy pasting it. So I already give the first command, that is the update one. So let me copy the second one. It has the properties. Second command will install the properties for Ansible that is required to running on it. So let me copy pasting the second command here and let me. This is third command is basically install, not install. It just curl the package. It means it just where it is just curl it and it will be saved in the terminal. And the last command will basically install my Ansible. Press Y to continue. So this will install the Ansible in it. So till that time, it hardly take 1 minute. Till that time, what we are going to do? We are going to go to the AWS and make the test as well as my prod instance there. Okay. So I am going to AWS again and launch the 2 more instance. Suppose I am launching simultaneously. Number of instance I mentioned the 2 there now. Okay. Now I am writing the name, suppose test, and the instance name Ubuntu. Yeah, this time no need to select the t2.medium. Why it is so? Because only in the test and the prod I need to install the 2 things. That is fine. That having the no problem. So I am go with the same t2.medium. Okay. Let me select the my key pair and let me select this one also. Let me refresh this. Yeah, let me change one of the instance name. Second one is I give the name prod. First one is our test, second one is our prod. So let me connect it one by one to the mobile strum. Questions, search. Now let me refresh this sudo apt update. And let me change the tab name as well. This is my test. Okay, let me increase the font size as well. So let me connect my prod as well. This is my sessions as such. Yeah, so this is my prod. And let me increase the font size and update the sudo apt update. So till that time, what I did, I simply, as per the diagram, I just make the 3 instance master, test, and the prod, and I install the Ansible in it in the master only. Till the time I did only this. So now next what I am going to do, I am just going to make the cluster between my master, test, and the prod. Let me write it here also, that this is the cluster I'm going to make. Okay, so by the help of Ansible, so we are installing the Ansible. So let's go and make the cluster. Okay, let's go to the master instance. And for making the cluster, let's generate the sh key by the sh-keysn. Press enter, enter again, enter again. Yeah. So now listen to see my screen carefully, guys. It is saying the one line that your public key has been saved in this location. So in this location, we have the sh key that will help us to make the connection between the master, test, and the prod. So let's copy this location and write it here, sudo cat, and paste it that location here, so that it will throw us the sh key. This will our sh key. So copy this whole sh key, go to the test, go inside the location cd.sh, and if you see the ls, you will see one file will be there, authorized keys. Let's open this file, sudo nano authorized keys, and below from this pasted that sh key here. Let's save this, Ctrl+S to save it and Ctrl+X to exit out. And let's do the similar tasks in my prod as well. Just go inside the location cd.sh, do the ls, you will see the authorized key will be there. So let's open this file, sudo nano authorized keys. And below from this same pasted that sh key. Let's save this, Ctrl+S and exit out by the Ctrl+X. Now go to the master. Now for making the cluster, only thing is remaining that we need to make the connection to our host file. So let us go to the location of the Ansible, cd /etc. cd /etc/Ansible. Do the ls. You will see the host file will be there. So let's open this host file, sudo nano host. Yeah, I just mentioned the host, not the host. Sudo nano host. Yeah. So this is an unnecessary comment. Remove this. It has no need. Just press Ctrl K. Remove it quickly. So here I need to give the public or either private IP of the test as well as the prod, the which instance that I want to make the cluster. So I am writing here the name of my instance, test, and below from this the IP of the test. Now there was a very important question is there wherein this will ask for the interview as well. Now listen to me carefully. Okay, so I want to make the connection master, test, and the prod, right? So I need to copy either the public IP or private IP here in the host file. So that connection would be in it. So I am using the private IP, not the public one. Why it is so? Because what happened, you guys right now both the public and private is will work. Because what happened after some time, once you stop the instance and restart it again, then the public IP is going to be changed, but not the private one. So what happened right now, you are doing the hands-on the practice, then it will be no problem. But what happened when you're working professional and you are making the cluster between 5 to 6 EC2 instance for doing some project, any project, okay? So for that you are using suppose the public IP. So sometimes it might happen when you log out for the today and come on the tomorrow, you just stop the instance and restart it on the tomorrow. So on the tomorrow you will see the public IP has been changed. It is not the constant. So it will destroy the whole project because the public IP you mentioned in the cluster, that is a different, that is a right now in the running in the EC2 instance. So always use the private one because private is not going to be changed. Once you will stop or restart the instance, doesn't matter. So always use the private one in place of public, okay? So that it will not affect your project. So is my point is clear to you guys? Why I am using the public or not the public one? Why I am using the private one? So after this, I am mention the name of my another one instance, that is my prod, and below from this the private IP of the prod. Yeah. So let's save this by the Ctrl+S and exit out by the Ctrl+X. So now we are almost done with making the cluster. Let us check that our cluster has been made successfully or not. So by the command called ansible, let me write it here, ansible -m ping all. This command is basically check that all the connection to the master, test, and the prod has been successfully made or not. So let us check it. So you will see first is working fine. Write the yes again. And you will see second is also working fine. So this means my cluster to my master to the test as well as the prod has been successfully made. As per the diagram, what we did, we just make the 3 instance master, test, and the prod, and we are just install the Ansible in the master and making the cluster. We only do this task. Now the installation remaining thing is remaining, like we need to install Jenkins, Docker, as well as the Java in the master, and Java and the Docker we need to install in the test as well as in the prod instance. Okay, so we have the 2 methods for installing these things. Like if we simply go to the master and installing one by one, we are giving the command. Like firstly go to the EC2, the master instance, install the Jenkins, Java, and Docker, as well as go to the test, install the Java Docker, and go to the prod, install the Java Docker. That is a one task. Okay, so apart from that, what we are going to do, okay, like we are not going to do installation manually. We are going to do by the help of the YAML file, like the playbook file. Let's set up the command exactly. So suppose let's understand playbook for the revision of the Henry as well as other learners in the simple term. Okay, so what we call a playbook is basically, suppose let's take the same example of this project. Okay, like we need to install the remaining things like Jenkins, Java, Docker in the master, test, Docker, and the prod. So what we are going to do, we have the 2 options. Either we can install these things by the manually, okay, or either do one thing, go make one YAML file, or we can say the playbook YAML file. Okay, inside this file, write the tasks like you want to install Jenkins, Java, Docker in the master, and the Java Docker test as well as the prod in the Java Docker in the test as well as the prod. Okay, so inside this YAML file, you will write the tasks as well as the package name for the give the installation command of the Jenkins, Java, Docker. So it will makes our task easier. So right now you can see, like suppose you need to install only 4 things here. Okay, now what happened that you need to install the any 10 to 20 software in it. So it will be very difficult for you to do it by one, like go inside the instance and give the all the 20 installation command one by one. It will be a very lengthy task. So apart from that, what you are going to do, just make one YAML file and give the tasks inside this and give the package name as well as the installation command in the same YAML file, so that when I run that YAML file, each and everything would be happen in a smooth way and it saves our lot of time. Make a YAML file for the rest of the installation command. Okay, let me show you so that you will have the better understanding. Very fine. So I'm going to make the YAML file sudo nano, and suppose name of the file I am giving install.yaml. Okay, here I am writing the tasks of all these things, like we need to install Jenkins, Java, Docker in the master, Java, Docker in the test as well as in the prod. Okay, so I think I have the YAML file. Hold on, let me copy pasting it and let me explain the all the steps, because I take the recently the session. Yeah, this is the YAML file. Yeah, now let me paste here, then I will explain you the whole thing. Okay, if we are creating the playbook, so this is a syntax we need to follow, like we need to give the 3 hyphen, and now very important thing, host. We are setting the host name that in which we are going to install. So simply I just giving the local host. Okay, now anybody know why I am giving the become here? Anybody know what is the use of the become and what is the meaning of creating the become here? Those who know how to create the YAML file, they should know the answer. So guys, do you remember that how to get admin access, like using the sudo as a prefix before any command, or simply write the sudo su? So how to get the admin access in the same YAML file, or we can say the playbook file, by the help of become. So become meaning set, it will get the root user privilege, or we can say the admin privilege to installing the things. Okay, so now in the name, I just give the task install Jenkins, Java, and the Docker. like in the master. See, we are remaining Jenkins, Java, and Docker here. Jenkins, Java, and Docker in the master. So I give the tags there. We are installing Jenkins, Java, and the Docker. Okay. Tags, it is for the in the tag season. I mentioned that this for my master tags. It is my master EC2 instance tag. Okay. Now in the script, I mentioned one file name, that is jenkins.sh. Because after this YAML file, I am going to make one more file, jenkins.sh. Okay. Inside this jenkins.sh, I just give the installation command of the installation of the Jenkins. Okay. So what is the use of the script? That it will fetch the data that is mentioned from the jenkins.sh file that I am going to create after this file. Okay. Now same as the here, it is for my test instance, like host name we are setting the test become to get the admin access. Now as per the diagram, we need to install Java and the Docker in the test. So I just giving the name install Java and Docker in it. Okay. And in the tag season, I mentioned the name called this is my test EC2 instance tags. Okay. Now after that, you will see in the script, I mentioned one more file there, that is docker.sh. So after this, I will create the docker.sh file. So inside this, I will give the command to installation of the Docker as well as the Java that is required for installation of the Java and Docker in the test. So script, this command is basically fetch the data, catch the data or packages to install the Docker and the Java. Now same task I did for the prod. I give the hostname prod become to get the privilege, and here as per the diagram we need to install Java and Docker in the prod as well. So here I just mentioning name, I install Java and the Docker, and similarly task in the mention this is my prod EC2 instance tag, and in the script we are mentioning the same file name docker.sh. But for show these things in a better way as a professionally, I will suggest to use the YAML file. Okay, like suppose here you will see that we need to install only 4 things. Now what happen if we need to install 10 things? So it will be the very lengthy task to installing the things. So that's why make the YAML file. It will be very easy, as it has the 2 advantage of using the YAML file. Because do you guys learning the Ansible? So you will see that we have the 2 ways. Either we can do the roles or we can go with the playbook YAML file. Okay, so it will what you can do in the roles and the playbook YAML file, you just giving the command name, tags, and the package name inside this, so that your service or we can say the any application would be installed there. So that's the same task I did here, nothing special. The location of this file is basically inside my Ansible. If we see the ls, you will see install.yaml file is there. Okay, so location of this file is inside my etc, inside my Ansible. So as per, if we do the cat install.yaml, you will see I mentioned the 2 file name there, like the jenkins.sh or the docker.sh. Okay, so I need to create these 2 files. Inside this file, we need to give the installation command. For the remaining tasks, we need to do it. It is no issue. It depends on us whether we want to save this file. Otherwise, there is no issue that it can't access any of the location. Inside the terminal, you can give the any location, depend on us. Okay, so let me quickly make the 2 files, jenkins.sh as well as the docker.sh. So I'm making the firstly jenkins.sh sudo nano jenkins.sh. So here I need to give the command for the installation of the Jenkins as per the diagram. We need to give the command installation of Jenkins, Java, and the Docker. So for the Jenkins installation, I go to the Google. I will share all the links that I will used for the installation of the things. Linux. This is the all command. This is the all package to installation of the Jenkins. Let's copy this whole and paste it there in that file. This is the command for the Jenkins installation. So as per the diagram, we need to install the Java and Docker. So I am adding the 2 lines here for the installation of the Jenkins installation of the Java as well as the Docker in it. So I am adding the 2 more lines here. Sudo apt get install. Firstly, the Java installation command open jdk-11 -jdk and the -y. This command is basically install the Java, and the next command I give the Docker installation package. Sudo apt get install docker.io -y, and also writing -y here also. So inside this file, I just give the command of the Jenkins installation, Java, as well as the Docker. That is the remaining thing that we need to do the installation in the master EC2 instance. So I give the each and everything here. Okay, so let us save this and exit out. Let me check the command is sudo apt install docker.io open jdk -11 -jdk. Yeah. Control+S to save it, Control+X to exit out. And let us make my next file, that is docker.sh. Sudo nano docker.sh. So here, as per the diagram, we need to give the only two commands for the installation of Java as well as the Docker. So I am writing it. Firstly, I give the update command, sudo apt update, apt get update. After that, give the installation command of the Java, apt get install open jdk -11 -jdk -y, and the Docker installation command, sudo apt get install docker.io -y. Okay, so let's save this and exit out. So we are done with all the files. Okay, so it's not time to create my YAML file. So let me show you the YAML file once again, cat install.sh, sorry, install.yaml. So inside this file, now see it again. I just mentioning the task install Jenkins, Java, and the Docker, and the file name jenkins.sh. So it will fetch the data from the jenkins.sh for the installation command of the Jenkins, Java, and the Docker. Similarly, for the test instance, it will fetch the data from the docker.sh for the installation of the Java and Docker, and similarly for the prod. Okay, so let me restart this instance. So firstly, before giving the running command of this YAML file, firstly, let us check the connection is fine or not. Cluster connection has been fine or not. Again, ansible -m ping all. You will see connection is fine. So it's a time to create our YAML file so that installation would be happening. So I'm giving the command for running the YAML file, ansible -playbook, and the file name install.yaml. And before that, let's do the syntax check error of this file, like -syntax -check. See, this command will check the syntax error inside my file name called install.yaml. That is my playbook YAML file. Okay, so let me check if there is any error or not. So you will see nothing error come up. So let us finally run it. Ansible -playbook install.yaml. So this command will basically installing my YAML file. So it will take time, because that's why I'm saying at the starting that in the master I am using the t2.medium. Okay, so it will take time. It hardly take 1 or 2 minutes. So let's wait. Yeah, you will see it has been done in the test as well. Now it is finally running on my last instance on the prod task. So once it has been done, we will check each and everything would be installed in the master test as well as in the prod. Yeah, it has been done. So let us check each and everything would be installed as per the diagram, that Jenkins, Java, and the Docker will be there. So let us check all these things. Like here, firstly check Jenkins -version in the master. Jenkins is there. Check the Java version, Java -version. Java version is there as well as the Docker version. Each and everything will be there in the master. Let's go to the test. As per the diagram, in the test, we should have the Java and the Docker. So let us check. Go to the test, check the Java version first, Java -version. Java is there, check the Docker version, Docker -version. Yeah, it is there. Let's check in the prod as well. Java version. Yes, it is there, as well as the Docker version. Yeah, so you will see it will do the each and everything installation command will be done. So we are done as per the diagram. We are done installation of this master instance, test instance, prod instance. Okay, now only thing is remaining. We need to create the 3 job, that is the 3 pipeline. So this, with the help of playbook, this will make our tasks very easy. Okay, now, so each and everything would be there. So let us open our Jenkins dashboard so that we can make our pipeline there. So let's copy the public IP of the master. Let me copy it. Where is the master? Yeah, copy the public IP of master and paste it on the tab 80:80. This is the port number of the Jenkins dashboard. You will see it will unlock in the Jenkins. So copy this location as you can see in your screen and go to the master instance right here. Sudo, hold on, let me just come out from this. cd, yeah, sudo cat and pasted that location here so that it will throw the password to unlock my Jenkins. This is a password. So copy this password and paste it in the Jenkins dashboard. Here, pasted the password and click on continue. Click on install suggested plugins. So this will unlocking my Jenkins there. It's hardly take 1 minute. Yeah, here you can set the username, password, whatever you want to set. It depends on your choice. Okay, let me quickly set my username as well as the password. Anything you can set here. Give the name. Suppose I giving my name Ritik and your valid email ID. Suppose I am giving anyway. Click on save and continue. Save and finish. And click on start using Jenkins. So this is your Jenkins dashboard. So as you can see that we are running this dashboard on the master EC2 instance. So go to the manage Jenkins. Manage nodes and cloud. You will see this is our master EC2 instance. It is there. Okay. Now, as per the diagram, we need to create the 3 jobs. But before that, you will see one thing I will forget, that we have not cloned that repository. That is there in the project. That is, where is the project on? Yeah, there is a project. We have the one repository. We need that data. So let's go inside this repository. Okay, and let's fork it. So we can say fork is our imaginary repository. Okay, like why we are creating using the fork, because what happened, like suppose you are suppose without using the fork, you can simply use the repo and clone that repo to your terminal, okay, to your virtual machine. Now suppose if there is any bugs, any error in the any file that you are using in that repo, so it will destroy your project. So what is the benefit of using the fork over the directly repo? That if there is something problem, then we can simply delete that fork. Okay, we can simply remove it. It will not affect our internally terminal. That is a using of fork. It is just an imaginary repository. So just simply click on the fork. Yeah, so copy this link and let us clone this on our master terminal. So right here, git clone and pasted that repository link here. Sorry, the fork link here. It is cloning. So let us check, do the ls. We have the website, go inside the website, do the ls. We have the file that is mentioned in our this repository, or this we can fork. Now, before going for creating the 3 job, you will see guys that it is mentioned in the job 1 as well as job 2 that it should run with the Docker file. We install the Docker in the master, test and the prod, but we have not created till now the Docker file. So let us firstly create the Docker file here so that we are going to make the job there, or we can say the pipeline there. Okay, So I'm going to make the Docker file here first. I am writing here sudo nano Docker file. Hold on, I have the script. Let me copy pasting and pasting here. The same thing. So let's save this and exit out. Okay. Now, as we make one file, so if we check the git status for the same, you will see it has been saying my Docker file has been untracked. So what is the command to track this? Yeah, and commit this git commit -m and any message. Suppose I am writing committed Docker file. Anything you can write, it doesn't matter. So if you are writing this and check, your master branch would be created. Git branch. Yeah. So as per the diagram, guys, you guys remember in the job one that job one history run on my develop branch, not the master one. So for that, I need to create the one more one by the name of the develop. Simply, I just giving the command git branch develop. So if we check my develop branch would be created or not, just write git branch. So you will see now we have the two branch develop as well as the master. Okay. Now let us go to the Jenkins. So guys, thing is remaining that we need to create the 3 pipeline there. But before that, as you can see, if you are reading the project, you will find that we need to create the job 1 and the job 2, like the first 2 pipeline in the test instance, not the master one. Okay, as well as my job 3 in my prod instance, not the master one. So for making this pipeline to the my test instance, I should connect my test in as well as my prod instance to my Jenkins dashboard. Now you can see here, if we go to the Jenkins, we have only the master. This is my master. So I need to connect my test EC2 instance to my Jenkins dashboard as well as my prod. So now we are going to make the connection. We are going to add my test and the prod EC2 instance to the Jenkins dashboard. Okay, so let us go to the Jenkins. Before that, let me see the one thing managed thing.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Let me check the one thing in the Jenkins global security. So let us connect it to my prod and this is test instance. Okay, so for connecting here, click on the new node left hand side. You will see, click on the new node, give the name of the instance that you want to connect, the test instance or any name you can, it doesn't matter. You need to give the same name that you are mentioning the EC2 instance. Okay, it doesn't affect anything. You can give any name. Just simply click on permanent agent, click on create. Now in the remote root directory, you need to give the location of the Jenkins. So you need to remember, if you are using the Ubuntu until and unless, then its location would be the same. /home, /Ubuntu, /Jenkins. And if you are using any other instance like EC2, not EC2, Amazon Linux or the Red Hat, then you need to, in place of Ubuntu, you need to replace with the EC2 user. Okay, otherwise this location would be the same. After that, simply go in the launch method. We are launching by the sh. Yeah. And in the host again. Here we need to give the IP of that instance that we want to connect there. So here I want to connect my test instance, okay, to my Jenkins dashboard. So I need to give here the IP of the test instance. So again, I am using the private one. Why not the public? Because public is not the constant, it would be changed when we restart the instance. So always use the public, always use the private, not the public. So I'm pasting the private IP of the test and paste it in the host. Go to the Jenkins and paste it here. Now let us make the connection. Click on add, click on Jenkins. In the kind, select sh username with the private key. And in the ID, you can use the anything you can write here. Like suppose I am writing anything as well. You can anything write there, as well as in the description, anything you can write there. So in the username, you need to write the username of your virtual machine. Like we are using the Ubuntu, and here you need to use the Ubuntu virtual machine. So here click on enter directly and simply click on add. Now there is a very important thing that here we need to give the SH key. Like if you guys remember at the starting, when I'm making the test and the prod instance, I selecting my key pair by the name of Ritik. So I need to use that key pair PEM file there for making the connection. So be aware, you need to use the PEM file, not the PPK, because PPK is our private file. It will not access. So use the private one for the same. So let me find my file. So let's copy this content and paste it there in the Jenkins dashboard. Yeah. Simply click on add. Select that credential that we made, Ubuntu username. Yeah. And that the last select non-verifying verification strategy and simply click on the save. So you will see my test instance is successfully connected there. Let's refresh this. Yeah, you will see successfully it would be connected there. You will see test is successfully connected. Now only thing is remaining, we need to connect the prod instance as well. So I am doing the same task for my prod instance. Okay, simply click on the new node left hand side, give the instance name prod or any name you can give, doesn't matter. Click on permanent agent, click on create. So again, same thing you need to do. You need to write the same location that we write previously, /home, /ubuntu, /Jenkins. This would be always be a same until and unless you are using the Ubuntu virtual machine. Okay. Again, launch by sh, and in the host, this time I need to write the private IP of my prod instance that I want to connect there. So in the credential, no need to create again credential because we have made it from my prod test instance. Select that one, Ubuntu, anything. Okay. After that, last thing, non-verifying verification strategy, and simply click on save. So let's refresh this so that my prod will be ready. So now in my Jenkins dashboard, my master is there, test instance is there, prod instance is there. Now there's an interesting thing. See guys, if you, as per the diagram, you will see we only install the Jenkins in the master. Okay, and Jenkins is running on the IP of my master. That is correct. Now you will see when I make the connection prod instance and the test instance to the Jenkins dashboard, Jenkins did automatically install in my test as well as the prod. Now see, go there to the test instance, restart it again, as well as the prod, restart it again. I will show you. Do the ls, you will see Jenkins folder will be there. See, Jenkins is there. So whenever we are connecting any instance to the Jenkins dashboard, each and every configuration will be triggered to that instance also. Okay, so now let us move ahead with our first pipeline, that is my job one. So job one should run on my develop branch. Okay, so go to the dashboard, click on the new item left hand side at the top, give the job name or simply give the job one as per the project, click on the freestyle project, click on OK. Yeah, so we are, as per the project, we are using that GitHub link. So here you need to select, we are making the pipeline GitHub project. So click on the GitHub project, and here we need to give that repository link. So go to that repository that we have fork it, copy this link and paste it here. And here select resist where this project can be run. Now in the level experience guys, we are need, as per the diagram, we are running the job one on the test. So here we need to select the test instance. But before that, as you can see, that job one would be run on the develop branch, and develop branch should be present on this repository. So firstly, I need to push my develop branch from my master. So let us go to the master and do the push here. Let's check out to the develop git, check out develop. Okay, and let us push my develop branch would be there. Git push origin, give the username of your GitHub account. Like let me give mine, and in place of password, just copy pasting the tokens. So let me see my tokens. Yeah, here it is. Copy this and paste it there. Yeah, you will see it has been done. So let us quickly push my master as well for my job too. So let me quickly push it. Git push origin master. Give the username, tick 1, 2, 3, and place a password, copy pasting the tokens. Yeah, it has been done. Now go to the Jenkins dashboard. Now here in the label expression, we need to write the name in which our job is running. So as per the diagram, my job 1 should be run on my test instance. So here I need to write the name of my instance, test, and selected that one. After that, we are making the source code management from the Git, select Git, and pasted that repository again here, the link of that repository. Copy this link and paste it here. Okay. After that, yeah. So here in the branch specifier, so my job 1 would be run on my develop, not the master one. So here I am giving the name of my branch, that is my develop, not the master one. So it will run on my develop branch. Okay. So now after that, go to the build triggers, select GitHub hook trigger for the Git polling. So here we need to enable the webhook. So let's go to the repository and enable the webhook there. Go to the settings, go to the webhooks, and click on add webhook. Let me confirm my password. I think I remember my password. Yes, it is. Yeah, so in the payload URL, we need to give the location of the Jenkins. So copy this at the URL till the 8080 at the top. Go to that webhook, paste it here, write GitHub webhook, and simply click on add webhook. So we need to wait until this green symbol is coming here. So let's refresh this and see the green symbol is coming or not. See, yeah, it is done. So let us go to the Jenkins dashboard. Select, we already select in the select GitHub triggered. Simply click on apply, click on save. So before build my first pipeline, let me check that push to my develop branch, it is perfectly up to the date or not. So I'm doing one more time push for the safe side. Git push origin develop, because my job 1 would be running on my develop branch. So let me do check one time. 1, 2, 3. Copy pasting the tokens. Yeah, it is saying everything up to date. That means everything will be successfully pushed here. So let us firstly do the build now. Let us try to build our past pipeline. I click the build now. Let us see. You will see processing has been done here, left hand side at the bottom. So let's wait, it has been done or not. Yeah, my job 1 will successfully run without the Docker file, without the content of the Docker file. Okay, till now. So let us check. Go to the test. Go to the test instance in which my job 1 is running. Go inside the Jenkins, cd Jenkins. Do the ls. Go inside the workspace. Do ls. You will see job 1 is there. Okay. Now, only thing is remaining in my job 1 that we need to assign the port number so that we can check on our local host. So go to the configure, go at the last in the build step, select the option executed shell. So here we need to give the docker run command for my job 1. So let me give sudo docker, firstly build my docker file command, sudo docker build, and the location of my docker file, not the docker file, the job file. So go inside the job 1, see job 1, and write the pwd. Copy this location. We need that location of my job 1 and paste it there. And suppose image name we are giving -t, suppose develop app. Any name you can give there, it doesn't matter. Okay, so this will build my Docker file, and let me give the assigned port number as well. Sudo docker run -itt, and suppose the container name I am giving -c1, or any name you can give, it depends on us. And the -p port number, suppose port number I am giving 81:80, and the name of my image develop app. Let me check command is perfectly fine or not. Sudo docker build location home Ubuntu Jenkins workspace job1 -t, and the name of job is develop app. Now sudo docker run -itt, container name c1 -p, 81 port number, and the location is absolutely fine there. So let us apply, click on save. Now let us build this. Finally our job one. So you will see processing has been start. It's hardly take 10 more seconds. Yeah, it has been done. So my job one should run on my IP of the test instance. So let us copy the test instance and paste it on the port number 81 to verify my job one is running or not. 81. You will see the web page of the GitHub is running on my public IP of test on the port number 81. So it is clear. This is how we are done with our pipeline. Yeah, so guys, we are done with the 80% of the project. Only two things remaining, that we need to create the job 2 and the job 3. Job 3 is very important. Okay, so let us firstly do the job 2. It would be the 90% safe as we build as the job 1. Okay, so go to the Jenkins again, click on the new item. As you can see, job 1 will successfully triggering. Click on the new item, give the job 2 name. Suppose I am giving the job 2. Click on the freestyle, click on the OK. And in the description, you can write anything you can write. Suppose I am writing testing for master branch. Like this branch, my job 2 would be run on my master branch. Okay, not the developer. So that's why I'm writing testing for the master, or it's up to your choice, whatever you want to write. Doesn't affect anything here. Now, yeah, click on the GitHub project. Again, you need to give that repository link, that fork link that we are making. Is the go to that repository. Copy this link from here and paste it there in the project URL. Select resist where this project should be run. In the level experience, here again I need to write the test because my job 2 is running on my test itself, test EC2 instance. I need to write the test again here. After that, select on the Git and again copy pasting that repository link here. Yeah. Now in the branch specifier, previously we changed to the developer because as per the project we need to run first job on the develop, but as per the project we need to run the job 2 on the master branch. So here we don't need to do any changes, keep as it is, it's a master. Okay, now go ahead in the build trigger, select GitHub hook trigger for the git polling. Okay, after that no need to do any changes. Firstly, let us firstly run this. Okay, without building the Docker file. Firstly, let us build this. Click on apply, click on save, and click on the build now. Let us see it would be successfully or not. Yeah, it would be successfully. Okay, without Docker file, it will be running successfully my job. Now let us give the command to the Docker file. Go inside the configure, go at the last in the build option, click on execute shell. Again, we need to give the command for building it, like sudo docker build /home. Like, let me check the location, go to the test and go to the same location, do ls, go inside the Jenkins, check the location of my job 2. Do the ls, go inside the workspace, do the ls, job 2 will be there. Yeah, so go inside the job 2 and copy the location pwd. So we need to copy this location and go there, pasted the location here. After that, we are setting the image name. Suppose previously we are giving the develop app. Suppose this time I'm giving the master app. Any name you can give, depend on us. Now assign the port number, sudo run -itd. Sudo docker run, sudo docker run -itd -p, and this time port number I am giving the 82 because 81 I assigned to my job 1, and this time I am assigning 82 to my job 2. Master app. So let me check each and everything is fine or not. Sudo docker build and the location home Ubuntu Jenkins workspace job 2, and the name of the image I giving the master app, or anything you can give, depend on us. Now sudo docker run -itd and the port number 82 and the master app. So let us save this and apply. Let us check it would be running or not. I think it will throw one error. Yeah, let's check it will throw the error or not. Yeah, it is successfully run. It is successfully run. So it should run on my public IP of the test on the port number 82. So let us copy the test public IP, and this time it would be on the 82. Exactly, it is running there. Okay, now like guys, if I show you one thing, okay, yeah, I want to show you one interesting thing. See, if I run this again, it will throw error. It will throw that error. Let's see, it will throw the error by running the pipeline. Why it is so? If I check the output, it will throw something error called let me show you the same. That port is already allocated. Container I created, port number is already allocated. So I just let me show you the things. Why it is so. Go inside the configure here where you give the command. Yeah, here I give the command to running the image so that my container will be created. That is fine, no issue. But when I run my job again, it would create my another container. Okay, but the same port is assigned. So what we are going to do, simply give one command to delete the container at the top. So what it will do, it will delete the previous container and make the new container on the same name and the same port number. So it doesn't matter how many times you want to run that job, it will delete the previous one and make the new container every time. So I am adding the one more command here for deleting one container, sudo docker rm -f. I hope you guys remember this command to delete any particular container. These things, not every trainer will told you regarding these things. -a-q. Yeah. This command is basically delete my previous container. Okay. And it will create the new container by the same image name master app and the port number 82. In place of that, what we have alternative? We have simply changed the port number or give the different image name, that is fine. But every time I need to change the command for the same if we want to run my job again and again. So simply, we don't want this headache. Let's simply give at the top the deletion command of the container, so that each and every time when you are run it, it will delete the previous one automatically and create the new. As simple as that. Nothing worry about that. Okay, just apply this and save this. But before that, let me do one thing. Let's go to my master and do the finally push. Like it will run on my master RAM. So let me do for the safe side, finally push, git push origin -all. Each and everything would be pushed there. So let me write the username, take developer 23 and the tokens. Yeah, it's saying already up to date. No worry about that. So if I run there, this time it will successfully build. Yeah, see, fourth is successfully. If I click it again, it will again build. Yeah, see, fourth and fifth again. So it doesn't matter how I want, how many number of times I need to build. my job, or we can say the pipeline, it will delete the previous container and make it the fresh container at that time. So this makes our task easier. Exactly. Now only thing is remaining to go and make our job 3 that having the dependency. It is very important. Okay, so Docker image, it is running. It is, and if you're refreshing this, it will running. So let us build our final job that having the dependency of my job. So let us go to the Django dashboard. Go to the dashboard, click on the new item and give my job 3 name called job 3. Click on freestyle, click on OK. Yeah, in the description, again, you can write anything. Suppose, let me write it, anything, suppose releasing final product, anything I can write, doesn't matter. After successfully master test at job 2, or you can successfully run the job 2, simply successfully run the job 2. So here in the job 2, we will give the dependency. How we can give? Let me show you. So select firstly the GitHub project, same, copy pasting the link of the GitHub repo. First thing is that copy this link, paste it here. Very fine. Now there was an interesting thing is what I need to write in this label expression. There was a question for all of you. What I need to write in the label expression here. Previously we are writing the test because my job 1 and job 2 will be running on my test. So job 3 I am going to create it with my prod. Should I write it here the prod or the test? Prod, exactly, because my job 3 will be running from my prod instance. So I am writing here the prod and selecting that one. Go at the last, select the git and pasted that link here, the GitHub repo link, paste it here. Very fine. Yeah. Now everything looks same. GitHub repository. Yeah, repository we pasted. Very fine. In the build triggers, we don't need to do it. Go at the here, the executed shell, and write it the command directly. Sudo docker build, and whatever the name of the image, suppose I am writing the dot, it will take by default anything. Okay, and the image name I am giving, suppose final release, or any image name we can give, doesn't affect anything. Okay, so let me assign the port number as well. Sudo docker run -itt. Suppose port number I am giving this time 80. Any port number you can assign, doesn't affect. And the image name final release. Okay, so sudo docker build -t final release, sudo docker -itt final release. Click on apply, click on save. So before give the dependency to the job 2, firstly let us build this manually. The simple we have just make it. So let us firstly build this. Let us see it would be successfully or not. Yeah, I think I did some error. That is error. So let us check. Go to the configure. I think I give the space there. Yeah. Go at the last. Yes, exactly. We are giving the space name there. Okay. Now let us apply. Save it. Let us see this time it will running or not. Yeah, it is running now. So my normal job is running without the dependency. Okay, so as per the diagram that my job 3 would be running after and only my test would be running. Now I am going to do this. Okay, so now go to the dashboard and go to the job 2. Go to the job 2, go inside the configure. Go at the last, you will find one option called post bill action. What is that post bill action? That it here we need to select that after this we need to give the dependency of which job. So here I am click on build other project, and here I am giving the name of my job 3. So what is the task of this one? That once my job 2 will be run, then only it will triggering that thing, my job 3. Okay, so in the job 2, in the post bill option, post means after the job 2 will be successful, then it will be considered my job 3. So apply this, save it. Now go to the dashboard, job 3, go to the job 3 and build it again. It will throw the error, the same error I think the previously job 2 will do. The container port is assigned. Let me check. So we need to add one more command for deleting the container. Let me open the console output. Hold on. Yeah, port is already allocated. So let us go inside the job 3 again, configure and add one more command there, then it will work fine. Go at the last and add the one more command of deleting the container, sudo docker rm-f sudo docker ps-a-. Let me check each and every command is fine or not. rm-app sudo docker ps-a. Yeah, everything looks fine. Click on apply, click on save. So if you run this, it should work this time. Let's check my fourth number. Yeah, it will run. So now copy the public IP of the prod and posted the port number that we assigned. I think 80 number I assigned there. Let us run on the port 80. So this is how my all the job 1, job 2, job 3 will be run. And this is how we are indicate that our project will be successfully built.
Let us understand what exactly Node.js is. Node.js is a cross-platform open-source JavaScript runtime environment and library for running web applications outside of the client's browser. It is used by developers to create server-side web applications, and it's ideal for data-intensive applications due to its asynchronous event-driven model. So why exactly do we use Node.js? Because Node.js is built on Google Chrome's V8 engine, its execution time and speed are extremely fast. Second, because the Node Package Manager contains over 50,000 bundles, developers can import any of the packages at any time based on the functionality they require, saving a significant amount of time. Third being, Node.js does not need to wait for an API to return data. It is ideal for developing real-time and data-intensive web applications. Finally, Node.js reduces the loading time for an audio or video file because there is better code synchronization between the client and server for having the same code base. Now let us look at some of the features of Node.js. First being asynchronous in nature and event-driven. All Node.js APIs are completely non-blocking in nature. It employs an event-driven mechanism to receive and track all responses to previous API requests. Second, single-threaded architecture. Node.js uses a single-threaded architecture with event looping, which makes Node.js more scalable. Third, code execution time is quick. The hub provides a wrapper for the JavaScript, which speeds up the runtime motor and as a result, speeds up the preposition process of the requests inside Node.js. Finally, cross-platform compatibility. Node.js can be used in a variety of systems including Windows, Unix, Linux, macOS, and other mobile devices. So why exactly should you learn Node.js? Learning Node.js can be beneficial for several reasons. It allows you to build web applications using JavaScript, which is a popular and widely used programming language. Node.js is also known for its high performance, scalability, and ability to handle large volumes of data and requests. It has a vast ecosystem of open source libraries and packages that can speed up development time. Additionally, Node.js is increasingly in demand among employers, making it a valuable skill for developers to have.
So having that explained, let us go create a folder. This is called as day 6 of this workshop. Call this is express more. In this example, we'll go create a new folder. Call this is express step 2 templates. Okay, so here in this example, step 2 templates. Okay, so we'll deal with some templates. Now, the first question that you may ask is, Vijay, what are templates and why do you really need them? Okay, so we'll build a simple example to illustrate that aspect. See, as of now, in the previous example, we were able to send some content. We also sent some file, correct? We use the send file. So let us utilize these two techniques to create the next step. So in this project, I will point my terminal in this folder that is express step 2 templates. cd day 6. All right, and then cd express step 2 templates. And then I will initialize a new node project. We spoke about npm space init, and then you follow along. You can also say npm space init space -y. That is npm space init space -y. Now -y simply means that you are saying yes for all the configuration, which means to say you're not required to enter all the details. Node.js will fill in all those default details for you. And if you want to make changes, you can do it. So this is what you do when you're in a hurry. You want to create a node project really quick. So I'll say npm space init space -y. Yeah, see, a package.json file got created with all the basic configurations. Of course, most of the vital informations are missing, but if you want to add at a later point in time, you can add. I'll put my name. Why we call it Express? Because the developers have created the name. Okay. Okay. Why did I call it Express? Because I'm using Express module here. This is the module that we are using. Remember, we used HTTP module, correct? That was the name of the module. Similarly, Express is the name of the module that we will be using. And the version that we are using is 4.18.2. So step 1, we'll go create an index.js file here, an index.js file. And inside this index.js file, we can set our configuration to run our project. In the package.json, you see there is no dependencies that were added because we created a default application. We did not assign any modules to be installed. Now what I'll do is I will say npm install Express. We have Express installed in our project. See, the dependencies now has Express installed, and now we'll go ahead and utilize it. So I have this index.js file. Step 1, we should import Express. Express is now imported. The step 2 is we will call the create application method of Express by calling Express function. So what happens here is that when you require it, it gives you a method called create application. So it creates an Express application. So the Express function is a top level function exported by the Express module. All right. So I'll go create a variable. I'll say let app equals Express. So an application is now created, which is referred as app. Okay, on this app, you can call methods app.listen. So listen takes 3 arguments, you know that, and all of which are optional. But as a good practice, let us pass all these configurations. So that way we know what is the port, what is the host. Instead of, leaving everything to be dynamically generated, we will assign some. So app.listen, I will say listen to port 1010, localhost. This should be a string. The first parameter, port, is a number. The second parameter is a string. Now, in this case, I can use const because application configuration is what we would be changing. We'll never change app. So we can use const. The third parameter is a callback function. This callback function can also be an arrow function, by all means, isn't it? Which takes a parameter, an array, an error. Since there is a single argument, you don't even need the first bracket. You can also do this. And then we'll get a console. Maybe here we can use a condition to check if error happens. Then we'll do a console log where we'll capture the error object and then display it here. Else, we'll console log port 1010. Okay. Moving forward, I'll show you how you can create an external configuration file that we will use. As of now, we'll just get started. We'll make things come to a point where it is working for us. All right. So now we have got this. Let us now serve this index file. So you all know what to do. I'll say node space dot. Now, when you say node space dot, it'll look for the default file. In the package.json, the main file is index.js. Even if I don't mention this configuration, the default file will be index.js. Okay, so now it says server is now live on localhost 1010. Let's open a browser go to localhost 1010. You get this message cannot get /. Now we'll go create a configuration to handle that GET request, which is coming onto the default port. So I'll say app.get. So this GET method will listen for a GET request on which route /route. That is the default route for an application. And then we will have a callback function that will take, frankly, it will take 3 arguments. The first argument is the request. The second argument is the response. Then you also have something called as a next method, which means to say the next route should be called, which happens implicitly. So you don't even have to use it. So I'll say request, the response, and then we'll handle that. So as a response, I would want to send a message, hello from Express. Okay, so we have this message ready. And let us now relaunch our server. So when you start working with Node.js, you'll see that I'll be relaunching Node very often, because every small change requires you to relaunch. So it's a good idea that we will install a module that will restart Node.js every time. So there are a couple of them. One of the safest module that you can use to relaunch your Node server is NodeMon. NodeMon stands for Node Monitor. All right, so we'll install that. As of now, this application is running. Let us go give this a try. You get to see this message, hello from Express. Now I'm about to make some changes. All right, before I make changes, I will install npm install. So I'll say npm space install space nodemon space -g. Now why -g here? Why did I use -g here? So this is the command. Now the -g means global, but it behaves like a CLI. That is, it behaves like a module with a command line interface. Clear? But you would not be wrong if you say -g is global, because that's how it was created. But now they've changed the meaning of it, wherein globally earlier meant that you install in one project, you will be able to get it installed in all the projects. But now -g simply means it will give you command line interface that allows you to access this module everywhere, but it needs to be installed in every project that needs access. Take you a few seconds to complete. Even as a developer for Node, you will use certain modules. Those modules can be referred or added with a certain flag. So I'll say npm space install space nodemon space -d, uppercase D. This tells Node that I'm installing or I'm using nodemon for a development purpose. Press enter. See, nodemon is now installed and as a development dependency. You see the difference now? For development purpose, I've used nodemon. See, now if I share this packet.json file to anybody, they know that for development, I've used nodemon. Okay, so here in the node modules folder, see, you'll find nodemon has now been installed. But with earlier, -g, you didn't have to do something like this. It would be available. Okay, so now coming back to the context, guys. So we have this Express available, nodemon is available. Now, what is the purpose of nodemon? Nodemon will restart this every time you change these files. Basically, nodemon is running in a watch mode. We have seen that, right? In the file system, we created a file that would watch, isn't it? Nodemon. So let's go to the next step. Now coming to the context, guys. Now they know the server is running, or it is not. Okay, so okay, the server is running. I can show you that the hello from Express is working. Now I'll go make some change here. I'll add some exclamations. Okay, and because in my file, I've set this auto save on, so the file will be saved automatically. And when it is saved, your node is actually relaunched. See, when you refresh the browser, you get this log. You will also have a module to refresh the browser. Basically, it's a Chrome specific extension that you'll have to install, which will be updated when the server is updated. Okay, but as of now, I don't mind refreshing this, but you should see that everything is working fine. So I can create a file here. I'll call this as index.html, and this will have some basic configurations. I'll put some h1 content. Hello from Intellipaat is what I'll have. And in the index file, in the index.js file, I will remove this and I will send a file. I'll concatenate the directory name with /index.html. So this is the file that I would be serving. Now in the browser, I will be able to serve this index file. And now where the problem arises is this. Let us say in this index file, I want to change this company name to something. Okay, every time I cannot have this called as Intellipaat, right? So what I'll do is I'll go create a variable company equals Intellipaat as of now. And I want this index.html file to take a configuration from my server and then render the output. So how will I do? See, I need some place where this value gets sprinkled or gets assigned. This company name. Okay, company name is what I'll call. This company name should be assigned somewhere, isn't it? How will I do that? What I'll do is I will go create some reference. Usually, it is a curly brace reference. I'll call this as comp. Any name is fine. Okay, anything is fine. You can call this a potato if you want, and that would work. So you copy this string and you come to this index file, and from this file, okay, so we will read this content and do a replace. So I will select this string comp and replace that with company name. If I now go back, I see it's still not working. So what we'll have to do probably is use the file system to load this file and then send it. So we'll not use this send file technique because that's not working. Okay. We can read the file using the file system. Const fs equals require fs. The file system is now available. I can use fs dot read file sync. I'm doing a synchronous read, and / index.html, and I want to read it using UTF-8. You all know this, so I'm not spending time on this. I will get the value. I call this a temp file. And here, instead of sending a file, I will use send. And while I'm sending this temp file, I'll replace the content. Both would be the same, isn't it? But now I get an opportunity to use this replace command on this. See, now I get to see this Intellipaat. Now tomorrow I can change the company. I can call this as my company. Now I get to see my company. So you'll have to look for this variable and then provide a collection. And then you'll also need a mechanism to iterate through that. Now all of that doing with an HTML file would become difficult because the HTML file is meant for view only. It does not, get any logic. It doesn't, it cannot iterate through certain collections, right? So that's where, we will start using templates. We have an HTML file. This HTML file has a reference called curly brace comp curly brace. And I'm looking for that value in the string, and I'll replace with this variable name. Okay, replace is what? A string method, isn't it? So I can use this method to replace something. So if there are many things, like for example, country. So there is another property called country, and you want to change that. So I've got this value. How will I replace? You call the replace method once again, because this replace is a chainable method. So you can say, hey, look for this country and replace that text with app country, and that would work. Okay, so you can actually add as many variables as you want, but I'll show you a better way to do it, and that would, kind of help you to do something even more complex. Now, what I'll do is, instead of using, this way of reading a file, we can implement a template. Now, what will a template help us do is this. So I'll come here, in the packet.json, I will install another module. There are frankly many templating engines that you can use. One of them is called Pug. Pug was earlier named as Jade. So if you find documents which are talking about Jade, they now have been renamed as Pug.js. Let's look for that as well. Jade. I think Jade is now not even available. Let's say Jade. Look for Jade. I don't find their template. I think they've removed it, but the old name for Pug was Jade. Let's go to pugjs.org and see if they have any mentions about it. Yeah, see, there is a reference for it, rename from Jade. Yeah. This project was formerly known as Jade. However, it was revealed to us that Jade is a registered trademark. As a result, we renamed. A rename was needed. After some discussion, they renamed themselves as Pug. Now coming back to the context, .NET guys will like EJS a lot, and that's my personal experience. That is all. Why? Because most of these syntaxes would look like the .NET syntax, but that is not so true. I guess even if they understand how Pug works, and they would probably start liking Pug. There is another alternate. You can use something called as handlebars. This is also another templating library. You can get the documentation right here. Okay, so once you understand one of the templates, then the rest of the templates become easy. So let us install both of these modules, EJS and Pug. So how will I do that? You first stop NodeMon from running. You'll then say npm install Pug, and EJS. So we'll install both of these modules. See, now EJS and Pug are installed. All right, so now we can go to the index file. Okay, so now we have, I will rename this. Sorry, I will file save as with a different name. All right, so I'll call this a step1.js file. So that way, index file is now free for me to change. I will remove all of this. I still have the same requirement. I will also remove the file system. These commands you already have in the previous exercise, so I will not need. So I have got my basic application ready. And now here I would want to create a folder called views. Now if you remember, in Express, in the index file, libexpress, the application had some configuration. And I showed you one of the configurations. I don't know if you remember it, but let me open this once again. So you see there is a setting called views. This is resolving a path called views, correct? Now what that tells you is that the default location for all the templates is a folder by name views. That is what Express will look for. So I can now create a folder here, not here in the app Express project. Hold on. Here I will go create a new folder, call it views. There is a folder now called views. In this folder, I'll go create a new file. I call this as home.pug. I'll also create home.ejs. You will usually not use two different templates. You'll only use one. Okay, I want to show you both. So I'm using EJS and Pug. Okay, so here in the Pug, I want to create a template. So remember we installed emit that helps you do both now. Okay, so if I run this, you see you got this Pug template created to run and serve HTML files. Now if you see, the doc type HTML is actually generating a file, a doc type like this. In fact, this gets translated to this. I mean, without this h1, of course. So we have a HTML tag, and in that I have an indent here, a tab indent, and that creates hierarchy. So which means inside this HTML tag, there would be the head tag. Inside the head tag, there will be meta, and title tag. And you see the attributes are created, in round brackets, and the content can be created with curly braces, but you don't have to use it because the content is the default parameter that every tag will take. So you can simply provide a space and then assign the text. Similarly, inside this body tag, if I want to create a h1 tag, I will leave one tab space and say h1 space hello from pug. Hello from pug template. Okay, so this is what I will say. And in this index.js file now, I would now want to serve this home.pug here. So what I'll do is I'll say response dot, see, I had used send, correct? And the send file. But when you want to render a template, because see, this template allows you to pass in some variables as well. So you can say response.render. The first parameter is the name of the template. It's a string. So by default, it is looking in this folder views, correct? So, I mean, I've shown you the configuration where in the application.js file in the Express, I showed you, right? That there was a configuration by name views. So it'll look for this folder, and in this folder, if it finds a template by name home.pug, it'll use it. I'll save it. Okay, now that I have made some changes, I'll ask Express to relaunch. So I'll say nodemon, or maybe in this case, I'll say npm space run space start. That'll run the nodemon, you know that. So if I run this example in the browser, okay, you get to see hello from pug template. Now, what is the advantage? What is so great about this? I can now use an h2 tag. I'll say company. Okay, so how will we send this comp is the question. You go to this index file, and you can pass in a configuration object and say comp equals company name. So a variable by name comp will be passed from this configuration, which has the value of the company name. You can pass it here. The comp will now work. So if I go back, relaunch, see, company name is my company. Why my company? Because that's what I called it here. And now if you want to add Bootstrap, if you want to add some CSS library, we can add it like this. So you can actually copy this link to the CSS. I can go to the home pug. See, we don't need all of this configuration. We'll simply say link and this href and the relation are two things that I would need. I don't need this integrity and everything. So I'll remove this for now. So these are two attributes the link tag will have. Now Bootstrap gets added. So if you work with Bootstrap, you know that you need to create a div with an ID of container. You can say div and ID container, and inside this I would add these two tags. And now with this, see, I get to see Bootstrap is added here. Sorry, this should be a class, not an ID, class. Yeah, see, now it's working. Easy, guys. No, I know I've been a little quick on this. So what I'll do is how can I get pug template after home dot? No, it is pug. So in the index file, we have not done much of configuration changes. If you think about, I have two variables. Out of them, I'm sending one variable here. Can I send another one? You can. And in the pug file, we had the configuration to use it. Now, frankly, you can also wrap all of this in an external template file and then refer that template here. Okay, I'll show that in the next step. Okay, what I'll do is I will put all of them into a notepad file. A notepad file. Okay, so this is the command. This is the text for home.pug, and this is the code for index.js file. And what else do you need? In case if you happen to get this requirement where you don't want to call it views, let us say I want to call this template. You want to call this templates. And now this example is not going to work now because you called it templates. And what was the preferred name? Views, correct? So if I run this example, it'll throw an error. It says failed to look up view home.pug in the views directory because that's the default configuration. Now, if you want to change this, you can use, a code called a middleware. Or maybe you can also call this configuration. So how do we set this up? I've already copied it on my clipboard. So you can call the set views. Okay, so this set actually is now done on the app. Why? Because that's the name of the application, isn't it? So you'll say set. And now you don't use resolve because this is not the syntax that would work. You'll now use something called as templates. That's the name of the folder. So if I go back, your program should work. If I want to now change this to EJS, how will I do? Again, the same technique, EJS. Now in EJS, you would use angle bracket, percentage, equals to denote that you are referring to a variable. Okay, so I'll now write, there is no need for you to use indents here. You can treat as if this is plain HTML and then you can work. Welcome to, and I will sprinkle this placeholder here, and the name of the variable is, what are we trying to pass here? Comp. Now, if I run this example in the index file, instead of using pug, I will now use EJS. Go back, relaunch. Yeah, and maybe I'll also change this. Yeah, working. And we'll also make this change. Because this is a CDN link, I can use the link and this should work. Working. Now we'll wrap this into a div with a class. And that should take effect. So see, pug requires less number of text. Okay, so you less lines to create the same output. EJS would take more lines. So one reason why pug is a little popular, but EJS helps you get started really quick. You don't need, the learning curve with EJS is very less. Here in this file, instead of using pug, you'll now use Jade. You can't use two render methods because they override each other. So you can only use one. You can't render two templates. That's what I mean. Okay, so now we'll render EJS and that should work. This is the EJS file. So this is the configuration to start the EJS file. And this is the configuration to embed the variable. In the next example, I'll show you how you can, next example, I can show you some configurations, but I'll show the configurations later. I'll, probably rename this as routes. Okay, so step 3 is about routes. Now, why routes? What are routes? I'll go through them in detail. So we'll go create a new project. I'll close this. I'll cd to the day 6 folder. I'll cd to the step 3 routes.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is shell sort uses, and your options are insertion sort, merge sort, selection sort, or quick sort? Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
And I would install a couple of these modules. So I'll say npm init-y, and new project got initialized, and say npm install express pug and EJS. All three will be installed. Yeah, let's install all three in one. Installed. In the packet.json file, you see the dependencies have been added. And I don't think I would want to make any more changes. I need to create a file by name index.js file. So I'll go create a file by name index.js here. And inside this index.js file, the configurations are pretty normal. We have seen this before. Const express equals require express. Let app equals express. App.listen. Port 2020. Localhost. You'll set up a callback function. If error, console log, else. Okay, so now let us run this and see if this is working. Node space dot. Okay, I have nodemon, so I'll say nodemon. Nodemon is saying that the server is live on 2020. It says cannot get, but I'm ready. Okay, so you'll say npm init space -y. These are two commands that I gave. Npm install express, pug, and EJS. So now what I'll do is this. I will create a views folder. Inside this views folder, I'll create home.pug and home.ejs. Frankly, we need just one of them. So I'll create pug. And here I would want to use an h1 tag. And we will use a message. Or maybe I'll call this as title. Similar, here I will use a template, angle bracket, percentage equals percentage angle bracket close. Okay, so my template is ready. In the index file, when the user makes a request to the get on the /, this is nothing different from what we did in the previous step. So I would now want to handle a request that comes in, the response that goes out here. As a response, I would want to render this template, home.pug. I'll say heroes application. Now that I have made some changes, I relaunch, I get to see heroes application. I can change this to EJS and see if that is working as well. That's working as well, right? So in the pug, I'll create a space, an h1 tag, and say this is pug template. And here I will say this is EJS template. So this is EJS template. And if you change this to pug, we'll change to pug template. But this is working. Then what is different from what we did in the previous step is that you can also send a collection. Like for example, heroes. This is an array of values. I'll send a couple of them. Maybe I'll send about 3 heroes. And how do I deal with this in the pug folder, in the pug template? Let's go to the documentation. I mean, I know the syntax, but I want you to know where I get my resources. All right. You go to pug, pug.js.org, and you see that you have the ability to iterate through these values. you can use many of these. So you can use attributes, comments, conditionals, loops as well. All right. So if I want to see how to run a conditional statement, so you see there is a condition here. If user, show this tag. If not, show something else. Okay. If the user is registered, show something. If not, show something else. So you can also run some, not cases, but interpolation. Iterations is what we would do now. Look for iterations, this one. So you see there is an iteration. You'll use a UL and you can use a each method. So in the each, you go create a variable in an array, and then you get the value for which you are iterating. So you can, frankly, you can copy this code as it is. Yeah. So now I would want to iterate through this list. I'll call this as hero. I mean, if you want to create, like what we did earlier, you can also do something like this. Li, like so. In this array, we will replace this with heroes. What is heroes? I think I called this heroes, and that's what I'm passing here. Each hero in heroes. So basically, this is a short form, shortcut for running a for loop. So for each is a method. For each is a method. You know about that, correct? So you can use the each method and create a variable by name hero for every value in the heroes array. And then you take that value and iterate through this li tag. If I go back, I refresh, I get to see Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor. Now, this is how simple it is in Pug. But let us now see how you do that in EJS. EJS is not difficult to learn as well. So let us go to their homepage, EJS. And right here you can, okay. Yeah, so there is an example, there is a snippet. I will copy this, okay? And I'll paste it here. Of course, this is not meant for our example, but we'll customize this to match our requirement. So if you see this angle bracket percentage, there's no equals here. Equals is missing, which means that this is a place to run JavaScript. If you use the equals, that's the place where you run a variable. So this part is easy, correct? So I would now get this heroes, and for each one of them, I would call them as hero, and I would put that hero here. As simple as that. Now, if I go back to the index file and change this to EJS, I hope I've not made any mistakes here. Let's go give this a try. See, I got EJS, I got Iron Man. Okay. That is because I had to put this in a li tag. I'll save it, relaunch, and that should work. You'll see that the template that I get, no doubt, it seems to be working. If you right click and view source, see the HTML also is minified. You see that? So there are a couple of advantages. So you're basically rendering it on the server side and you send it to the client side. So you are generating HTML on the server side. That is all it is doing. Okay, so what I mean is that you have the ability to set some value on the server side. So you go to create the template, and the values for this template will be assigned by the server side. Correct? That's something that you can do. And on the other hand, you will also get these HTML files which are minified. See, on the client side, you get a minified HTML file. So you simply say view source. So you're basically rendering these templates on the server side and send them to the client to use it. See, you load this or you require this. It'll take that template, replace these contents with these values. If it doesn't find this, Let us say, for example, titles. I'm making a mistake here. Okay. If I run this example, you'll now get an error. You did not get an error. See, but that tag itself went missing, isn't it? This title tag missing. So let us say I put title is missing. You can actually create a condition here and say, okay, this or do something. Now the application, recognizes that variable and then it'll render. So what we'll now do is this. We will create another route here that will be capable of handling a post request as well. So yesterday we have seen a couple of routes, correct? The index route, the about route, remember? Similarly, now I'm using a post route. Post route happens to, get some data from the client side. Now the client, if the client is sending a post request, how do I send a post response? So we'll probably now go create a form. So in the pug file, maybe, above the UL, I'll create a form tag. All right, so form tag will take an action. The default action is to submit onto the same page. So whether you add it or you don't add it really doesn't matter. But you need something called as a method, because the default method is get. So we need to change that to post. Now inside this form, we'll have a label. The label will have a for, and beside this label will also have an input of type text. Text is the default. All right, so we'll also assign an ID. This ID should map to the for. So the for and ID will match. In this case, I'll say n hero. And then we'll also go give a name attribute here. Why a name is required? Without the name, when you send some data to the server, you will have no way to capture it. Okay, so I'll call this as new hero, same name. Okay, so this for, ID and name all means the same. If you don't want to do any accessibility, you can even remove this. That would work as well. That way your application has some accessibility issues. So I'll say new hero like so, and then they should work. But I'll just make this accessible friendly. So I'll say this is new hero. And that way, if I go, my application should look like this, because I've made changes in the pug place, right? Where am I? Here. So I'll add some. Okay, so there is a space. And now I would want to add one button here. The button will take a type of submit. And we'll have a label called add hero. So now we are all geared up to send a post request from the client side. So we are making a form, submit some data. Now that data will trigger a post request. So if I add some content, if I click on it, notice now the server is waiting for a response. See, we have the configurations ready, but we did not do anything. We'll do a console.log to address express got a post request, and we'll say the response dot end. So we'll end the response immediately. We're not sending anything. That is what we'll do. So I'll control C, up arrow key, relaunch. NodeMon was actually running. So if I now refresh, I'll make a get request now. So I'll now click on this, click on add hero. See, I got a post request. I have nothing to render. So one thing that I can do is, I can again render this back, or I can redirect this to an existing route. So there is a route that is already existing. So I'm basically redirecting it to it. So when I get a response, I log and then I redirect. That is what I'm doing. So let us go back, relaunch, and that should give us this template. And see in the terminal, you get to see, whenever I send something, some new hero, say we have so far Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor. Let us say I'll send Spider-Man. So I add. So you get to see I got a post request from the template in this case. Express got a post request from template. Now the question is, what do I do with it? So we got a, we've got a log here, which tells you that no, you have received some data. But what do you do with that data is the question. Okay, so there is a form. This form has a label input and a button. So user clicks on this button. The button will submit this form using the post method. What will it submit? It will submit the input from this, from this text input, and it will submit. Clear? Basically, we are sending some data to the server now. So far, the get would be usually used to make a request from the client. So here, the browser is the client. So if I go to this page, I'm making a get request, correct? And now if I'm sending some details, that would be a post request. So you are receiving using get, you are sending with post. So here I will go, instead of me logging this, you saw this was working. Now what we'll do is, we'll make some basic configurations. Okay. So we'll ask, like the way we had in the previous example, if you remember, we created a configuration to change the view folder. Similarly, I'll say app.use. The use is a configuration that we'll now make, and we'll say express to use URL encoded data with this configuration true. Now, why you should use true is because earlier, this is a short gap arrangement as of now. Express may remove this in the next version, because there is a module which is built into Express called body parser, and they have an external module which they have installed for us, which is also referred as body parser, this one. So you are now asking Express to use a extended body parser, which is external one. So that's where the configuration is. But I think, when Express matures to the next level, they will remove this. As of now, you need to make this configuration for URL encoded information. Now, what is URL encoded information? This form is using the post method, correct? The post method will hide or URL encode the data. So maybe you want to watch. So I'll make this get as of now, okay? And keep your eyes on the screen. Here, okay, so I will send some details, okay. I'll call this a secret. And if I click on this add hero, you see this information secret was actually sent, and anyone can read this. What am I sending from my form? Isn't it? But you'd be sending usernames, you'd be sending passwords, and that is not a good idea to display the password like this on the server side. So maybe I want to show you this. So I'm using password here, okay? And now I will change this to secret, and it still says this. I will say this is top secret. Okay, I made a mistake. Instead of top, I made tep, so it actually took. So I'll say top secret. See, it is not URL encoded. The user's password is easily visible. So if someone is sitting right beside you and you logged into a web page, they will know your password, isn't it? And not only that, it's quite a security threat. So you don't want the information that is sent from your application to the server should be displayed. So what we'll do is we go make this as text, and I will make this as post request. Now, when I make a post request, again, I will make this as password. Now this time, let us see. I'm sending the secret. See, the message was actually sent, but you don't get to see any data in the URL because the data then gets URL encoded. And now Express is configured to receive the URL encoded data. A route is receiving some data. At least now we are getting the log, correct? Now we want to receive the data. How will we receive the data? So now that we have said express.url encoded would be assigned. The requests that we are getting will now have a property called body, which will actually include the post that we are getting. So we have so far completed get, then post, then create, and then delete. Okay, then that concludes all the 4 parts of CRUD application. So here I would want to log the request that is coming from the client side. So I'll say request.body. So the request.body will have the information that we are sending. In fact, what are we trying to send here? In this case, because we are using the form has this hero name. That is what we are sending. And if I now say request.body.hero name, why did I call this hero name? Because that happens to be the name of the object that we will be sending here. All right, so watch. So now that I've just used request.body, it'll have a lot of information that you may not use or you may not need. Let us now send some detail to the server side. See, I got this object. This object has nhero. What is nhero? Happens to be the name that we provided here. If you call this potato, you will receive it as potato here. Easy. And now instead of sending this, if I want to do something out of that, I mean, if I would want to send vision, I've made it as password. Let me change this to text. So you'll actually be able to see what I'm typing. I'm sending vision. So I see nhero, the new hero vision, is being sent on the server. Now the server can take this value and then assign it to something that you may want to use. Now what I'll do here is this. I'll go create a variable. Heroes list equals this Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor. Or maybe I'll remove all of them. I'll take this hero list and then I send it here. And now when I get this request.body, instead of logging it in the console, I will push it. Hero list.push. You know what is push, right? Push is an array method that will take this value and push it into the array. So from this request.body, I'm now interested in getting the nhero property. And that nhero value will be pushed. And that nhero value, the whatever the user enters, will then be pushed into this new heroes list. This will be assigned to these heroes. These heroes will now be rendered here using the loop. Easy? So you understand the flow, right? Now if I go back, the application has no data here. I can send Iron Man. See, Iron Man now got into the list. I can send Hulk. I can add Hulk here. The next example, I'll show you in HTML. Plain HTML will work. So here I will use a form tag, form that uses post. The action by default, if you say hash, it'll post it onto the same page. Even if you don't do it, it'll post onto the same page. And here I will use a label. The label will have this for is actually not needed. It's only meant for accessibility purposes, but it's always a good thing to have. So I'll use an input of type text and the ID equals name equals. So we'll just make all of them the same. Hero name. All right. And then I'll use a button. Add new hero. And this time the form will be making a post request. On the click of this button, which will have a type as submit. And now in the index file, I'll change this to EJS. And let's see if this is working as well. So EJS template. Okay. So now this tells me that I'm not sending, okay, nhero is what I should have sent it as. Yeah, N hero. There was a name mistake. The name should match N hero. So if I refresh, and that's working. Moving forward, we'll just use one of them. We'll not use both Jade and Pug. Now that you know how to use Jade and Pug, you can use either of them if the user did not send anything. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go create a variable error, which is an empty string. And if we send this error to the Pug, okay, so if you have an error, we'll be able to log the error. If not, okay, so if this error is not sent, let us now run this example. I'll change this to Pug because I've made the change in the Pug. You can also do the same in EJS. Pug. So this is working, but if the user sends nothing, okay, then what? Then I will use a condition. If the request that comes in has a body part and the body has N hero, if it is equal to an empty string, then we'll say response dot render home dot pug with error hero name is blank. And we will not redirect anything. Okay, so we'll simply end that here. Render is there, so you don't have to call the end method. Else we do this. All right. Okay, I think here. Okay, maybe what we'll do is we will check this. I'll first comment this out. NodeMon is running. Is it N hero in the first place? Yes, N hero. Sorry, this is request.body. That was a mistake. A request that comes in, correct? I was using response. That was a mistake. Let's go check. So I'm sending hello. I'm now sending nothing. So I send nothing. So this is actually going as a white space. You see that? So I can actually now look for this white space. And this is a request.body. Hello came. I will now click on this. Now there is an error. Cannot read property of undefined reading length. Okay, if request.body is undefined, is what we'll say. So that's working. It is actually adding why. It should actually run this code. It is running this piece of code, which means to say this is not undefined. I'll leave this without any space. Cannot read proper reading length. So it says that it is actually sending line number 18. Got it. Because this heroes was not being sent and we were actually iterating through it, isn't it? So that was the problem. Let's now check. It says hero name is blank. See, you got this. I think the problem was not with the double equals, triple equals. It was because we were using this iterate to iterate here and we did not send anything, correct? I think one of these can be used, but I think I will solve this on the server side rather than this template. by default, there is no error. So if I send some information, that'll accept it. But if I don't send anything, it says hero's name is blank. Okay, and here I'm sending an empty hero. Optionally, we can take this hero list and send it. Spider-Man got added, and if I click on it, you get to see the error. So we have an example where we can read and we can update, maybe read and create, sorry. Now we can actually complete this example by doing a create, read, update, and delete, all of them. Okay, which one? Not much changes here, but I will send, I'll send this code. Ideally, you all should be doing this. I did not make the change in the home.ejs file. You can do that on your own. Okay. The next example, guys, will actually, we can dwell on this, frankly. What we'll now do is we'll create a application that can actually communicate to a database. Step one is that you need to create an account on MongoDB.com. So this creating a setup of creating a username is pretty easy. All you need to do is click on the try free, and then you can register yourself with the email ID, with the Google email ID. So I'll do the same. Already have the account, frankly. I can click on the sign in. So if you click on sign in, it asks you to provide a Gmail ID if you have. So I will log in with my account. All right. So just a minute. I'm logging in with my Gmail credential. So I've logged in, and notice, you get to see that there are some databases that are already existing. So it will probably take some time. I've not been using it for quite some time. So it should take me about 3 to 5 minutes, it says. I'll actually explain how to use this, how to connect to this database. We have seen how to receive the data from the web page, right? But how do you connect that to a database is what we will be covering next. So I'll show you what kind of infrastructure you would need on the server side, on the database side, and on the client side, you can choose your flavor. So once the connection is established, you'll have to, so we'll be using a library called Mongoose to connect. So this Mongoose is nothing but an ORM, that is Object Relational Mapping module that can connect to MongoDB. Now, inside, the Express uses HTTP behind the scene, right? It's a wrapper around HTTP module. Express is a wrapper around HTTP module. Similarly, Mongoose is implicitly using a MongoDB module. So there is a module by name MongoDB as well that you can use. You can use this. So this is the official MongoDB driver for Node.js. But we are not using MongoDB. You may ask, Vijay, why are you not using? Because see, with MongoDB, you will have to do a lot of things from scratch. You don't have to do it with Mongoose. Mongoose gives you a wrapper around MongoDB and has a lot of default configurations that will help you make a connection really quick. Now, you also have a few more other flavors. Say, for example, you go to, you can also use mean.js. All right, so you can use this if you're creating a mean application, that is MongoDB Express Angular, MongoDB Express Angular and Node.js. You can use mean.js. You can also use, I think there are a few more. Mongoose is one, mQuery, Empath. No, I have used another one, which MongoJS, this one. You can use this one as well. Okay. So there are many modules that will help you connect to MongoDB. So you can use MongoJS, you can use MongoDB itself, you can use mean.js. I would be using Mongoose. Why? I told you, Mongoose is a wrapper around MongoDB. It will help make your life a lot easier when you start working, and it's quite an industry standard. Just to show you, the comparison between, all three. So logically, you need to get an answer as to, Vijay, why should I use one over the other? So if you go to MongoDB, See, MongoDB is downloaded these many times. Let me put that into a notepad so that we get a perspective of that. MongoJS is another module. Mongoose is another module. I'm just using 3 of them to compare. See, out of these 3, if you see, MongoDB is used extensively. Mongoose is the next contender. But instead of using MongoDB, I'm using Mongoose. We can use MongoDB as well. Just that, Mongoose will give you some security for your data. So I'll be using Mongoose. Mean.js, I don't think, many people use Mean.js. There's not many of them. Weekly downloads is just 1. It's pretty bad, isn't it? I think, our modules have been more popular. I will be using Mongoose because it makes your life a lot easier. Okay, so let me delete everything. Okay, I'll choose browse collection. I think, I have some collections here. I will delete. I had an IBM DB here. I delete it. And done. I think, yeah. I will delete everything so that, I am on the square one as you guys are. So this is what you get to see when you log for the very first time. Let me delete this as well. So I will now be on square one, like all of you have. Perfect. So it should actually show you this message when you click on build a database. And it asks you, what do you really want? I want to select the free resource. And from this choice, I'm using AWS, and closer to the proximity where I live is Mumbai. So I select it. And by default, the cluster name is cluster 0. If you don't change it, it will remain as cluster 0. I will change it to VijayDB or maybe Vijay cluster or cluster Vijay, whatever. Okay, so I create a cluster. So let's go ahead and create a new project inside this. So we'll go create a project by name what? Okay, so we had step 1 here and step 2 and step 3 here. So this will be step 4 inside this folder. Step 4, RESTful API. That's the name of the folder. All right. So let's navigate into this folder now. So CD into day 7 and CD into step 4 express REST. Step 1, we need to create a new node project. So npm space init space -y. With this command, npm space init space -y, we will be creating a new node project. We're initializing a new node project with default configurations. I press enter. We got the package.json file. So basically the package.json file is a configuration file for your node project. It has all the meta information here. Basically the version, the name, description, how people should find your module, all that is available. I'll put my name and I need to now create this index.js file. Apart from this, in this project, I'm also planning to use certain modules, right? So I would be creating them. So let me go create a file called index.js. This will act as my main application. You see, it is blank. There's nothing much in it. So far, I've just executed one command, npm space init space y. And now here, I would like to install certain modules. npm space install. I is a short form for install. Express, course. I think I would just be using express and course just to keep this example minimal so that you just focus on what is required. Maybe I will not even use course. I know that I would be requiring course at a later point in time, but you need to know what is the role of course in this project. When will you use it? When you don't have to use it. Okay. And the last project, we never used anything, isn't it? So in this project, we will be using course. So let's press enter. npm is now installing Express. You see Express is now installed. I can now go use it. So I'll say const express equals require express. So you very well know that express, when you call, will basically give you a function back, and this function will give you an application back. So we'll go create a variable. You can make it const app equals express. So if you call this express function, you get a object. That object can be configured. Basically, it's a application object. And now I can use app, and I can configure this using listen. We'll designate a port. So for now, I'll say 5050 and localhost. And we'll set up a callback function that will handle the error. And if there is an error, I would like to log so that I know what happened, right? So I'll say console log error, the error that was created. Else, I know things went fine. I will do a console.log and put up a bold message saying that the server is now running. Okay. Localhost port 5050. That's the port that I selected here, isn't it? So let's now run this file. So this command, I'm sure is familiar to you because we have done this a couple of times. Now let's ask Node to run this file. So it now confirms that the server is now running on localhost port 5050. And go to localhost port 5050. And you should get this message, cannot get /. You know this as well because we've dealt with this. It simply means that Express cannot respond to a GET request that is coming on the default route, that is /. So we'll go configure a default route now. So I'll say app.get. Why get? Because GET protocol is what will receive the request from the browser. If the browser is sending something, then we will receive it as a post. You've seen that. So I'll say /. If there is a GET request, I would want that to be addressed by this function. So these are called routes, basically. You can either choose to create it in the same file. Ideally, you would be creating a separate file called routes, okay, where you keep it. First, let me get my board sail, and then I'll show you how you can organize this file. This callback function is capable of accessing the request that comes in and the response that goes out. The first parameter is the request that comes in. The next parameter is the response that goes out, okay, out of the Node server. Now, as a response, I may want to send something. So I'll say response, send hello from Express. So this message is something that you've seen before. So I'll have to now restart the Node server because I've made some changes. Press Ctrl+C, up arrow key, and server is now restarted. You now get a message that we sent from the server. So your application is working. All right, so you've seen this before, so there's nothing new here. And there are a few things that I would like to address address you guys here. There's something called as middlewares. Now, these middlewares is something that we have used in the past. Let me just open the previous example and show you if there was something that we used. If not, yep. So there is nothing that we have used. All right, so this was not configured. Let me see if I had used another example to illustrate it. If not, I'll explain it to you today. All right, yep. There is one middleware. You see, we have used app.use express.url encoded. We use this middleware, basically a middleware. The idea here is this will get sandwiched between the request that comes in and the response that goes out. All right, so the way you configure it is using this app.use. There are lots of middlewares. You can search on the Express's website, but the job of this middleware is to understand what is the request that is coming in from the server and what is the response that the server is sending to the client side. So basically, these middlewares get sandwiched between the request that comes in and the response that goes out. You can use built-in middlewares. There are middlewares that can send JSON data from the server. There are middlewares that can receive a form data from the server, from the client as well. So basically, you have these middlewares. You can also log, use loggers to log. I just lost the name of the middleware that I used to use. When it comes, I'll tell you. Morgan. Morgan is the name. So you can look for Morgan middleware, and that basically helps you do all the logging. I'll show you how you can use it though. npmjs.com. Look for Morgan. This one. So this is a logger middleware for Node.js. So you see, once you have Morgan installed in your application, you will be able to log all the transactions that is happening between the client and the server. For application development, this becomes quite a utility that you would want to know what happened. What is the transaction that is happening between the client and the server. So I'll show you how you can use that later. For now, I just wanted you to be aware that there is something called as middleware. So we can use middlewares to handle the request that is coming inside the Node server and the response that is going out from the Node server to the client side. The way you create a middleware is like this. You can say app.use. And basically, these middlewares are nothing but a function. Basically, it's a callback function. And this function will take 3 arguments, exactly like the way these routes took. So it takes the request that comes in, the response that goes out, and it'll also call a next function. So after this middleware is executed, what should be done? It should call the next method. Which one? This one. All right. So in this example, just to show or illustrate the purpose of this, I would like to pause this request right here until maybe about few seconds. And then, I would want to go to the next page. I don't want to go immediately. All right. So watch. So what I can do is, I can simply console log. The request that comes in has the URL parameter. I would want to just log that. So, and then I would have to call the next method so that the next route can take over. So as of now, if I don't use the next method, the request that comes in, the response that goes out. We have dealt with this before. The next probably is new to you. Okay. So this next will basically allow you to go to the next method. So if I block this, if I don't call this next, your server has nothing to respond. It'll just wait here. Okay. And maybe we can cause a delay to send or call the next method after some time. So I'll just keep this server running. The server is running now. And now let's open the browser. Maybe I'll close this. I will say with J is the parameter. So if I send it, you notice, this is the route that I've got, and I'm still getting a response. So I will now remove this comment, and I will now restart the server. Of course, I get this Intellipaat, but I don't have any valid response. See that? But if I don't send anything, I get this hello from Express, which is quite evident. It tells you that, this middleware, the custom middleware that we created, is working. It's handling the request that is coming in. And as a response, you can manipulate things here and then send it if there is a need. All right. So just keep in mind that there is a possibility that you can use custom middlewares. Usually a rare scenario. It's not very rare though. But, if you start working with Express often, you'll definitely get to use these middlewares. But with default configuration, the one that we are working in this workshop, you may not need it. I just thought I'll bring it to your attention so that what to do, how to configure if there is a need. All right, so now we have got this. Now what I'll do is I would actually want to make a request to MongoDB, load the data from the MongoDB here when someone makes a request. So you will have other middlewares as well that we'll be using in this workshop. So you'll probably get acquainted with that. Now what I want to do is I want to connect to a database and get some response from that. Usually you would want to keep all your client-side resources. Like the way in the last workshop, we created this views folder, which is server-side rendering templates. You can use this, no doubts, but you can also be creating a folder called public and keep your client-side resources here in the public. In the public folder, I'll go create a new file called index.html. And the purpose of this is instead of me sending this message, I would now go configure a middleware that will serve this index.html file when someone asks for it. So this index.html file is blank as of now. I'll put some content here. I'll say, welcome to my application. See, this file can now be executed. I mean, it can be displayed in the browser like so. But I would want this, notice, this is running on the file protocol now, but I would want this file to be served from here. The one way that you already are aware of is this. You can say response.send file. So you can send this current folder like so, right? The current working directory has a public folder, index.html is what I want to serve. So let me refresh this. Localhost is now running. If I refresh this URL, I get this page, welcome to my application. This was the HTML page that we attached, isn't it? Now what I'll do is let me apply some bootstrap to this. So I would want to apply some external CSS file. Or maybe to keep this example really simple, I will use an image. Okay, so just let me open my C drive, and this is online node. I think I used some image. No, if not, I'll use some other training. I recently did some images. Yeah, I'll just download some image. This one. Here in the public folder, I will add an image. So I will paste this image in the images directory. Dr. Strange is now added in our project. Now I want this Dr. Strange to be displayed here. I'll use an image tag with the source, images, Dr. Strange. Okay, doesn't really matter, okay? You don't have to use, you can use Compass on your own, but just to save time, I would not be using Compass. Compass is just the GUI, the graphic user's interface to connect to MongoDB, okay? So I would be using Express to interface to it. And we already have a GUI, right? MongoDB's Atlas website already has it. So I would be using it. So MongoDB's Compass is natively installed on your computer. Guys, you see, if I run this file using the file protocol, using Chrome, sorry, you get to see this. Dr. Strange is now being displayed. It is in the file protocol. But now the same application, if I'm serving through a server, I won't be able to get it. See, you get this Dr. Strange. Why is this text coming? Because the alternate text is being displayed. So I'll simply say this as alternate name. So you see alternate name. So which tells you that the image is not being loaded. Why is the image not loaded? It's very much available right here, isn't it? When you are able to access it via the file protocol, you should be able to access it via the server as well. But that theory is not right. Why? Because Express is now in command. He will not allow you to access any files that are not listed. So basically you will have to enable those files to be accessed. So that's one of the middlewares that we'll have to configure. How will I do that? I'll come here. I'll now say app.use express.static. So this express.static will take a URL which will be serving as a static URL for your project. Now, what does that mean? See, a HTML page is accessing images. It may also access CSS files. It may access some audio files, video files, anything that the HTML file needs. It can even be some JavaScript files. Whatever that needs, whatever the HTML file needs is referred as a static file, right? These are not dynamic files because it's static file, which will affect the way the application looks. Now, for this express.static, you'll have to point which directory will be used as a static resource for this project. In other words, which directory has all the static assets like images, CSS files, JavaScript files, audio video files that can be allowed by this index.html file to be used. So I come here and say the same thing. All right, so I can copy this as is and paste it here. So with this, what I'm trying to tell, any file in this directory is allowed to be used as a static resource. See, although even if you don't have this configuration, the static folder will by default look for the public directory, and the index.html in the public directory will be served. Okay, so I'm just showing you an explicit configuration. If you don't have an implicit, if you want to override the implicit one, you'll create an explicit one. In this case, I'm creating an explicit one. So I'll copy this, relaunch this. And now if I go back to my application, relaunch, this allows, this configuration is allowing any static resources in the public folder to be accessed. In this example, an image is what I'm trying to make available for the HTML page. Now what I'll do is watch. I'll remove all the configuration here. What that tells you, there is no HTML file being served by Express. So that is so wrong because Express has an implicit configuration. I told you about that just now. Express is an implicit configuration to serve this static configuration as a default folder, and it will serve index.html by default. So let me relaunch this. If I refresh, I still get this to work. So which tells you that Express has some built-in configuration. It works even if you don't make some certain configurations. Let me comment this out. Now, if I run this example, I don't get to see anything. So because of this middleware, the static resources from the public folder is now made available for us. So I'll refresh just to prove you that this configuration is working. Okay. So you see any folder inside this public folder can now be served as a static resource. So I can go to this public folder. I can add some more images, some CSS files and some JavaScript files, and they all will work. All right, so I'll put this on paste bin as of now. I allow you to create this. I go create a new file called index.js. So basically, JavaScript files are consumed by the HTML file, isn't it? So maybe here we'll have an alert. Hello from external JS file. In the index file, we can add it. Now, if I run this example, you get to see hello from external JS file. See, this is a point. This is something that you can use. If frankly, all these files, JavaScript files will be in another folder called, and CSS files will be inside a folder called styles. And just to keep your files organized, okay? And this index.js file will be in the script directory. And that way we can use that file in the script directory here. I will rename this from index.js file to main.js file. Your main JavaScript file is referred as main.js file. Okay, and then all the images can come from the images directory. And the style files can come from the styles directory. So what I'll do is I'll go to getbootstrap.com while you guys are busy. I'll copy this link. I mean, I can use this as it is, but what I'll do is I will copy the location here, bootstrap min.css file. I paste it here. You see, you got the bootstrap file. This is a pre-built CSS file, which can be applied to your application without you having to write for them. Okay, so let me copy this.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, method overloading is, and your options are runtime polymorphism, compile time polymorphism, loading data, or none of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with NICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
And I would create a file in the styles directory as bootstrap.css. Notice it's empty. I'll copy the styles that are written by the Twitter team, the bootstrap team here. They have written about 10,000 lines, right? So it would take us days to write all of them. I mean, if you sit on it completely, right? So it'll take you days. At least, as a big team, they would have taken weeks, days to complete all of that. So we will get the advantage of it. Now, Bootstrap is available. You can use the CDN as is. Okay, you can copy this CDN link and then, okay, you can use the CDN link as it is here, and that would work for you. Okay, so let me run this example now in the browser, in the local host, port 5050. You get this JavaScript file and you see the fonts have changed. Indicates that the Bootstrap is attached. Instead of using the CSS, is this CDN file, I would write it from my application. I would load it from my server right here. I'll use link, CSS, style, bootstrap.css file. So any file under this public folder can be accessed now by Express. I will wrap this into a container. I don't need this image. It was just to show you. I don't need this image, Doctor Strange. I can delete it, but let it be there. All right. So you see the external JavaScript file is loaded. I would not need that. So I'll remove this as well. I would, of course, put some changes here. I don't need to put an alert here. So my application is working. So there are two ways to approach this project that we are trying to do today. Either we can make the client side ready and then consume the server side, or we can complete the server side and then configure our client side to receive it. I mean, see, when you're preparing something, it really doesn't matter which one you want to prepare. At least, in this example, you don't. In some examples, it may be relevant that, we'll have to prepare this so that you can use. In this case, what we'll do is, we'll go create a database first. That is step number 1. Then we will configure our server-side resource, that is Express resource, to consume the database, to connect to the database. Then we'll create the client-side resource to access the server-side Express server to utilize it. Okay. So let's open MongoDB. Go to mongodb.com. This is something that we did the last time, right? So you click on the sign in. So I've clicked on the sign in. So it is basically now asking me to sign in from my Google account. Okay, I think there is a database already created. It is paused. Let me delete it. I need to connect. All right, I think there is a database already existing. I will delete it and I will create everything from scratch with you. So this is the configuration that you should be seeing. I'll just make some space. I'll delete all the configurations so that I can walk you through. I think last time we created a database, but we did not proceed further. So click on build a database. You'll be prompted with these 3 options. You can go serverless, You can choose a dedicated server, or you can use the shared host, shared resource. If you notice, this is paid. Both of them are paid, frankly. So we'll use the shared, which is free. For the training purpose, this is okay. When you start working on a project, you may probably find one of the services as per your need and budget. You can pick one. I'll select the free, create it, and then you'll have to select from between these options. So notice, from this between the serverless, dedicated, and shared, I've selected the shared, which is free. And you have a choice to use AWS or Google Cloud or Azure. So you can use one of them. It really doesn't matter which one you use, because the code that you write from Express will still be the same. It's just that internally MongoDB will make a choice to use one of those servers. Most of them provide a trial for you to access or connect. I'm using AWS, so I'll select AWS, and from the region, select something which is closer to your proximity. I'm based out of Bangalore, India, so Mumbai is closer to me. But if you are from, let's say, Central Europe, you may want to select Frankfurt. If you are on the west part of the Europe, you may select Paris. If you are north part of America, you can say Virginia, the North Virginia or Oregon. So whichever is closer to you by proximity, select one of them. So select Mumbai. I mean, in this case, I have selected that. And by default, it goes ahead with some storage memory for us. You cannot fiddle around with this because this comes to you free. If you choose anything other than this, you are then allowed, you're asked to make some payment. Okay, so this will cost you $9. This will cost you about $25 a month. Okay, the one that we have selected is free, which means it will give you about 512 megabytes of data that you can use for free. I think this is fair for a person who's starting to understand this this platform. Will definitely have enough and more space. Actually, you don't need any other additional settings. All right, so we can go change a cluster name if you want to. I'll be okay with cluster 0. That's the default name. If you want to change, you can. This name only accepts letters, numbers, and hyphens. With this basic configuration, guys, okay, I've selected free, I've selected AWS, and I've selected Mumbai. You can choose one of them. Make sure you select the one that is not disabled. Let's say I select London, then this is a paid service. Okay, I suggest select something which is closer to you in proximity. That should see London was $0.08 an hour. Okay, so I have now selected Mumbai. Yeah, sorry, free. So when you select free, the ones that is highlighted is what you should select. And I click on create cluster. This will take about 1 to 3 minutes, depending on the internet speed and their server speed. Now you have to create a username and password configuration. I will go with the username by name admin. You can use any name you want. Admin. Admin is the username. Don't use any email like the way it was prompting, because the @ in the email address will be used as a delimiter. Even in the password, I suggest don't use any @ symbols. I would usually prefer to auto-generate a secure password because this gives you a secure password. Yeah, I'm even sharing this password because this will be deleted after this training any which ways. So my username is admin. This is my password. I will, I'll write this down here. It is not quite easy to memorize this entire big password, right? So the username is here. This is the password. And it's extremely important that, after you have done all this configuration, you save this configuration. Okay, and then you can add an IP address, for to access this. I will click on create user so that this user is created. So the username is admin. The password was generated using this auto-generated secure password button. And now I would want to add an IP address. So you can either do this here, or all of these configurations can be created on the left side menu here. So the database access is already created. Oh, I've not created. I think I had. Okay, nevertheless, let me check. No, I think I have not yet created. I will use the same username. In fact, this is the username. They should have created it, but nevertheless, I'll say add a database user. I'll select the password user. The user would be admin, and the password is this, exactly the one that I copied. And I click on add user. This user was already created. I don't know why it did not pick it up. Admin already exists. I think it is already existing right there. It is right here now. I don't know how it came back. So maybe it was taking some time, but by default, it creates a cluster by name cluster 0. Where can you find it? Click on database and click on maybe connect. See, you see cluster 0 already there, correct? Do you find this? Okay, so what you need to do is this. Create a database access. Where is the password and admin related? I have to connect. Yeah, click on add user. So click on database access and click on add database user. So this is the wizard. Okay, so I'll just cancel because I've already created this admin. I've shown you how you do that. Then we need to create a network access. I mean, I'm just showing you different flavors, so I'm a little slow with this. Click on network access, choose add IP address. And from this wizard, you select the allow access from anywhere option, which creates a IP address, which reads like this 0.0.0.0/0, which is a wildcard entry. I don't recommend you do this. Usually I suggest, use your current IP address or the name of the domain that you would want to use MongoDB. For learning purposes, I'll be using localhost port 3000, 5050, sorry. So one reason why I came up with this. See, optionally, you can put some comments. You can click on confirm. You can also make this temporary and it will be deleted in 6 hours. I think this is a good option for us. I'll choose to confirm. All right, so this IP address is also configured. There's last configuration that we would need. Okay, so just to recap, I created a new cluster. I created a new database access. I created a network access. Now I need a connection string to connect to this database. So click on database. You can now click on connect. And now it asks you, how would you like to connect? You can connect with MongoDB shell, which we are not doing. Connect your application. This is what we are doing. You can connect using MongoDB's Compass. Now I'm not using any GUI to connect. You can also connect using VS Code. This is not something that I'm doing because I'm pretty sure that I would be using a Node.js application to connect to this. Okay, so I click on this. Don't fiddle around with the drivers or these details here because it provides you, various other configurations. MongoDB can be connected with Node.js, Perl, Python, .NET, Java, and several other programming languages. So the driver that we would be using is Node.js. And notice, the appropriate version of Node is already selected. The last version that they stopped the support is for 4.1, which means to say anything above will still work. It says 4.1 or later. Don't select or don't fiddle around with this. Don't say 4.0. Let's see what will happen. Because we are working on Node.js version 16.17.1, I guess. Okay, and you may have a conflict. So select the last one that you have here. And you can copy this connection string. I'll show you how you can use it. I'll copy this. I can close it because I've already copied on my clipboard. So the connection string is here, guys. So let me help you understand how to read this. Okay, although not all of them is relevant for us to understand, what is relevant for us now is that you are connecting as an administrator. The password, you replace this brackets with this text password and paste your code there, password. Okay, so you got this part. The admin is the username. This is my password. So earlier it would look like this, angle bracket password, angle bracket. Don't delete this colon. Okay, this is what separates username and password. You replace this password, that is angle bracket password, closing angle bracket. Replace it. Now that you are done with this, you will now have to create a database name, which we have not done. Okay, frankly, you don't even need your MongoDB is smart enough. It'll actually create a database. So I click on create. Not a new cluster. No, let's go back. So I can go create a new database. I think here I can click on browse collection and create a new my own data. The database name is OnlineDB. Collection name is optional, but I will create one called users. And notice the word users here. Collections name should end with, okay, so this collection name is users. Database name is OnlineDB. I'll click on create. The configuration is ready. OnlineDB users collection is created. So now that you have the connection string, and now we have got the database name as OnlineDB, I will use that database name here, OnlineDB. What would happen if you don't provide this? It'll create a database by name test and create it and create all your records there. Okay, so this is the configuration. It should look like this. Okay, and after this /, you put your name of the database. In my case, you saw I created a database by name OnlineDB. That's the database name. Users are not required. Okay, so the collection name is not needed. Some of these ORMs require the collection name. Some of them don't. So with this connection, you will be able to connect to every collection that is out there. So there is no specific credential to access a specific table. In other databases also you don't, isn't it? So you basically give access to a database name. That's what you can do. The database name here is OnlineDB. Now this configuration is what I will be using from Node. So let's open Node. I'll just keep it here to, maybe to refer at a later point in time. The call is a DB URL. I've pasted this entire link so that I can use it at a later point in time. Maybe I can also uncomment it, but I'm not using it. Okay, so this entire thing is going to be a string. So in this string, this is the username. This is the password. This cluster 0 happens to be your cluster's name. And this is user ID, not user ID. It is called user. Basically, it's a user string. It is different for each one of us here. Okay. Then we have this configuration and then the name of the database. So what I can do here is this. I can go create a let config equals an object. Call this as DB user is something. DB pass is something. DB path is something, or a DB string. We call this a string. And a DB name is something. Okay, so this DB user is this one. This is DB password. This is the DB string. This is the DB name. Now, why would I want to keep a config file? See, because when I send this file to you, if you change this configuration to match your configuration, it should still work. So what I'll do is I will use ECMAScript 6 backticks here. That way I can now replace this $bind config.db user name. This one will be replaced with $curly brace config.db pass. This one will be $config.db string. This can also change. Okay, you can say cluster name. This cluster 0 can also be accessed from here. I think that is, oh yeah, that's the DB name finally. Database name. Okay, so you see the string that I copied has a lot of information, sensitive information. I don't want it to be here. Usually what you do is, you create an environment file and you put these details there, and this environment file can be separate for development and separate for production. So I can now, created this entire string, and then I bifurcated these values. So this is a cluster name. So tomorrow, if you change a cluster name there and you change a cluster name here, this would still work. And then we have a different database name here. So I've put all of them in this configuration file. That is all, guys. So I can add few more parameters to this. Port, maybe, okay, 5050. Host, maybe localhost. So this port will be now used from this config file here. This will be config.host. That way here, I can convert this also to backtick. So I will now, so I've got this configuration file. I will now cut this. This is on the server side. All right, so I'll on the server side, I'll create a folder called config. And inside this config, I will create a config.json. I want to now convert this to a JSON. So in JSON, all the names will be a string, and the values can be a string and a number or an array or an object. So this config is this guy now. The config.json is nothing but a JSON file which has all the configuration. Now in the index.js, I would want to import that file. So I'll say const config equals require from the current working directory, you have a folder called config, and that has a config.json file. So what will this file give you? Nothing as of now. So you basically load this JSON file and call it as config, and this config will work. This DB URL is actually used nowhere yet. We'll be using it in a minute. But you saw how I could break it to smaller chunks, isn't it? There is your configuration file. Let us now see if this is working fine for us. Error server instance. Okay, local. Okay, there's a typo in the configuration. Local host. It should be local host, isn't it? So if you make mistakes, you'll have to be responsible. All right, so now see, it's working on localhost port 5050. Let us go check if this is working. Seems to be working. In the config file, you can also say, okay, what is the main file? And that config file can be set here. The folder can be inside a config file. Anything can be in the config.json file. Okay, so now what I'll do is I will build on what we have learned so far. I'll rename this as step1.js file. And I will create another file called index.js file. That way, this step 1 is your previous reference index file. I'll just remove all the things that I don't need now. We would need express routes. We would need this static configuration file, all of this. But this is something that you don't need as of now. So now in the step 1 index.js file, I've removed all the comments that I had put. I have my DB string. So let us console log this just to know if it really matches what we want. All right. So I'll say console.log DB URL. So let's Control C, up arrow key, run this. See, I get this connection string now. Okay. This should match exactly what I have written here. If it matches, then my process of chunking was right. So in this example, you see both of them are exactly the same, right? I'll just remove the line. See, they both are same. So which means that, I was careful when I chunked it to smaller pieces. So you are done with this configuration. Now we'll have to connect to this MongoDB. And what do we do after connecting? We'll be greeted with nothing. So what I'll do is I'll go create a simple user. I'll choose to insert a document, and I'll probably come up with, adding a first name, last name, maybe an email ID and city. I think that should be it. Okay. So let's add first name. See, this is Peter. Last name, Parker. In fact, I can use this configuration and that would be a lot easier. All right, so I've got all these values. And if you have observed, there is a property called _ID, which got generated and we are not allowed to edit this. So this _ID is a read-only property. Okay, which has a random, string here, which will be unique for every record that you insert. So this is an advantage because we don't have to create a unique key in your database. So have this _ID, which is a read-only property. You cannot modify it. You can read this. Now you have the first name, last name, city, and email. Choose to insert. So this record is now being inserted. Then you can see this data being inserted. Now, if I connect to this database, I will be getting this data. Okay, now the question is, how will I connect? I take this string. So I have my database, so at least some record in the database. Let us now connect. So how will I connect to this database? I need some connector. Node.js by default cannot connect. So you need a object relational model, or in other words, ORM, a connection basically. So you can connect using various modules. I'll be using a module called Mongoose. So let us stop this server and say npm install Mongoose. The Mongoose internally uses MongoDB connector. A Mongoose is better because you don't have to do many nitty-gritty things that MongoDB requires you to do it. Mongoose will absorb them for you. It's an abstraction over MongoDB database, MongoDB module. So npm space install space Mongoose. So Mongoose is now installed. So far we have installed Mongoose now. In the packet.json, you see Mongoose is now added. Now we can use Mongoose to connect, but there are several steps that you need. Step 1 is you know that Mongoose is used to connect to your database. Okay, now in order to connect, you need the connection string, this one, the DB URL that we have created. That's one part of it. But after you connect, okay, you'll have to communicate to it, isn't it? You want to send some data to it. What kind of data will you send is the question. You need to send a data that matches this structure here. Other ORMs does not require you to communicate with the same data. That is, if you send something which does not have first name, it will still insert. MongoDB is all about that, isn't it? But an enterprise application would not work without a structure in it. So I would want the record to have first name, last name, city, and email. These are four types of properties that needs to exist on a object that I'm trying to insert. So you need to create a model which can be used to connect or communicate to the database. Okay, so let's first import Mongoose. Mongoose is now available. Mongoose implicitly would be using MongoDB, which is actually available. In the node modules, you'll actually find MongoDB also installed. There it is, MongoDB. MongoDB is used by Mongoose. Now with this Mongoose, you can connect using the connection string. So let's uncomment this DB URL. And if you are able to connect to this DB URL, you will get a promise back. So that then we'll get a response. So if you want to cache that response, use it, you can. In my requirement, I don't think I would need to capture that response. As long as I am informed that you have connected, that is good enough. So I'll use a function. This function will do a console.log and say DB connected. So the database is connected. If there is an error, then we'll have a catch. The catch will capture any error. So we'll have a function. This function will capture that error, and we can log that what error really happened. Okay, so with this one line, we are now able to connect to the database, but we have still not created a model. We'll do that in the next step. Let's run this. Oh, sorry, I was supposed to say node space dot. So it says now the server is now running and DB is connected. All right, so this tells you that the database is now connected. You can also convert this to an arrow function. Frankly, all of these can be converted to an arrow function. There it is. One of them got converted to an arrow function. I can also minimize this by removing this curly braces. If error, do this, else do this. And this can be converted to an arrow function. We don't have any parameters, so I can just write everything in one line. Again, this catch accepts only one argument. Basically, arrow functions make things really short for you, isn't it? So we are done with this configuration. Let us see if this is working. Database is still connected. So now that we have got our connection message, we'll now go create a model that can be used by our connection to communicate. Usually you'll have many models. Okay, so if you are creating an application, you want to create a user, that's a different model. A product that you may want to enter is a different model. An order that you want to create for your user will have a different model. Model is like a class, yes. Basically, it's a structure how your database's values will be placed and positioned. So every model requires an object ID So you saw that, in the database, our model should match this requirement. So I'll basically paste this as it is here. So this one is user model. So an ID would be an object ID. First name would be a string. Last name would be a string. City would be a string. Email would also be a string. Okay, so this is what we need. And this one, you see, this is going to be an object ID. Now the question is, where do we get an object ID data type? String we know, number we know, isn't it? But object ID data type we don't have. But Mongoose provides us with one. So we can go create a model like this. I'm about to delete this, okay? I'll just copy it so that we know the structure. Let object ID equals, no, object ID comes from something called as schema. So schema equals mongoose.schema. Now from the schema, we'll be able to derive the object ID. So with the schema, we have the object ID. Now we should be able to connect or make a model out of these. Oops. So I'll go create a let user, and model names usually will start with an uppercase because we are going to create a class out of this. Model is like a class, isn't it? So I will say hero equals mongoose.model. The model will ask for a name. Okay, what is the name? So we have a name already called user for it. Why did I call it user? Is an interesting theory. See, in the database, you created a collection by name users, isn't it? A collection is a plural form of a document that you're trying to insert. This user is now a document. Okay, this record is a document. And many documents are contained inside a collection. So you have a collection, which is a plural form, a document, which is a singular form. I mean, if I call this as hero, the collection will automatically become heroes, H-E-R-O-S. So now that we are done with this configuration, this Mongoose model takes two parameters. The first parameter is the name. The second parameter is the schema. It also takes certain optional parameters. We don't need them. So I have this schema, the schema that I created here in line number 12. So I can say schema. This schema will take an object, and this is what we will add here. Cut this exactly as it is and paste it. So this ID, first name, last name, city, and email are the properties that I want to create. The last one doesn't need any comma. So this ID underscore ID is a reserved keyword. You should not be using it. What type of data will this ID contain? It will contain this data type called object ID. So this object ID type of data is stored here. And this can contain a string. So I can say this is a string. This last name is a string. City is a string. Email is a string. Optionally, you can also pass in an object here. This object will take type of string. Okay. You want it to be, I think unique is true. Something like that. So you can use type and what type of data you are expecting. You can also say, I want it to be required and so on and so forth. So you can use, for more, clarity, guys, I suggest and recommend you go to the MongoDB's website. You go to the Mongoose's website, and here you can actually see the different types of configurations that can be assigned. There you see. Okay, so you have some good practices that you can use. So you have a name string. So I have used a model, but you see that you don't need to create a schema. You can directly create a string. like so, and that would work as well. But I've gone with some industrial best practices. So you have this connection string, and then you have a simple working example. Click on Get Started, Start Guide here. You'll have a lot of configurations here. Okay, so you see schemas here, and you have schema types here. So the schema types, these are different types that can go in. So you can, do some basic validation as well. You see the type. Okay, I use type of, my bad. So it should have been type. Okay, type is what? What is the default date that you would want to assign? If it is a number, what is the minimum and maximum type that you can assign? Okay, so if the user enters something, would you want to convert it to lowercase and then insert? Would you want to trim it before you insert into a database? So you can do a lot of things. Okay, we may not bump into each one of them, but just be aware that there is documentation. I recommend you read the documentation when you start working with these. So I have not much of a requirement here. I'll simply use this user model, and this user model is what I can use to connect. So frankly, this entire thing, a model, can be stored in a separate file and can be imported here in our program. Okay, so I can copy this, create a folder, call it model. So you can have various models. In a project, you'll have various models. I'll go create a file called user.model.js file. The user model.js file, I'll paste this entire code. See, I need Mongoose here. So Mongoose is imported. Once the Mongoose is imported, I want this to be exported to the outside world. So what I'll do, I'll say module.exports dot user equals user. So which means to say there's a property called user which will be exported from this file, isn't it? So I can now export it from this file. In the index file, I will import it. So let me just comment this out now, because I would now be getting it from an external file. From this require model, you'll find user model dot user. I want to store that into this variable name by name user. Okay, so I've got my model here. I don't need this file now. I've separated it out. Usually you would not keep all those models in your program. You'll keep it outside. So now that you have got this user's object, we can use this to make a connection. Okay, and here we have these routes which are waiting. So again, I will be creating a routes file, external file, and I'll split that to another file here. That way you'll have a config folder to keep all the configuration, model folder to keep all the models, models folder. It should have been models, but nevertheless, it is model now. And you have, I think that's it for now. Okay, so let us now go create a route here. So if app, dot get gets a request on the default route. I would not want to keep my home page in the default route, or at least the server response not on the default route. I'll say app.get/data. If it is so, if there is a get request coming on to the data route, I would use this function which will handle the request that comes in, the response that goes out, deal for me. So I'll say as a response, I will send, I'll say request on data route received. Now let's run this application and see if this is working. Control C, up arrow key. Server is running, the database is connected. Let's go to the document, localhost port 5050. It says welcome to my application. But if I make a request here, /data, it should tell you request on data route received. So which tells you that this route is working. Now, can we convert this to an arrow function? Yes, we can. I'm okay to use this response.send because we are about to do something different here. Instead of sending this static message, we'll use that users object. And on the users object, you'll have a find method. Now this find can find all the data, and it takes a callback function. And inside this connection, you can, okay, so it takes a callback function here. So I'll pass in a callback function. I will get a response. No, hold on. I think, I will get a promise. Then I get the response, or I get an error. So basically, yeah, I think find has a callback function. Let me try this. Okay, if it doesn't work, then I will show you something different. So then we'll take a callback function, and I would like to console.log the response or db response that I've got. Okay, so I would like to call this as db response. Why? Because see, outside also I've called res, and this also, if it is called res, it will be I'll be creating confusion in its mind. So let me create a different variable name. So the parameter that I'm getting is dbres. And now I would want to respond. Maybe I'll simply say response.end as of now. I'll relaunch the server. So you see, I've got this response. Now, frankly, instead of logging, I can send it. So I'll say response.send. This send would actually send this as a string. See, you got this data. But in order to be more specific, see, of course, it is being received as JSON. Let's say inspect. And from here, the network tab, so you got this localhost data. Yeah. So the content type is actually automatically set. You see, application/JSON. So Express has been really helpful. So it is actually sending this data as JSON type. But if you want to be really cautious, okay, so we can set up a middleware here and say app.use express.json. That way you are telling that any request and response that should happen as JSON. So this is just a fallback in case if your data sometimes is not correctly matched. This route will not fail. It will definitely send the data as JSON. So if I run this, got the connection. If I now refresh, I got the data, and if I say localhost, it should tell you response errors. Okay, now there is a problem. Hold on. I think, in the way the configurations have been addressed, I'm just chaining it. Okay, so instead of me calling it twice, I've just called it once. Let me try this once again. The no doubt I'm getting the data. Let me get this right, okay, and then I'll tell you what I'm doing here. Okay, it's working without this configuration. Frankly, I will not use this. But keep in mind that you can force the server to send JSON type. I think, this is required when we receive the data, okay, because this is a middleware, correct? So we have two middlewares here. One that serves the public folder as JSON, as index.html as the default file. The second middleware will send and receive JSON data. Okay, I'll just configure this, and if it creates a problem, I'll later on remove this. As of now, let it be there. So I had initially kept both of them separate, but now I've merged them. That's okay, because you can always chain them. So as of now, this connection is working. And let me now send the database response. Now the client, when he makes a request to /data, he gets this. Now the question is, who is listening for it? Index file is not listening to it, isn't it? We would want to display the data here. What are the records that I'm getting? I'm getting the first name, last name, city, and email. I need that configuration here so that I can display it. What I'll do is I will go create some table which can display these records. See, we have created a read request here. All right, frankly, this is a read request. Or in the CRUD vocabulary, wherein we have create, read, update, delete, stands for CRUD. We are so far done with the read. We still have to create a create, update, and delete method. We'll now make a create request. Now, before all of that, okay, before we proceed further, it's important for us to find out how to do it. Okay, so how will we get the create done? Because the client side will have to send us some information. So what we'll do is, we will make this HTML file read first. Okay, so it should read, the data first. So how will we send, the data? It's available on the browser. It's available here. But how do we bring it to here? Okay, the HTML page should make a AJAX call, request the data, and then we should be able to get this data here. So let's go to Bootstrap and click on Docs. Now, why Bootstrap? So that, our document can come in style. So I'll go click on a table, which is here. In the content, you will see tables. So click on it, and you see the table should have a class called table. And in our case, we'll definitely need the serial number, first name, last name, handle. Maybe, we can convert this to have email address, right? So I think this is required. All of this is required. So I'll just copy this. You notice I'm copying it from getbootstrap.com. From the document I selected under the content tables. So tables has a snippet here. That's what I copied. So I paste it here. Of course, this is not something that I would want to use. This is what I get to see. And oops, where did I paste this? Sorry about that. This is supposed to be pasted here. Now this is how it should have been. Yeah. I call this users list. But here, this should be serial number. So I'll call this a serial number. The first name, last name, and this should be email. The first name, last name, email. All right, so I don't need these many records. The scope, I don't think I would need this. So I just got one record. That is good enough. And this is where our data will come, that value from the database will come. Along with this, I think I will also add 2 more headings. One to display the edit button, another one to display the delete button, edit and delete. But there's no record for it yet, so we'll create 2. This one will be a button, edit. And this one will also be a button, delete. You'll find 2 buttons, edit and delete. We'll apply some styling on them. Class btn space btn dash warning. This warning basically allows this button to look a little different. Okay, and similarly, so the first button would be yellow, the second button is red. Just aesthetics, okay, so it has nothing to do with our application, just that it'll look nice. This record to actually come from the database. How will I do that? So we can use vanilla JavaScript to make a request, but what I'll do is I will use some jQuery. here in the main file. So I think I have in the public folder, we created that main.js file. So this file we will attach in our application here. Let me just delete all the unwanted links. Script with an src. Script/main.js file. So in the main.js file, I can actually make an Ajax call in plain vanilla JavaScript and make a request. Watch. Okay, so I'll go create a variable. Let xhr equals, maybe just to keep this, really short, I would write everything in the same file, equals a new XML HTTP request object like this. This XHR object, the XML HTTP request object, will have a method called onReadyStateChange. So that's an event basically. It will get triggered when it is in the process of making an Ajax call. This is pretty trivial. It's not part of the Node.js. So one reason why you don't have to know this before. As long as you have worked with some JavaScript, Ajax is something that you would have learned. If not, I'm showing you an example right now. So on this XHR, we can create a Ajax call. We can make a asynchronous call. Where is the question? So in this context, this index.html is served by Express, isn't it? So from this route, if you say /data, that's a qualified path to access the database, Node server, correct? So we can configure XHR to actually get a response from that. So I will now go use document.add event listener, listen to the DOM content loaded. When that happens, you call this function. And inside this function, we'll configure this XML HTTP request object to make an Ajax call. So I'll say xhr.add event listener, listen to the ready state change. And when that happens, a function called change handler will be triggered. This change handler is created here, which will respond to any change, status change here. They will capture the event object. It's simply console.log xhr dot status. Now ready state. Okay, so this basically will start with some numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 0 is when it is not being configured. 1 when it is configured. 2 is when you're making a request. 3 is when you're receiving the response from the server. 4 when you're completely done receiving the response from the server. So these are 4 different values, 5 different values that you should know. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0 is when it is uninitialized. 1 when it is configured. 2 when you make a send request. 3 is when you're receiving the data. 4 when you're done receiving the data. So in this example, I'm more interested in listening to this xhr dot ready state. If it is 4, then I know I have got all the data. So I will console.log xhr dot response text. So I want to show what I have received. Else, I would simply keep logging all the messages. Okay, so let me do in both the places. So this change handler will be called whenever there is a state change. So we'll now have to configure this XHR object. It exists, but we have not configured it. So let's use that xhr.open. So open will ask you for a couple of parameters. First is a string. Where should I connect? Say /data. That's where you need to connect. The second parameter is, the first parameter is the method. I forgot about that. So I'm making a get request. That's the first parameter. The second parameter is the URL. The third parameter is, do you want to make an asynchronous call? I'll say true. Yes, I want to make an asynchronous call. You have the option to make it false. That way you are not making an asynchronous call. So in this case, I want to make an asynchronous call. You can change these parameters and see for yourself what would be the impact. See, because we are working on a local file, it really doesn't matter whether you're making an AJAX call or not. But if you are not making an AJAX call, the next piece of code will not work until this is done. But this is a puny data, small data will come immediately. So, but again, true is a good practice. So I'm using true. Why? Because I'm making an AJAX call now. Now I'll use the send, xhr.send. You can also do the send on a click of a button. See, you have configured it, but you are making a request on the click of the button. So let's do that. Okay, so I'll go create a button.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Get data. On click, we'll call a function. Button click handler is a function. This function exists here. And that's where, the send request will be made. Frankly, for you to understand in the sequence, I'll just put it down. So you're creating an XML HTTP request object. You're configuring it to listen to any status change. And when the status change happens, you have a callback function that is registered. And when the application is loaded, you configure it, and then you are making a request to receive. In this case, send will trigger or invoke this AJAX call. Okay, so I think the wiring is all done. Let us launch our application. I'll inspect with the console.log. You can see what happened. So it says 1. Now if I click on the get data, so you got 2, 3, 4, and I got the data. So we can sit and write all of this data using plain vanilla JavaScript. That would take us forever. Okay, we have about 30 minutes to complete this workshop. What I will now do here is this. See, this entire thing that I wrote can be leveraged with another library called jQuery. So let's open or go to this website called jQuery. As of now, jQuery is slightly out of fashion because you have other libraries that you can use. But in my opinion, jQuery is still one of the easiest to learn. Okay, but when you get your foundations right using jQuery, you can start using other libraries as well. It's pretty easy. So I would click on downloading the uncompressed version, jQuery, and I've just copied the file name as of now. In the folder, in the public folder, I'll now go create another folder, call it lib for library, any external library that I would want to load. So here, jQuery 3.6.1 is what I want to load. Exactly like the way we used Bootstrap, and we do not have to write all the CSS from scratch. I'll be using jQuery, and I would not be, I would not have to write all of this from scratch. So if you see, just to read, we wrote a lot of code here, isn't it? For now, let me now add jQuery here. I'll use a script block with an src. From the lib, let's add jQuery. Now the jQuery is available. We'll use a script block, and now I will use $. So this $ method simply is jQuery. It can take a callback function and call this function when the document is loaded, which is equivalent to this. Okay, sorry. At the same time, it has some utilities that can be used to add an event listener to this button. So in this case, I would select this button like this, $, select this button. What is the name of the button? Button. On, click, you call this function. What will this function do? Use $.ajax make a get request. Get is the method. Frankly, the get method is the default, so you don't even have to write this. So I'll simply type the URL is /data. And when I get the success, I will have a function that will be called. This will simply take the response that we get and it will log it. If I get an error, I will have another function. This function will log the error. It is also called fail, I think. Error. We'll use error. If it fails, then I will do something. I'll say console.log. See, with very few lines, okay, we were able to completely replace this piece of code. Okay, so let us ask our browser to relaunch. Click on this. I get the data. See, I got it. As simple as that. Now that I've got the data, I don't want to log this. I would want to recreate this. So inside this body tag, okay, on the body tag, I can give an ID, call this as user table. User table. This user table's content. So I will have to be replacing this, or I will have to generate them. So what will I do? When the success happens, I will look for that table. So I'll say $get that element which has an ID called user table. And I would like to append this HTML to it. Okay. So as of now, if I get the success, if I get a response, I would like to append. But is that great? No, isn't it? So if I run this example, see, there's no record here. Okay, there is a broken line, line 36. Line 36. Okay, here, append. Yeah, maybe what I'll do, I will simply wrap this as a string. Okay, so now there is a problem. I'll have to wrap this as inside a backtick. Let me see if this would work. Yeah, fair enough, that works. So if I click on this get data, I get this record. I'll repeat this once again. Click on this, I get this data. Big deal, isn't it? So what I want to do is I don't want to append it as it is. In the response that I get, okay, I may want to iterate through each one of the records. And for every record, I want to do it. That's what I want. So I'll say response.each. Each will take a callback function. And for each, we'll do this. How many records do I get? 1, correct? I will go back, relaunch, click on this. Each is not a function. Okay, each is not a function. Of course, it is not. So we can use one other method of array, but you can use something called as for each. That would be appropriate. Run this, click on it, I got the data. See, if you are interested in getting this as an array back, then yes, you're right. So now I want this to be replaced with a serial number. So this for each takes 3 parameters. The value for which the iteration is happening, that is, I'll refer this as user. The next parameter is the IDX, the index, and then the array itself, isn't it? So we've learned that in the basic workshop. So I could take this user and maybe, in this case, I would want to bind this. So IDX plus 1 is what I'll use here. This mark will now be replaced with a $user dot first name. First name is the name of the property that we are receiving, isn't it? Now, similarly, this will be last name. This would be his email address. And okay, the edit button and delete button can still be the same. Click on this. We got this Peter at parker.com working. There is no map file, which is actually configured in our Bootstrap CSS. I know where exactly it is. So I'll remove this comment and that should work. There is no error now. Click on it and get the data. Yeah. So we have our client side ready with some JavaScript. I'm now able to make a request, load the data, and then render it here. This button, okay. So now that I've got this get data, I'll move this logic. Maybe instead of a button, on the click of the button, I would now want this entire thing on a function called reload or refresh. All right, so why? Just like that, you'll actually find the utility in a minute. Okay, so I've got this refresh function, and this refresh function is what I will call when the application loads, like so. So there is no button. You don't need to now rely on the button. I just wanted to show that so you know. Okay, so when the application loads, you got the data. All right, and it is coming from the database. If I now go to the database here and add one more data, all right, so I can copy this document. You can duplicate this. I can clone it, and now I'm changing this. The first name is Bruce. Last name is Wayne, and he's from Gotham. And Bruce Wayne.com. So I've got two records now, Peter Parker and Bruce Wayne. So if I now go back to my application and refresh, I should get two records. So in order to insert a new hero, I would need a form. Now, how do I get a form? How do I make one? Go to Bootstrap, we copy the form. We can create it using HTML, just that using Bootstrap would make it look a lot cool. So I'll copy this form. So this form snippet here allows me to accept an email address and password and some validation message here. Frankly, none of them are useful for me. All I need is just this so that I can use this. Okay, so maybe I'll just copy this as it is, just this one. Of course, this is password. I will be changing it. Let us go to the application. This is users list. Much before this, I would create a div tag, and inside this div, I'll paste this code. This one is to accept user's first name. Okay, so the label is okay. I will say this is user first name. All right. The type is by default text, even if you don't mention anything. So this should work. So this form will now allow us to accept user name. This will allow us to accept user's last name. Of course, I'll have to make some changes here. This will allow us to accept his email address. And this, I think we have city. City is another one, right? We'll say this is user city. And this would be user city. All right, so we are done with this. The form should look like this now. There it is. Yeah, So I should now be able to enter some text, and then I want to upload this file. So upload this data. How do I do that? Let's go to, yeah, so there is this button. I copy this snippet. I'll call this is add user. Here, this is the user, add user. I want to accept a new user and click on this button. When the user clicks on this button, I want to take all this information, insert in the database. Now, this is what we'll call for a post method. We have done this before. Just to recap, the last class, guys. So we created a route that would handle both get and post, if you remember. So in the last class, we just accepted one property, which was inserted into this array. Now we have a requirement to take the value from this input, from this form. When the user clicks on this button, we can actually sit and validate. But for now, my objective is to show you how you can send the data to the server. So when the user clicks on this button, I would want to collate this information and send it to the server. All right, so how do I do that? So I'll, when the application loads, apart from just making a refresh method, I would also attach an event listener onto this button. I will go give an ID to this button, add button. Maybe I'll use lowercase names, add button. And now I would select that button using jQuery, $select it, ID, add button. On the click, call a function called add handler. Add handler is a function that we will write now here. What will it do? It will throw an alert. You clicked add. Big deal, isn't it? So just want to make sure that everything is working smooth. So if I click on it, I get this you clicked add handler. So that means to say this function is actually getting triggered. So it's wired properly. And now what I want to do is I want to take this data from these inputs. Okay, from these inputs, this one, this one, this one, and this one. So I'll go ahead, assign an ID to each one of them. ID is not the only thing that I can access. I can access the class. I can also access the tag name as it is. You have seen me accessing the button in the previous example. So I've got these inputs selected. I will assign an ID. ID should be unique. All right. So what I'll do is I would want to usually capture the ID as the name that you'd want to insert. Just a practice, that is all. Okay. So the first one would be the first name. The second one is last name. The third one here is email. The last one here is the city. I think we are getting city as well, isn't it? Here in the database. Yeah, we are getting first name, last name, city, and email. So let us now display city as well. So that demands us to add one more city that comes after the email. There it is. Let us see that works. Yeah, I'm getting it. City was available in the database. Now, when the user clicks on this button, my intention is to collate all this information and make a post request to the server. But as of now, the server has not been equipped with making or receiving a post request. We'll make that app.post. On the same route, that is /data, if someone makes a post request, I'll have this request that comes in, the response that goes out, capture that post request, and do a console.log. The request.body is what I want to display, or I want to log. And as a response, I would want to end it right there. Okay, I simply want to display the data in the log, whatever is being sent. So we have this configuration JSON, which is expecting the data to come back to you as JSON, right? So let us now go ahead and invoke this post here. Of course, I will be splitting this to a separate JavaScript file. For now, when the user clicks on this button, the add handler is called. The add handler will now make an AJAX call, $AJAX. This time around, we'll make a post request. The method is post to this URL. And the data that I want to send is this. So this data that you're sending, guys, should actually match what the server is expecting. What is server expecting? It is expecting the data to match this model. Which should have the first name, last name, city, and email. You don't need this ID because this will be automatically generated. So the data should match this. We don't need this ID and this extra bracket. Now the question is, where do I get this from? See, conveniently, I have it on an element which has an ID like so. And I would get that from the value property of that. The first one is first name, this is last name, and this is city, and this is email. If you recall, this actually corresponds to the names that I've assigned here. ID, first name, last name, email, and city. That's what I've assigned. That's the data that I'm sending. So guys, my bad. See, I had made a mistake. This would not have worked. Even if I would have run this, this would take the second ID because it would override the first one. So this ID 1 is good enough. So this first name is what we'll accept, and that value is what we'll bind here. And now what will happen is that now when the user is trying to send this data, we are using the post, we are passing it to this, and we'll have to specify what is the data type that we are trying to send. I have a here that this data here actually has to be converted to strings to be sent. You can't send it as an object. That wouldn't be accepted. So I'll use the stringify method, and I will pass this object. And I will have to specify what is the data type. The data type is application/JSON. No, this is for the content type. Content type. Basically, this content type goes as the header message, it is JSON. And we'll specify the data type as JSON. See, one of them is for the browser configuration, one of them is for the server to receive. That is all. The data type will be received by the server. The content type will be understood by the browser. Okay, so now that we are done, if there is a success, we'll have a function that will be called. I forgot to add a comma here. So if I get a response, I'll be able to log that response, console.log response. Sorry. And if I get an error, I'll have a function. This function will log any error. Now, who will send this response and error? We from the server will have to send. So I'll go to this index file. See here, I'm sending nothing. So what I'll do is I will use a send. I'll put a message, hello from host cloud of express. And this message is what will be received here. All right. So let's restart the server because we have made some changes. DB is now connected. Let us see, this is working. I'll show you the console. Any logs that we may get will be listed here. So if I click on this, button, okay, I get an error, which is something that we can fix. Line 16.9. Of course, not here, guys. Here, 16.9. So this is where the error is being triggered. It's probably because add handler was called post content type, data type. Got it. See this. No, that's not the error. Hold on. It really doesn't matter, but I'm just in my mind, I'm seeing if everything is done correctly. It's done. Stringify. There's a success. Do this. If there is an error, do this. All right. And the server. Okay. So I'm actually getting the data here. Okay. Got it. Because see, I was expecting to send a JSON data from the server, isn't it? But I sent a string. That wouldn't have worked. So let us save this and restart. You got the message. Hello from post. Yep. So now what do we do with the data that we get? So I will now say user dot send. So this no, we have another way to do it. So we can go create a variable let user equals a new user. There's another way to do it. I will pass in the request.body, and then I would insert this into the database. I'll say user dot save, and the save will have a, then we'll get a DB response. If we get a database response, we'll be able to take it and send a response to the client. If we get an error, we'll capture the error and display that on the server. I'll save this. So let's restart the server. The database is now connected. So now we have to send the data. First name. It's filling my name. No. Send Clark Kent. Clark at kent.com. I had filled this data somewhere before. Not with the same example, but okay. So if I click on add user, see, we got the response. Now it's telling you that the data is now being updated. Let us go refresh the data. All right. So you see Clark Kent is now added. Okay. So it's now inserting the record. And now after the data is inserted, guys, on the client side, we have called this refresh method, correct? We will actually, after the post is done, we'll call this refresh. But that tells me that when this application is loaded, when the data comes in, right? So this would actually be updated. So I'll show you the problem. So then you'll understand what am I trying to fix here. So if I run this, see, you got Peter, Bruce, Clark, and stuff like that. So I'll now insert Tony Stark, Tony at stark.com. He's from New York as well. So if I add, see, you got these many records now, which is wrong, isn't it? Basically, see, serial number 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3 is being appended. Okay. So our intention here was okay to append here. but we'll have to empty this before we append. That's something that we missed. So we'll say $ select this element with the user table and call the empty on that. So you're emptying the existing table before you make an Ajax call. I'll save it, go back, relaunch, and that should work. So let's add one other hero, Kit, Walker, Kit, added. You should see only one hero got added.
Let us look at what exactly ReactJS is. Facebook created ReactJS, a front-end JavaScript framework. React is used to build composable user interfaces predictably and efficiently using declarative code. It is an open-source component-based framework that is in charge of creating the application's view layer. The model view controller architecture is used by ReactJS, and the view layer is in charge of handling mobile and web apps. React is well known for its ability to create single-page applications and mobile apps. So why do people choose React? There are several reasons why you should use ReactJS as your primary tool for developing website user interfaces. So here are a few. First, it is fast. Feel quick and responsive as you move through the React apps can handle complex updates. Modularity. Modularity enables you to write many smaller, reusable files rather than large, dense code files. Scalable. React excels at large programs that display a lot of data changes. It is easy to learn. It is simple to learn because it requires only a basic understanding of HTML and JavaScript. Let us look at some of the features of ReactJS. First being JSX, JavaScript Syntax Extension J. JSX is a JavaScript syntax extension. We can use this to write HTML structures in the same file as JavaScript code. Second, unidirectional data flow and flux. ReactJS is designed to only support data that flows downstream in one direction. If the data must flow in a different direction, you will require additional features. React includes a set of immutable values that are passed to the component renderer as HTML tag properties. The components cannot directly modify any properties, but they do support a callback function for doing so. Third, object model for virtual documents. Virtual DOM is a lightweight representation of real DOM in memory provided by React. When the state of any object changes, VDOM modifies only that object in the real DOM rather than updating entire objects. Fourth being extensions. React provides a number of extensions for application architecture. In web app development, it extensively supports server-side rendering, Flux, and Redux. Fifth being debugging. Because of the large community support, testing React apps is simple. Even Facebook provides a small browser extension to help with React debugging. So is React worth learning? React has long been the most popular web framework among developers worldwide. Because of the simplicity it provides, most businesses are gravitating towards React. React developers earn higher salaries than other technology professionals. Because of the growing demand for React in businesses, there is a high demand for talented professionals across all geographies. It is a good career path, and with the right plan and approach, you can easily get into it and future-proof your career.
I'll go create a variable called array. I'll call this Avengers. This is an array, all right? So this array contains, so we'll have Iron Man, maybe, and just to name a few, all right? So, there's a lot of Avengers we can use, but now I have some Avengers. Now I would want to destructure this. It's a very rare requirement that you would want to destructure an array. Objects are pretty common to destructure because you don't know how many parameters or how many properties are there, how many levels deep you'll have to dig in. So that's one of the challenges. I think I showed you a couple of ways to do that using json.parse and json.stringify. And we also saw another technique where we use the spread operator, that is the spread syntax, to destructure an object, isn't it? And if you want to destructure an array, that would be easy as well. So I can go create a variable, and this time I'm destructuring an array, isn't it? I'm not destructuring an object. Here I was destructuring an object. So I would use an object notation. See the same thing here. Let curly brace, and then equals 0. So similarly, you have a variable. Maybe you can also use let, because we have learned about it, right? So I'll say let. Let what? All right. So now I can go create many variables here, equals Avengers. Maybe I would have lost it in the flow. This has various names. In fact, if you dig into the documentation, developer.mozilla.org is what you should cling on to, guys, because this has all the resources that you would ever want to know. And here, if I say REST parameters, you'll see they use 3 dots to denote REST parameters. And you see clearly here, this is one of the functional improvements that JavaScript has embraced, called REST parameters. 3 dots, ... to denote all the parameters that you'll be passing. Similar to this, you also have spread syntax, which is also ... All right. So this ... is an operator that you can use to expand an expression. It can be it can be an object. It can also be an array. It can also be a function that is returning an array or an object. So that makes it even more dynamic. You can also use something called as object.assign. So this object I think I'll be covering this at a later point, where you can create a clone. This is also another way of destructuring using object.assign. But I suggest you can make a note of this right now. Using this object method called assign, you can pass in a target object, and then you can destructure the source. That way you can collide 2 different objects to 1. Okay. If you don't have an existing value, then you're trying to destructure an object, isn't it? So you can use that idea as well here. Now that I've destructured an array, I would want to give an alternate name for this first value, the second, and the third value. So I'll call this as first Avenger, second Avenger, and the third Avenger. All right. So what I successfully have done here is that I've created 3 variables which represent the first, second, and the third value in this Avengers. All right. So if I now say console.log, you can try this along maybe. If I say first Avenger, you'll get what? Iron Man. Of course, in uppercase, Iron Man, like so. All right, so you can try this out. Step 8 is what I've modified now, but this example was created a long time back. So if I run this in Chrome, yep, and if I open the console, you get to see Iron Man. All right, so you can destructure an object, you can destructure an array, you can do a lot of things. All right, I hope that will help. But there's a lot of things that you can do with the new techniques. Sometimes, every time I look at code written by developers, I do get into companies to evaluate. So I get to learn a lot, from these people, because each one of them come from various backgrounds. Some have .NET background, some have Java background, some of them have Ruby's background, and they all come put their knowledge that they are carrying in to build a project, right? So they would have used some new technique that always amazes me. All right, so let's go create a new folder, guys. Promise. That's the name of my folder, and inside this folder, so we concluded with step 12. So this is step 13. So I've named this file as arraymethods.html, and I'll start with the template, a basic one. And here, call this as array methods. All right, see, I've 55, 77, 78, 65, 4, 27, 80, 15, 27, 99. So I've got these many numbers. It's good enough for me to work with, isn't it? Let us say I want to submit. Maybe I would want to double these. Okay, so you'll get various requirements, and for them, you have this documentation that I recommend, developer.mozilla.org, and look for array. This array has lots of methods here. You see, there's lots of them. So anything that you find which is implemented on the prototype is a method. Okay, so these are properties. Get is a property, and you see length is a property. Okay, and of course, get is an internal one. So whichever uses this at the rate symbol is more for an internal usage, not for us as developers to work. Of course, this prototype iterator converts an array to an iterable object. So you can use a method called dot I just lost the name of the method. It'll come back to me. When it comes to you, I'll tell you. All right. So you can actually convert things to an iterable object. Okay. So now let's move on. Sorry, values. This one. Values. So using this value, you can convert to an iterable object. So you see that. So if you don't know what is an iterator, don't bother, because we are not going to use it. Okay. But just keep in mind that, hey, Vijay did mention of something about an iterable, which gives you a method basically. So using that method, you can get the next value and the next value. So this is useful in a situation where this array is a dynamic object. See, as of now, we have a list of these many numbers. But what if these numbers would keep on adding and we don't know what is the end? How long will you iterate through them is the question. So you may get a situation like that. In that case, iterables will help you. Just keep it the back of your head. It's quite a rare situation, but you may get. But you have a lot of other methods. Some of them are quite familiar. I'm sure you would have worked with concat. You would have worked with maybe join. You would have worked with pop and push and slice and dice, just to name a few. All right. So you have worked with arrays, I'm sure. If you have not, all right, so I suggest please take some time out, because each one of these methods are quite interesting to work with. And as a person who works with web development, you need to know arrays and strings and objects and maybe functions. All right, so I suggest these should be your core competency when you start working with this programming languages, any programming languages for that matter. So I suggest spend some time if you are new to it. But I will take this opportunity to go through some of them. All right. So let us say I have an intention. I want to double this array. How will I do that? So I'll go create a variable. Let double array, or double fun, maybe. Double fave, sorry. Fave num. I've given a name there. Double fave name, fave number. Okay. So this is a blank array as of now. And I would want to take this value, double it, push it into this. Okay, so that's what I want to do. So what will I do? I go access this fave number, iterate through it using something called as a for loop. So I can use a for. So I'll go create a variable, var I. We start with 0, and we'll keep checking if I is less than fave num.length. Then I would iterate I, so that I can iterate through all the values of this array. And then I would use double fave num dot push. So I'm pushing a value. So I will take this fave num square bracket I, multiply that with 2. All right. So with this, if I run this loop, I would then be able to push a value into this double fave nums, okay, which has twice the value of this one. So let's go give this a try. I'll now do a console.log. double fav num, which is an array. So if let me log both of them so you'll get an idea as to what has happened. So this is called fav num, and maybe I'll just make it camel cased. I'll have to make changes here and here as well. All right, I'm done. So if I run this example now, you'll see I'll have an array with the original value and double its value. There you go. So this is the original array, and this is the double the array. All right, so you see I have an array which has double the value. All right, so you can give this a try. But what's happening here is this. See, you see, for every value, I'm iterating. So what is the problem with this is this makes it quite slow. This computation makes it quite slow because see, you are creating a variable, you are doing a comparison. So every time you compare, you'll have to check the length of this array, isn't it? And then you iterate. And for every iteration, again, you need to access this array and then access the first array and then multiply that with 2 and then push it. So that's how we achieve this. But there's another smarter way to do this. Okay. What I can do is I'll just comment this out so you know that we spoke about it. And the JavaScript community realized that people will be doing something like this, which would, consume a lot of computation time. So why don't we create a method which can internally do all of this for us? So they created a bunch of methods. Most of them, which I'm covering now, are new in ECMAScript version 6. So one of them that I want to show you now is called for each. All right, and another one called map, another called filter, maybe, another one called every, then sum maybe, and reduce, because this is quite useful. Use Control Alt and A, sorry, Shift Alt and A. That will do a group or a multi-line comment. And once you're done, if you want to move this line, you can hold Alt and up arrow key, down arrow key to move up and to move down. If you want to move the whole section, you select everything and then you can use up arrow key or down arrow key holding Alt, and that would work. That's the trick. Okay, so now you have a hat with you as well. You can also be a wizard. Let's go to the next step, guys. So I'll show you how you can reduce the complexity that is involved in this computation easily with one of these methods that we can leverage from. So what for each does is it allows us to iterate through each one of these values. Okay, I'll show you that really quick. Let's say my intention was to iterate through each one of these values. Maybe I want to access each one of these values. What I can do is I can say fav num. Fav num is a name of the array, isn't it? Because it is an array now, I can use all these methods. You see, all the methods are available. Now, I'm not interested in concat and entries and things like that. I'm interested in for each, this one. All right. So what will for each do? It allows you to pass in a function. It takes a callback function like this. I will show you a long form and then I'll shorten that process for you. So this callback function will take 3 arguments. Arguments.length is something that we can use. So I'll say console.log arguments, which is a property of a function. I can ask what is the length. You also have callee. Now callee is the name of the function which is calling this function. So if this function is called by another function, you want to know who's calling it, because a function can be called by another function as well, isn't it? So you can use the callee. You also have something called as caller, which is deprecated. So I'll now use call arguments.length. In fact, arguments itself is going to be deprecated moving forward. So there's no point, in talking about callee and length and things like that, because arguments is deprecated. So if I now run this example, you'll get to see how many arguments are passed. So if I relaunch this program, you get to see there are 3 parameters. What are those? How do I know? You can simply say argument square bracket 0, comma, argument square bracket 1, and argument square bracket 2. So just want to know what are these arguments. So if I run this example, it'll tell you the first argument is 55. So that tells you that this is the value for which the iteration is happening. The second value is 0. And then you see it has then become 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. So which means that this is an iteration, an iterator, basically. So the first argument is the value. The second argument is the iterator, or you can call this as index. I call this as IDX, index. The third argument is the array itself. So you get to see the entire array will be passed every time this callback function is called. So I'll refer this as ARR. Now that we have given them a name, we can use those names. So I can now say console log these value, index, and ARR. It'll give you the same output, because earlier we did not name them. Now we are naming them. So it'll give you the same output. See that? It'll give you the same output. All right. So you can also say, this console.log takes unlimited arguments. So I can say value is, and index is, index is for, okay, and then array itself. So I can call this as so if I run this example, you'll see the value is 55, index is 0, array is then passed here. This is how it should look. I had zoomed in much so that you know what is happening. All right. So now this for each is quite a useful one. And you did not have to create a variable. You did not have to create an iterator for it. You have access to the entire array. Now let us say if I want to do the same thing again and again, what will I do? So I have this double fun. So I can take this value. I'll show you another way to do this as well. But what I can do is I can use favnums dot for each. Now I'll probably use the previous one. Okay. So I'll say favnums for each. I can say double. Oh, I think I've commented it out. Let me just move it out here. This double favnums dot push. You can now say vals. Val is what? The name of the value, isn't it? So I can simply multiply that with 2 and push it in. See, I'm not utilizing this IDX and array. So you can actually remove them because I'm not using it. But I will keep it there so that you know that these are some arguments that are implicitly passed. So if I run this example, you should be able to see. And then, I was supposed to log both of them, isn't it? So if I log this, you'll then be able to see the original array and the double the array. Okay. You see both of them have been displayed on the screen. So which tells you that using these methods is less stressful on the compiler and on the developer as well. Okay. So let us see if I have to do the same thing, because see, we are now expecting an array to be formed out of this computation, isn't it? So this is one of the ways to do it. So I'll definitely comment this out so you can refer it when I send this to you. I'll upload it in about a minute when I'm done with the next method as well, because both of them are quite related. So I would like to cover both of them. So now, instead of using this lengthy long syntax, we have another shortcut that we can use. Instead of using for each, see, my intention now is to construct an array out of this, isn't it? So what I can do is I can construct this array right here. So I'll copy this. I'll cut this rather. Instead of using this double fun, okay, and then appending the values to it, I will simply make an assignment right here. Okay. Now what will for each return? Nothing. So this wouldn't do anything. But what I can do is I can use something called as a map. What map does is it will return an array for us. And that's quite useful in this case, because our intention is to construct an array, isn't it? So I can now even ignore this because I don't even need to access it. I can simply say return val multiplied by 2. Now what will implicitly happen is that this map will go through each one of these values in the array, multiplied by 2, and it will be returned. And that will be computed and added to this variable. And this map is expected to return as what? An array. So this double fav num will now be an array with double the value. So you see, there is not following now about map. Okay, I'll explain that to you. And we'll be doing tons of examples on map. Just to simplify this, map will return an array. Is that simple enough? In case of for each, doesn't return anything. Okay, maps do return an array. Just keep this in your mind. Now, while it is returning, I take the value, multiply it by 2, and then I return. So which means to say, I'm now getting an array of double the value. Clear? So whenever you have to iterate through a value of arrays and then construct an array out of it, you simply use map. So that is how this double fav num becomes an array. Map returns an array, isn't it? It will compute all of that and will give you an array back. And that array is assigned to double fav num. And now if I run this example, you'll see the same output. Can we shorten this code furthermore? The answer is yes. How? We have learned that bit as well. So we have learned how to use something called as an arrow function, isn't it? So we'll now clone this. And now what I'll do is instead of this function, I will use arrow function. And in arrow function, if you don't use the curly braces, the very first line will be returned, isn't it? So I can avoid that curly brace and the return keyword. That way it'll be done in the same line. Again, I'm not interested in passing all these 3 parameters because they are not being used, isn't it? So I can shorten this furthermore, just like so. So in this example, see, I've boiled the same job task to a single line code, isn't it? So run this example, you'll get the same output. Let's go create a log. There is a div which has an ID, a class called log. Maybe I'll call this as an ID as log. And see, I want to now log things into this. What will I do? I will say document dot add event to listener, listen to the DOM content loaded. And when the DOM content loaded happens, you call arrow function do. Okay, so this arrow function will simply add this double fav nums to it. I'll now say document dot get element by ID log dot inner HTML or inner text equals double fav num. And now if I run this, you don't have to log it in the console because you'll now be getting it in the browser as well. Now I'll show you filter. What is the purpose of the filter? You want to filter this array for some value. Let us say I want to remove all the values that are less than 50. Now go out of the values. 34 is not qualified, 23 not qualified, 4, 27, 15, 27. Oh, there are two 27s. Good. Okay. And then 12. Okay. All of these are values which are less than 50. I would want to remove them. They would want to remove these values. How will I do that? How will I filter it out? That's where this filter comes in. Filter basically will again return an array similar to map, but it has a different functionality. You see, filter allows you to filter an array for a specific value. So you can filter for less than 50 or greater than 50 as well. So you can do whatever you want. Let us say here, I would want to create another array. Let less than 50 is an array. Similarly, more than 50 is another array. So this is an array. This is an array. And how do I get a value from into this? I can copy the same syntax here. So I'll say favnum dot filter. Fill is different. Fill will fill arbitrary or dummy values. You can try that. I feel that it's rarely used. Okay, so filter will take a value, and what we want out of this is if the value is less than 50, I want that to be pushed into this array. And if I want to create another filter to filter values that are greater than 50, you simply reverse this, greater than 50. So now less than 50 is an array which has values less than 50. More than 50 is another array which has values greater than 50. Okay, so I'll call this as greater. We can do this by using a loop. If you want to use a loop, you know how much of trouble you have to take, how much of computation you are wasting as well, right? You have to create a variable, you have to compare every time, you have to iterate, and then you have to access the array and then push a value into it. And even while we are pushing, you need to access the original array. So there's a lot that you are doing. But here you see, you're not, because you are able to access everything that is inside this array right here. So there is no external factor involved. So this makes it more optimized. So that is the advantage of using these new methods. So now coming back to this context, let us say I will do a console.log less than 50. I'll say this is less than 50. Values less than 50 is stored in this array. Values greater than 50 is in this array. So if I run this example now, see the values which are less than 50. Let me also log the original array. This is the original array. And I have extracted values less than 50 here and values that are greater than 50 here. And I've created two different arrays. The original array is still intact. You're not modifying the original array, isn't it?
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following converts buff to JSON object? And your option are buff to .json, buff.json, buff.convert to JSON, or buff.jsonify. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Every and some are predicate functions. What do I mean by that is these two methods are expected to give you a Boolean value, true or false. So every expects every value in this array to match a condition and to fulfill a condition. If the condition is satisfied, every will return true. If the condition is not satisfied, it will return false. And now in case of sum, if some of the values in the array satisfy the condition, even if one of them satisfy the condition, some method will return true. If none of them satisfy the condition, then some will return false. Easy. And reduce allows you to reduce this array to a single value. So in this example, let's say I want to find the sum of it. So you can use reduce. You also have a cousin of this reduce called reduce right. We'll do the same thing, but it'll start, instead of the computation starting from the left to the right, it'll start from the right to the left. That's what reduce does. Index of will look for the index value of a value. Let's say I want to know what is the position of 34. What is the position of 34 here? So 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 is the position. So that's what index of does. If you want to do the same search from the last, you can say last index of instead. Okay, so there are two more that I can add here: reduce to reduce right, and index of to last index of. Yeah, frankly, there are tons of them. Okay, so I've just picked a handful of them because you'll see me use map a lot. Sometimes I may also use the filter. And I would be using reduce for sure, because reduce is a very important method. You will encounter this in various places of this workshop. One is now, okay, when we're talking about arrays in ECMAScript. You'll also find this in React because this reduce is used by React to do something very specific and quite useful one. It also is used as a hook. I'll explain hooks and I'll explain it to you. And when we start working with Redux, reduce comes again. Okay, and in Redux, the reducers are an integral part. It becomes very important for you to know. That's one reason why I took this topic, so that you all be familiar with it. But I hope, up until here, all of you are clear with this, right? We've gone through for each, map, and filter. Now, this sum and every are two predicate functions. So what are predicate functions? It is expected to return a Boolean value, true or false. So let us say I ask a question: is all the value less than 100? What is the answer? True, isn't it? Because all the values are less than 100 here. So, but if I ask the same question, okay, are all the values less than 80, let's say. So this gets satisfied, this gets satisfied, this and this and this and this, all of them get satisfied. This one will fail, isn't it? So every will check for all of these values, and when it comes here, it will be disappointed. No, all the values are not less than 80. I mean, maybe 80 or less, and then this would also be rejected. So it would not accept this onwards. So every expects all the values to match your condition. Some expect some of the values to match the condition. Let us say, let all vals less than 80. Are all the values less than 80? No, isn't it? So if I now want to check this condition, fav num dot every, pass in a function. We just need the value. I will now check if the value is less than 80. And now you have something very important to learn out of this. See, although if I now say console and log all vals less than 80, you may expect false here. Now, if I run this example, it'll directly say false, because not all the values are less than 80. But the question here is this: how many times do you think this function got executed? Is important, isn't it? Because there are 13 values here. Will this function be called all the 13 times? Let's go check this out. So if I return this now, and before I return, if I say console.log, I would also access the index now. So you saw that this is quite efficient way of working. Now, similar, if you are expecting some of the values, are some values less than 80. So I can say sum here instead. So are some of the values less than 50? Of course. So how many times do you think this will run now? Are some values less than 50? One, only once. Yes, because it found a match. It doesn't have to even consider the rest of them, because what is the purpose of sum? Are some values less than 80? Is, so it met the first element. Is like, okay, I'm done with my job. Okay, so this will be executed only once. See, that's it. So these methods are quite economical to use, and I suggest make sure you use them in your day-to-day programming. If you when you start working with React or even plain JavaScript. So we are done with every. We're done with some. Now we have reduce and reduce right. Okay, I will show you reduce. Reduce right is something that you can learn on your own. You don't need someone teach you that. Now what will reduce do is it is useful to reduce the array to a single value. Okay, so let us say we have a variable called total. I want to know what is the total of all the numbers that you have given. I have not computed, right? So I would want to know about that. So what I can do is I can say favnums dot reduce. This reduce, unlike the other methods that we have learned so far, takes two parameters, not just one. The first parameter is a function. The second parameter is the start value. So if I would have said values that are some values that are greater than 80, then it would have gone through all of this. And when it reaches 99, then it would say true. Okay. Okay. So let's come back. So to get this total. So I was explaining this. This reduce will take two parameters instead of one. So the first parameter is a callback function. The second parameter is the initial value. So what is the initial value that you would want to start from? I'll say start with 0. The initial value by default will become the first value if you don't pass this. So as a beginner, my suggestion is use this second parameter. Okay, so now that the skeleton is ready, I'll show how you can use it. So in this case, all the previous cases, that there were 3 arguments that were passed, which is the value for which the iteration is happening, the index, and the array itself. Here, there is a twist. The first parameter is this one. So what do you want to name this? I call this as initval, the initial value, then the value, then the index, then the array itself. So you have all these 3 parameters intact, but just this initial value happens to be the 0 that we have passed. And now what I want to do here is return the initial value plus the value for which the iteration is happening. So the total now gets an accumulated value of this initial value and the total. So let me just explain this once again right here. So initial value is what? 0. So 0 will be concatenated or added to 55. Correct? 55 happens to be the first value. Then 55 will be added to 77. Then the sum will be added to 78, then 65, and then all of these. And the value gets computed and appended to or assigned to this total. Now, if I ask console, log me this total, it'll tell me the total. Let's go run this example. 596 is the sum of all the values in the array. Got it? So reduce takes 2 arguments. The first argument is a callback function. The second argument is the initial value. Now let me show you. If I don't pass this initial value, what would happen? it would still do the same job. It will still give you the same value. But now you may ask, Vijay, what is happening? So if the second argument is not passed, 0 would be implicitly passed, or a null value will be passed. Null has a, when you are using a plus, it becomes a number. Null becomes 0. 0 would be implicitly passed. So null value becomes 0. That is why even if you don't pass anything, it would work. But I suggest, as a responsible developer, you pass it, because sometimes you may want to pass some initial value. I mean, let's say there is 2 arrays. I would want to sum both of them, isn't it? So in that case, this initial value will be the sum of the second or the first array. You can pass that here, and that would be added to this number, and then you can get the output. Run this example. See, the initial value is 100. But if I make it 0, 596 is the value. Easy. Let's go back. I'll upload this file. So that's about reduce. Reduce write is something that you can try on your own. I suggest you can try reduce write. It does nothing different. It will give the same output, just that the computation would have now happened from right to the left, that is from bottom to the top instead of top to bottom. How will you know? You simply log value, you'll know how the computation is happening. And let's say now I would want to get the index value of 4. What is the index value of 4? Or let's say, what is the index value of 27? What is the location of 27? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, isn't it? So let's go check that out. Console log index of 27. So here there is a twist. You don't need to pass in a callback function. You simply pass in the number that you're looking for, or the value for which you're looking for the index or the position. So if I run this example, it'll tell you 7. Now I say, no, not the first one. That is first from the last. So you'll say last index of 10. Why 10? So this was 7, 8, 9, and 10. It found another 27. So this index of also expects a second argument, which is the start position, from where you would want me to look for. Okay, so you can use this index of and last index of to iterate through all the values. So if I want to use index of 27, we'll say 7. You may say, no, I want to look for the values from 7. Okay, from 8 maybe, because that was the starting position. Yeah, so now you get to see 10. Okay, so you have the ability to pass the location as well. So you see the search element and the index, the from index. All right, so with this, we come to the end of this array topic. And in the next example, we talk about promises. Promise is something that, someone will have to deliver at a later point in time, isn't it? So I'm sure, people have promised you so many things. Your friends would have promised you something, because see, promise has to be delivered at a later point in time, isn't it? It's not now. Nobody can say, I promise to have given you, a present yesterday. No, I promise to give you something, isn't it? So it's an anticipation that you may have that gets executed at a later point in time. Requirement. You may have some code that gets executed at a later point in time, or it gets delayed, or it is expected to be delivered later, not now, but at a later point in time. But you need to have an anticipation now. So when someone makes a promise, what will you have, guys? You will have an anticipation that they are about to fulfill it, isn't it? That they will go honor that promise at a later point in time. And when the time comes to deliver, they have a choice. They can either fulfill the promise or they can reject the promise. isn't it? So, but we can go ahead. We can schedule that this promise is going to happen, and if it happens, we'll do something, and then we proceed further. That's exactly what we will do with promise. So promise is expected to be delivered at a later point in time, and these promises can either be resolved or rejected. Let's go to the documentation so that I suggest you spend time on this promise API. It's not much to learn. If you see, promise has a get method, and it is an internal one. So if you ignore these properties, these are some of the methods. You have all settled, any, catch, finally, raise, reject, resolve, and then. So if you see, out of all of these, promise, all, any, raise, reject, and resolve are promises static methods. That means to say you can call them on the promise directly. You cannot call them on the instance. So which of them can you call on the instance? Anything that you see prototype, like catch, finally, and then, can be called on the instance. So using this idea, let us see. I mean, I'll be covering almost all of them, but if something gets missed, you should come back to this documentation and read about it. Okay. So let us first go create a promise. So what is the promise expected to do? Deliver, deliver an output at a later point in time. So let's go create a script block, and I will go create a variable, let promise. A new promise. So this promise will take a callback function. It can also be an arrow function, right? So I can pass in a function. This is also referred as a higher order function. Why is it referred as a higher order function? Because this promise is expected to get a function, which in turn gets other functions as parameters, and it'll return a function. Okay, so higher order functions are basically functions that accept other functions and return a function. We'll encounter this several times in this workshop. Just keep this in mind. So as of now, this promise is expected to take a function which takes other functions. So you see, there are two functions that we can pass in here. One of them is called reject, and another one called resolve. Sorry, resolve and reject. The first one is resolve, the second one is reject. I'll use the same name, resolve and reject. I can call this potato and tomato here, but I would use the same name so that it is in line with the methods that they have used internally. You see, reject and resolve are the names for the methods that they have used. That's what I'm using here. Not that I must use, okay? I can use, that is all. So here, if the promise is resolved, that is, if the promise is kept, I'll do something. If the promise is rejected, if the promise is not kept, then I will do something. So what I'll now do here is this. And again, in the promise is expected to do something at a later point in time. I mean, I want to do something at a later point. So you use something called a set timeout. You have two of these pseudo threads that you can use in JavaScript. What do you mean by pseudo thread? Is because they have its own timeline. By default in JavaScript, everything is sequential. But when you say set interval and set timeout, they do take a callback function. Does JavaScript has threading concept? They have pseudo threads. They don't have threads. We have pseudo threads. They are like threads. So it's just a function which takes a callback. So it works like a thread. So we don't have threads in JavaScript like in Java. So I can use a set timeout. This will cause a delay in a function. So here I will call a function which can be called at a later point in time. Let us say I will set a delay of 2 seconds, and then I will do a console.log. Hello there. So if I run this exercise, this is a different file altogether. So let me run this. So it'll take you 2 seconds to see a message. By now it should have already done. But if I run this, see, it takes 2 seconds. All right. So like this, we can create a program that takes some time to execute. And when that happens, we can decide to do something. So we are setting a delay using the set timeout. And instead of console logging, what I'll do is I will use a condition: if true, do something, else do something. As of now, I've made it true, so the if condition should work. So I'll simply call resolve, which will take a value. I'll simply say promise was resolved. And if not, okay, so if it is false, then I will use reject. Let's say promise was resolved and promise was rejected. Okay, so this promise will take, let us say, I'll make it 4 seconds, because you saw 2 seconds is quite a short time. So I have got a promise, and this promise in this case will be resolved after about 4 seconds, and it will give us a message as promise was resolved. Now, how do I use this is the question. So we have so far created a promise, but how do I use it? So we can use this promise that we have created, and we can use one of these 3 methods: catch, finally, and then. You see all 3 in the documentation. See, catch, finally, and then. See, these are instance methods, correct? Catch, finally, and then, which is what we can use. So I'll now say promise dot then. Now, when will the then be called is the question. You can also say promise dot catch and promise dot finally. So instead of doing this promise dot then, promise dot catch, and promise dot finally, we can also chain them. I'll show you. So this promise dot then can take a callback function. So I've used multi-cursor here. How to create a multi-cursor? Hold Alt on your keyboard and click wherever you want, and then you'll get multi-cursor. You can type at many places at the same time. So you pass in a function. This function will get a parameter. See, the then will get a response. The catch will get the error object. The finally doesn't get anything. So I may want to now use a console log the response that I get. Okay, so this is a success response. Or maybe you can call this as resolve response. The next one will be an error or reject response. So I'm expecting an error this time. So this one is an error here. Okay, so this statement would be an error statement, let's say. And this finally has nothing much to do. It can only call a function, and when everything is done, either resolve or rejected, whatever happened, the finally will be called after. So just to denote that, hey, you are waiting for this promise and the promise has fulfilled itself. Not fulfilled either, promises time is complete. Okay, so I'll now say console log a promise is completed. We don't know whether it is resolved or rejected, but whenever it is done, it will be called. So if I run this example, after 4 seconds, you see promise was resolved. The resolve response came in, and it says promise was resolved. Yeah, so it's taking about 4 seconds. Now I think I'll make this a little shorter because 4 is a little too long now. I'm already in the console. See, now it's taking 2 seconds to give me a response back. Easy. Let's make this false. So programmatically, now you have a technique to find out if a promise was rejected. And of course, there is, because we were expected to get an error, we got an error here. Okay. So maybe just to make this look glorious, we'll say error, console.error, and maybe this is console.warning. Okay, you see, this is looking like an error now, isn't it? If things went fine, then you'll see a warning and a log. See, there is a warning and then there's a log. So you have a program that can deal with a code that may take some time. When will this happen? So whenever you are making a AJAX call to some server resource, which is expected to give you a response, but something can go wrong, isn't it? I mean, the user was not authenticated, or the user is making a request to a data which is not existing. Anything can happen. So if the data is found intact, we will be able to return that. If not, we will reject. We'll expect a, how do you put an error? Error, ERROR, console.error. Yeah. So console does have a lot of techniques that you can use, a lot of methods that you can use. Warning and error are a few of them. Log is something that everybody knows. So we have got one promise which is expected to resolve. But so you may have multiple promises, then what? So what I'll do is I will simply call this as promise 1. Okay, so we can have multiple promises. Let me go back to my code, relaunch. So as of now, what? This promise will resolve. Promise 1 was resolved. Yes. Now you can also chain them. So I don't have to use promise dot, promise dot catch, promise dot. Finally, I can chain all of them like this, which is one of the advantages of working with promises. Because see, when you have a situation like this, when you have to make an AJAX call and you are waiting for some data to come, you'd usually have callbacks, one inside another. If this happens, do it. If that doesn't happen, do something else. And so that can be implicitly handled by this then, catch, and finally easily, isn't it? So you're also avoiding a pattern called callback hell, where you have promises, conditions nested deep inside. So that's another advantage that you can get or derive when you start working with promises. And look out for that. Just look out for callback hell in JavaScript and how promises can address them. Basically, you have a callback inside a callback inside a callback that can happen. All of that can be easily addressed when you work with promises. I'll show you that now. Let us say there is another promise. This is promise 1. This is promise 2. So promise 2 can also be resolved and can also be rejected. Let's create another one. Promise 3. Promise 3 can also be resolved, can also be rejected. So you'll usually get this requirement, okay, in a project. Let's say after the user is authenticated, do something. That is achieved with something called as nesting. I'll show that next. But I'm expecting the data to come from some server the user data to come from some server, then product data to come from some other server. But both are important for my program to display. So how will I get that done? So in this case, I have 3 promises. So I'm expecting a response to come from all 3 of them. Only then I can proceed with my program. If one of them rejects, if one of them does not fulfill, then the application has no point generating. Yeah. So in that case, what can I do? So I've got promise 1, promise 2, and promise 3. So you have seen how to deal with one promise. That's easy, isn't it? And you also have understood how to work with then, catch, and finally. Okay, let me just emphasize a little more on this then, catch, and finally a bit before we proceed further. And let's say I'm just working with promise 1. Okay. So this then is capable of taking 2 functions, guys. Okay, let me just comment all of this or remove them. So then itself is taking 2 functions. If you see 2 callback functions, not just one, it has 2 callback functions, then takes 2 callback functions. The first function will be called when there is a success, when there is a resolve. The second function will be implicitly called when there is a rejection. But I recommend that you always use catch, because see, many developers, may not be aware of the then using 2 different callbacks. So if you are using this, then they will be in confusion as to what are we really trying to do here. So if I run this example, this will work exactly the way we expected. Okay, it tells you that promise 1 was resolved. And if I reject here, if I go to the promise 1 and say false, the second function in the callback will be called. See, you got the error here. Okay, so the idea here is the then method takes 2 callback functions, not just 1. So just keep this in your mind. But I recommend you always use this. Keep things clear. Keep things easy for anybody to catch up. See, because the same program can bounce at you after about 2 years. Then you may not, find out what's happening. So make your code easy for everybody to understand. And maybe, you'd usually not do something like this. You will not have something so simple in a project. So you would usually want to do something. If a resource is not found, you'll have to do something beyond this handling the error. So that is where the catch method is useful. But just keep this in mind. So let's now deal with this situation where I have promise 1, 2, and 3. I want all 3 to be resolved. Only then I can use the data, or I can proceed with the application. If not, I cannot. Then what will I do? So you can use one of these static methods of the promise. So you see promise all, any, and race. All settled and all are quite similar. So I will leave this all settled for you to explore. I will explain all, any, and race now. All expects all the promises to resolve. This is like, that every method you just learned. It is expected all of them to resolve. Even if one of them rejects, this promise all will call the catch method immediately. You have any expects any of the promise to resolve. All expects all the promises to resolve. Any expects at least any of them to resolve. Okay, if none of them resolves, then there is an error. Race expects the first thing to happen, either resolve or reject. Whichever resolved, whichever method rejected, whichever happened first, I'm okay to take it. The race is always in a hurry. So it wants something to come out. Okay, it made a request, either resolved or reject, it wants something. Then you would use race. So you have 3 methods, all, any, and race. I'll show how to use them. So we have all, any, and race. All is useful to check if all the promises are fulfilled. Any expects any of these methods to fulfill. A race expects one of them, it's always in a race. It's like, you either tell me it is done or not done. I need to go. So this basically will wait for either a resolve or rejection. Whichever happens first, it will take it. But now there is a scenario here, because see, if it was one single response, you know what to do with it. If you have 3 different responses, then how do we deal with it? Isn't it? Because promise 1 can also resolve, promise 2 and 3, all 3 can resolve. Then how will we access the data? So that's interesting. So let me show you how it is done. So these all any race are class methods. So you need to use the class promise and call the all. All expects you to pass in an array actually. So you see the documentation clearly tells you the values are in array. So I need to pass in 3 values now because I have 3 promises. Promise 1, promise 2, and promise 3. So I'm expecting 3 of these promises to be dealt with here. Now, I can now attach the then, the catch, and the finally here. Let me just break them to multi-lines. Then we'll take a callback function. Finally, we'll take a callback function. Catch will also take a callback function. So then expects a response to come back. Catch expects an error to come back. Finally, doesn't expect anything. It will be called after everything, the promises are done. So I will change the duration here, guys. Watch. So the first promise will be resolved in 1 second. Second one will be resolved in 2 seconds. The third one will be resolved in 3 seconds. How long do you think all 3 promises will take to resolve, guys? No, it'll only take 3 seconds, right? Because the highest duration required by any promise is just 3 seconds. You will not add all of them together. Yeah, it would be a correct answer if they all are nested inside. Like, if promise 1 is called, then call the promise 2. If the promise 2 is resolved, then call the promise 3. You can actually have a situation like that as well, where you can take 6 seconds. But for now, the maximum duration for any of these promises to resolve is 3 seconds, isn't it? So that's the duration that will take. So I will now expect the console to log this response. What I get here. Now, if I get an error, I log that here. And here, I'll console log. I'll say completed. Let's run this. It'll take 3 seconds. And you see, you get an array back. This array contains these responses in the same order that you had passed them here. See, even if one of them takes a little longer, so let's say, this will take 3 seconds. This will take 1 second. And this will take, let's say, 2 seconds, just to create a flavor. If I run this example, the sequence here, all right. See, promise 1 was logged first, promise 2 was then logged, and then the promise 3. So it's just to tell you that the sequence really didn't matter, isn't it? What really matters is how you have passed them here. So if I passed promise 2 first, then promise 3, and then promise 1, that should be the sequence of the logs. Promise 2, 3, and 1, right? 2, 3, and 1. Just keep this in mind. Let us say, I don't want all of them to be resolved. I want any of them to be resolved. So in this case, the very first one that will be resolved will be used. So I'm not expecting an array to come back. So this time the response will not be an array. It'll be the first promise that gets resolved, which will be the first promise to get resolved. Promise 1 is taking 3 seconds. So this is definitely not the one. Promise 2 is taking just 1 second. So this is the promise that we are getting. Let us say you have separate servers to store the same data. Whichever server gives you a response, you can use it. In that case, you'd use promise.any. Let's go back, relaunch. See, promise 2 was resolved. It did not wait for promise 1 to complete. All promise 1 would also complete, but it did not wait for it, isn't it? Promise 2 was resolved and you got the response. So that is how you'd use any. And when you're working with arrays, either promise can be resolved or rejected. Whichever happens first, you are okay to take that. In that case, you'd use arrays. Let me copy this, paste it here. Arrays, save. See, this race here is expecting whichever happens first. So in this case, this is resolving, it'll take it. If this is rejecting, it'll take that as well, whichever happens first. See, promise 2 was rejected. So I'll make this one true, but I will make this one to take half a millisecond and throw a rejection. We'll take that. So any is expected, any promise to resolve, all expects all the promises to resolve. Race expects any of these promises to either resolve or reject. Whichever happens first, it'll take it. So what you need to understand or carry home is this. React is meant for front-end development only. It is not meant for backend. Of course, there are some backend libraries that work hand in hand with React. Okay, but just keep in mind that React is meant for front-end development. It's not backend development, not the server-side development as well. Of course, the React CLI will be delivered on the server side. Will be developed on the server side. We will be debugging it on the server side. How do we hook front end to a backend in Spring Boot? Will that be taught? No, I would not be using Spring Boot, Zaiba. I'll be using Node.js. But communicating with Spring Boot is as easy as communicating with Node.js. Okay, as long as your server side gives away some JSON data, you should be able to communicate to it. Of course, if you have enrolled for a full stack workshop, no, you don't have to know Node.js. You don't have, it's like this. See, you don't have to be a mechanic to drive a car. Okay, so I'll show you how to drive a car. So I'll show you how to use Node.js. We'll be discussing about creating some simple server-side program using Node.js, which can communicate to some server-side resource like MongoDB maybe, or Firebase, and we can complete this assignment. Okay, but I'll give an overview. Similarly, you can also communicate to Spring Boot. Once you learn one of these, communication, the rest all becomes identical. That's what I want to say. And just keep this in mind that you use React to make things progressive. It's not that you plan build every part of your application just with React in one shot. No, you progressively make some small changes, and that's the feature that React is here to deliver, and that's what we will see. So if you are familiar with the MVC architecture, the model view and controller architecture, React delivers the view part of it. A few things that you need to carry always is any DOM manipulation that you have to do can be done with JavaScript as well, but put that to React. Let React do that, because then React is aware of the changes and it will help you keep track of the state that you would want to manage. So if you use JavaScript and not React, then React becomes innocent. I mean, he doesn't know what changes have been implemented. So he'll not be fully capable of helping you. And in React, everything is a component. Now, what is a component? It's a single unit that can manage itself. You can think about it like a brick or a Lego block, if you may. Okay, so you can use several Lego blocks to build whatever you want, isn't it? Or you can use bricks to build anything you really want. So that independent entity, which is capable of being molded to do whatever you want, is a component. And in React, you use a term called composition or composability, where you have several components coming together to become a bigger component. So React, on the other hand, helps us manage the user interface really well. So what React does as an advantage, I mean, what is the takeaway from React? Why should you start using React? Is because React makes things easy to build. It converts things to components so that you can collate many of these components to build whatever you really want. And if you want to update, it becomes easy for you to just change one component at a time and then make a big change, in your application. So you can make your application scalable. That's the whole idea. React also supports partial refresh. Say if you want to a small view got updated in your application, let's say a small data got changed, then in a legacy-based web application, the entire application will have to refresh itself to denote that change. But that is not so in React, because React is using something called as a virtual DOM. It just manages to manipulate a small area or a small component, not the entire application. You'll realize that even if a small change happens in one related component, the parent will also refresh. Okay, React is also faster because it is fast in several levels. When I say it is fast, you may probably ask, okay, fast how? Is it because it will be fast in performance, or will it be fast because you can develop it really fast, or if it is scaled really fast? What is it? In case of React, all of them is true. React actually is a lot faster compared to its other competitive technologies. I would consider Angular here. Okay, so is React faster than Angular? Yes, in certain cases. But in Angular also you can optimize. In React can also be optimized. So I'm comparing an optimized version of React with an optimized version of Angular here. And that way React is slightly faster because it has the flexibility for you to use plain JavaScript. Okay, and React has smaller learning curve compared to Angular. Angular has a lot of tricks in its hat, so it does a lot of magic behind the scene. React does not do all of that. You should be aware of whatever React is doing, okay, to get React to work for you. And you leverage your existing knowledge of ECMAScript 6 on React. So step 15 is before React.html. And I will actually convert the same example to React one. So you will understand how React is efficient, how React is capable of doing certain things. So let me create a script block. And this is something that you have done before. So let us go create a virtual DOM. And I would like that virtual DOM to be added to a literal DOM here. So I'll create a element which has a ID called root. You can call this potato if you want, and that would still work for you. Okay, but I used the word root because React calls it or looks for this div with an ID called root. And some of these answers have already been given to you. Why should I use ID? I'm sure some of you asked me, Vijay, if I want to look for an element, if it has a class or an ID or a tag name, which one is faster? I told you, I gave you the answer. ID using the document.getElement by ID would be the fastest way to access. It's fast by a few nanoseconds, that is all. So now let us say I want to create a virtual element. So I'll go create a variable, let elm element, okay, equals what? So document dot create element. We have done this before. I want to create a div. Now, is this element a div tag? Yes, it is, isn't it? So this element elm variable is now a div tag. So this is virtually available. So I can access all the properties of this elm. I can say, what is the inner HTML, inner text? I will say the inner text is welcome to your life. So this virtually created element exists. We can also add attributes to this. I can say elm dot add attribute, or maybe I'll call this as set attribute. Set attribute class, and I want to add this value called box to it. So I've not only accessed the property, but I'm also accessing the attribute for this element now. So if I now go create a style block and look for the box class, assign some width to it, 100 pixel, height 100 pixel, background color so we all can see it. Let's make this chocolate, a brown maybe, and color of the text will be beige or bisque, and the text align is center. I'll make this width as 400 pixel and height as, let us say, 150 pixel. Because I just realized this text is a little lengthy long compared to 100 pixels. It could have been fixed, but let's say the text align is in the center. Okay, I've already done that. Okay, I wanted to vertically align it. What was the trick, guys? We have done this before. The line height is what we will use. Set it to 150 pixel. And maybe the font family would be sans serif. Whichever sans serif font your device has will be used. Serif means curve. Sans serif means no curve, not a curvy font. So we'll use a font that has geometric shapes. Whichever is that on your machine will be used. So let's run this example. See, we have virtually created this element which can take this class, but can the user see it? No. We can, render this element in front of the user only if there is a real DOM that is existing. So I will go ahead and wait for this document to add an event listener, listen to the DOM content loaded. When that happens, you call this function, which will look for document.getElement by ID root dot, I can say append child. We have done this as well before, elm. And this elm element that we have created, the virtual element, will now be attached to the literal element. And now if I run this example, you'll be able to see this there. Welcome to your life. Okay. So we created a virtual element and then we added it to a real or literal element, isn't it? Now, The question is, hey, Vijay, this is all good, but this is plain JavaScript. Where is React here? So what is React helping me do here? Okay. So React actually was created or invented after JavaScript was invented, isn't it? So React does the same thing smarter, lot better, in fact. So let me show you how you can now convert the same example to React. Now, if I want to add React here, we can go to React's website, reactjs.org. And in the website, you click on docs. And then from the docs, you see there are several links here. One of them says add React to HTML page in 1 minute. Frankly, React takes anywhere between 3. So if you want to add React in your application, see, there is a small snippet here. I suggest you can do it. Even now, okay, even till this date, there are companies, Fortune 500 companies, which are creating React applications exactly like this. Because you see, they started working with React about 6-7 years back. And they created this project, or they created a project, and they did not want to do any updates on that. I mean, it's working, the client has paid, and then the account is settled. The project is sailing, right? So they didn't want to make any difference. But now, you will laugh at it. What have you used? But just keep in mind that now there are many things that we can do. Okay, so now let us copy these 2 pieces of code here. You see on this website, add React to a website.html, that is add-react-to-a-website.html. Quite a mouthful link, isn't it? So you will find these links. Don't bother, you would not be using this for a long time, but I want you to know. Okay, I told you that React is getting updated. 18.2.0 is what I'll be using in this workshop. But when Intellipaat created the content, maybe we were few versions before this. Or there will always be a change, isn't it? I mean, after a few days, if you come, maybe they will have some small bug fix here, and they would release a new version. The content will still remain the same. So now that we have React here, we can start utilizing React. So I'll show you the exact same thing how you can do with React. Now that we have attached React, so there are 2 files here. You see, the first one is React. The core of React comes here. Then the second library here is to attach the React application to the DOM. Yeah, you can think about it like that. Yes, you can think about it like that, but it does something beyond. Okay. But because you are just starting, you can probably compare to it so that you get familiar. Okay. So moving forward, this react.development.js is the core of React. So it has all the core functionalities that React application should have. And then this one attaches the React application to the DOM. You may say, why, Vijay, they have created 2 different libraries? See, this React library, the core library, is used by React Native as well, wherein I go create an element, and that implicitly gets converted to a device native element. Say if I create a button here, on the web, it will be a button that a browser can understand. But an Android device or an iOS device has its own button APIs. So it'll actually convert it to that. So what they have done is, they have split these to 2 different parts, wherein you have the core of React, which only is allowed to create components. And the second one can help you attach it to a DOM. See, DOM is what we will be working on. After this training, you can easily convert this application to a React native application. You just need to follow along, and the React idea that you have learned will still be the same. Okay. So if you attend my React Native workshop, I'll show you how you can convert it to a mobile application as well. It's quite a breeze. Now let's move on. In this case, I have to now create a DOM element. How do I do that? I have React to my help. I'll use React. And it has a method called createElement. React.createElement. See, the document also has a createElement. React also has a createElement, isn't it? Now this createElement can be attached to a variable, React.createElement, like so. And this createElement, instead of taking just one parameter, the JavaScript only took one parameter, but the React.createElement will take multiple parameters. So the first parameter is the name of the tag that you would want to create. The second parameter is the attribute that you would want to set. The third parameter would be any child that you would want to add, or any content that you would want to add. So these 3 lines can be just accomplished in one line. The first parameter is the tag that you would want to create. So I will say I want to create a div tag. So I'll go create a div like this. The second attribute, the second parameter would be the attributes that you'd want to set. So what is the attribute? We are setting a class here. So I will go say class is what I want to set. Of course, this is a pseudocode, so don't follow this, okay? The third parameter would be the content that you would want to add. So you would put this content. Easy. So the React.createElement will take 3 parameters. The first parameter is the element that you would want to create. The second parameter is the attribute that you want to set. The third parameter is the content that you want to set. Of course, React does it slightly different. It takes values in a different way. These attributes can be just one, but can be many attributes as well. So what React does is it allows us to pass in an object. And on this object, we can pass in the attribute. Say, for example, class is what I want to pass. And the value for this class is box. Okay. But you should know that, this React here is actually running some JavaScript behind the scene. And in that case, class becomes a reserved keyword. You cannot use the word class, isn't it? So what they do is use something called as class name instead. So they use class name instead. All right. So I'll use an attribute called class name. And the value for that would be box. Div is what I want to create. And I want to set the text as welcome to your life. Now with this, my virtual element is ready. Here in plain JavaScript, I took 3 lines to accomplish the same. Here in React, I could do that in just 1 line, isn't it? Okay, so we have another 4 more minutes. We should be able to complete this exercise, and we should be able to continue from React in the next one.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is callback? And your options are: callback is an asynchronous equivalent for a function, or where the method callback the caller method, or both of the above, or none of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So let's begin by understanding what is front-end development. Front-end development is the branch of web development that concentrates on user experience. The user experience is the main emphasis of front-end development. Front-end developers create the components of an application that end users directly access with the aim of making complete user interface elegant, simple to use, quick, and secure, encouraging user engagement and involvement. You may create designs and interaction patterns that are ever more complex thanks to the most recent design and technological trends targeted at the front end. But at the same time, complexity increases, making front-end development a specialist profession requiring in-depth knowledge. The goal of website design is to present the content in an understandable and pertinent manner to users as soon as they access the site. This is made much more difficult by the fact that customers today utilize a wide range of devices with different screen sizes and resolutions, prompting the site's designer to take these factors into account. They must make sure that their website functions properly across a variety of browsers, operating systems, and devices, which necessitates considerable preparation on the part of the developer. Now we look at who is a front-end developer. A front-end developer is a type of web developer who specializes in creating the user interface and user experience of websites and web applications. They are responsible for designing, coding, and testing the visual and interactive components of a website, including its layout, typography, graphics, and navigation. Front-end developers use a variety of technologies to create responsive and interactive web pages such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. They also work with front-end development frameworks such as React, Angular, and Vue.js, which allow them to build complex and feature-rich websites efficiently. In addition to technical skills, front-end developers must have an eye for design and be able to collaborate effectively with other team members such as UX designers, backend developers, and project managers. They must also stay up to date with the latest industry trends and technologies to ensure that they are using the most effective tools and technologies. Now we look at the roles and responsibilities of a front-end developer. Starting with design and layout, front-end developers are in charge of creating and organizing the visible components of a website or application. Choosing fonts, coming up with color schemes, and developing graphics all fall under this category. Second is coding. To turn the design into a usable website or application, front-end developers must be knowledgeable in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Third is cross-browser compatibility. Front-end designers and programmers must guarantee that a web application or a website functions properly on various browsers and mobile platforms. Next is user experience. Front-end developers are responsible for ensuring that the website or application is simple to use and navigate in order to create a seamless and intuitive user experience. Next on the list is collaboration. To guarantee that the website or application is finished on time and satisfies the client's expectations, front-end developers must collaborate with other team members such as UX designers, backend developers, and project managers. Next is testing and debugging. Front-end developers are responsible for testing and debugging the website or application for flaws and mistakes, making the necessary corrections. Finally, maintenance. To keep the website or application current and operating effectively, front-end developers must maintain and update it as needed. In general, a front-end developer is essential to producing a useful and interesting user interface for a website or application. They need to be highly technical and have a good sense of design and be able to work well with others. Now we'll look at the steps to becoming a front-end developer. Starting with building a solid foundation. Building a solid foundation in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is essential for becoming a front-end developer. HTML provides the structure of a web page, CSS is used to style it, and JavaScript is used to add interactivity. You should focus on learning the basis of these languages such as syntax, semantics, and best practices. You can start by following online tutorials, reading books, and practicing coding exercises. Second is choose a front-end development framework. Front-end development frameworks are collections of pre-written code that can be used to build web applications more quickly and efficiently. They often include components for common web design elements such as navigation menus, forms, and buttons. Some popular front-end frameworks include React, Angular, and Vue.js. Research on these frameworks and choose one that fits your project requirements and personal preferences. Third is understand design principles. Front-end development involves working with designers to create visually appealing websites and applications. Understanding design principles such as color theory, typography, and layout is crucial for creating effective designs. You should also learn about user experience and user interface design to create designs that are intuitive and easy to use. Fourth is learn about responsive design. Responsive design is a critical aspect of front-end development as it ensures that websites and applications look good on all screen sizes and devices. You should learn how to use responsive design techniques such as fluid grids, flexible images, and media queries to create designs that adapt to different screen sizes and resolutions. Fifth is gain experience with version control. So version control systems such as Git are used to manage code changes and collaborate with other developers. You should learn how to use these version control systems to work effectively in a team environment. This involves learning how to create and merge branches, resolve merge conflicts, and work with remote repositories. Sixth is stay up to date with the latest technologies. Front-end development is a rapidly evolving field and new technologies and frameworks are constantly emerging. It's essential to stay up to date with the latest industry trends, attend conferences and workshops, and follow online resources such as blogs and podcasts to remain competitive and knowledgeable about the trends and technologies. Seventh is build projects. Hence, you must now put all of your knowledge and expertise in front-end development to use in the real world. You can begin by creating a number of mini projects like a quiz game or a to-do list and then go on to larger projects like an audio player or a chat platform. It will provide you the most exposure to front-end development and some much needed practical experience. Also, you could discover a number of new ideas or concepts while working on projects that you might not have learned from a book or a lesson. Eighth is building a portfolio. Building a portfolio is a great way to showcase your front-end development skills and experience to potential employers. You can include projects you've worked on, such as websites or applications, as well as any open source contributions you have made. A portfolio also demonstrates your ability to work on a variety of projects and technologies. Ninth is collaborate with others. Front-end development often involves working in a team environment with designers, backend developers, and project managers. You should learn how to collaborate effectively with others, such as using project management tools, communicating clearly and effectively, and working with other developers' code. And the final step is apply for jobs. Once you have built up your skills and created a portfolio, it's time to start looking for jobs. Search for front-end developer job postings and tailor your resume and cover letter to the job requirements. Be prepared to discuss your skills and experience in detail during the interviews and be open to feedback on how you can improve your skills and portfolio. Remember to focus on building your skills, gaining practical experience, and building connections in the industry. With persistence and hard work, you can achieve your goals and become a successful front-end developer. Now let us look at the average pay of front-end developers. So the average salaries of front-end developers in India can vary based on several factors including experience, location, and company size. Here are some estimates based on experience. First, entry-level front-end developers with less than 1 year of experience can expect to earn an average salary of around 3 lakhs to 4 lakhs per annum. Front-end developers with 1 to 3 years of experience can expect to earn an average salary around 4 to 8 lakhs per annum. Mid-level front-end developers with 3 to 7 years of experience can expect to earn an average salary of around 8 to 15 lakhs per annum. Finally, senior front-end developers with 7 to 10 years of experience can expect to earn an average salary of around 15 lakhs to 25 lakhs per annum. Becoming a front-end developer can be an exciting and rewarding career path, but it takes a lot of hard work and dedication to get there. As a front-end developer, you'll be responsible for making websites and applications look and feel great. So it's a combination of design and coding. I hope the resources and the information we have provided will help you start your journey to making a career in front-end development.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full-stack web development course in collaboration with NICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So let's start with what is backend development. Backend development actually refers to the development of server-side logic that powers a website and apps from behind the scenes. If I elaborate it, it means that it is an area of web development that focuses on how a website or a web application works. It is what happens behind the scenes. And the same way like a restaurant chef and his or her staff handles all the orders without the customer sitting at their table seeing them. So instead of cooking food, though backend developers write codes that enable web browsers to communicate with databases and servers. And the primary role related with a backend developer is to ensure that the end users get the data or services that they requested without a glitch and on time. And such backend development requires a comprehensive set of programming skills and knowledge. That was exactly comprises what a backend development exactly is. Now let's move forward and study who is a backend developer. So the question is, who is a backend developer? A backend developer is a type of software developer who specializes in creating and maintaining the server side of a web applications. They work on the code and technologies that power the website or application which the user doesn't directly interact with. Backend developers are actually responsible for creating the logic that allows the website or application to function and communicate with other systems. Backend developers typically work with databases, APIs, and the server-side programming languages such as Python, Ruby, PHP, and Java. They often work closely with the front-end developers responsible for creating the user-facing side of the application or website. Backend developers need to understand the technology stack used by the organization, including the server architecture, networking, and databases. Some common tasks of a backend developer include designing and developing APIs, creating and managing databases, implementing security features, and deploying the application to a production environment. They may also work on optimizing the performance of an application and debugging issues and integrating new features into an existing system. One of the key skills which basically required by a backend developer is problem solving. They need to be able to identify issues and develop effective solutions, often under tight deadlines. They must also have a solid understanding of data structures and algorithms, as well as the ability to write efficient code. Another important skill if I talk about a backend developer is collaboration. They must also work closely with other developers, product managers, and designers to ensure that the website or application is meeting the needs of the end user. Communication skills kind of also are very essential, as they may also need to explain the technical concepts to the non-technical stakeholders. A backend developer must also stay up to date with the latest trend and technologies in their field. This requires a commitment to lifelong learning, attending conferences, reading industry publications, and participating in online communities. In a summary, if I talk about who is a backend developer, is a crucial member of any web development team. They are responsible for creating the server-side code that powers the website or application, working closely with the other developers and ensuring that the application is secure, efficient, and scalable. Backend development requires a range of technical, interpersonal skills, and those who succeed in this field are often problem solvers who are committed to continuous learning and collaboration. I hope so you got an overview of who a backend developer exactly is. Now let's move forward and discuss the skills required to become a backend developer. So, if I tell you about backend developers are kind of in hot demand these days, and there are some essential skills that you will have to learn if you want to become one. But never fear that you ever peeked under the hood of your car to find a snuck of the backstage in the first-hand look what goes on behind the show. You would have the curiosity that drives the backend developer. With a little bit of effort and training, you may be able to use your natural inquisitiveness to build a rewarding career. But it ultimately depends on acquiring the essential backend development skill. And the first skill which I want to discuss is Python. If you are going to be a backend developer, then you need to develop your Python skills. While it has nothing to do with the snake that inspired its game, Python is one of the premier languages that is used in the development today. In a 2019 study conducted by Stack Overflow, deemed Python is the fastest growing major programming language in the world above. The second only is Rust likability ranking. A full of 41.7% of the report states that 90,000 of the respondents said that they use Python in 2020. So you can see, based on the past statistics, Python is hugely popular. The reason behind Python's popularity is kind of simple. It supports multiple programming styles and provides excellent data visualization. With Python, developers can use procedural, functional, and object-oriented programming approaches with equal ease. The language supports for expansive data libraries and makes use of visualization easy and development speedy. Plus, Python is relatively easy to run. The next language which I want you to learn is Java. First, let's get one thing out of the way. Java is not JavaScript. While the two have similar names and did during the Netscape era briefly intersect, but they are actually incredibly different. Simply, if I talk about Java, Java is actually a general-purpose programming language for application development. While JavaScript is applied primarily to incorporate animation and interactivity to the websites. The two do have similarities and both can run on a browser or a server. For example, however, they are vastly different in their capabilities and execution. Java is primarily intended for backend development. A more robust system, Java is typically written in an integrated development environment before being compiled in bytecode or low-level code that can be read by the software interpreter, rather than the human developers. Whereas JavaScript, in contrast, can typically execute its original syntax via JavaScript engine. Generally, Java is capable of handling more robust programming tasks than its front-end counterpart. Java is an incredibly useful skill for backend developers, and it's a high-performance language that supports object-oriented programming and can run in any system that supports Java Virtual Machine. Now let's move on and let's discuss the next skill, that is PHP. PHP, or Hypertext Preprocessor, is one of the common and usable server-side languages in the development sector. Unlike Python or Java, PHP is a scripting language, which means that it interprets scripts, programming instruction at the runtime to automate routine processes or improve performance of an application. According to the statistics shared by Stack Overflow, over 20 million of the website and applications have been developed via PHP. This is for a good reason that PHP is an open source and has a gentle learning curve. And it is also kind of cost effective because most web hosting servers already support the language by default. As a bonus, it also offers a built-in support for the popular relational database MySQL. While PHP might not be a critical skill for backend developers, but if they know other major programming languages and having familiarity with it would certainly make an aspiring programmer more marketable. The next skill which I want to discuss is SQL. Technology might not be outdated easily, but SQL seems to be an exception in this rule. The structured query language has empowered the backend developers to access and manipulate the relational databases as needed. SQL allows programmers to insert and delete records easily, file queries against a database, and create new tables and store procedures in a database, and even establish permissions on those tables and procedures. If you ever need to deal with relational databases and if you are a backend developer, then without a doubt you will need to know SQL. Now let's move on and let's understand the next skill, which is Git. If you are looking for a widely used modern version control system to fit your needs, then Git is a great option. It is actively maintained and open source and created by the same founder of the Linux operating system. Each developer with a working copy of a code can easily access the full history of what changes has been made, making it easy to edit and restore the code. Among any backend developer skills, Git is one of the most high-performing, flexible, and secure. And finally, we have the trifecta, which is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. If I talk about HTML, HTML is the most fundamental building block of the internet. It determines the structure of web pages when working in conjunction with other two languages. On the other hand, the language that determines how elements will be rendered on a web page and standardizes the display across browser, which is CSS. And finally, if I talk about JavaScript, it is a language which is mostly used in the scripting language for web pages, but can also be used in browser elements like Adobe Acrobat. So you got a brief idea what are the skills required to become a backend developer. Now let's move forward and understand how to become a backend developer. First of all, I would advise you to get an education, complete a bachelor's degree in computer science majors. Then you can move on to learn any of the backend programming languages which I have discussed prior below. Then you will also have to learn about hosting. You can choose AWS or Azure as that platform. Then you can learn about the frameworks, such as if you choose Java as a backend programming language, then Spring is a wonderful framework to work with the backend. Moving ahead, you will also have to learn about databases which I have mentioned as SQL or MongoDB as per as your requirement. Then you have to also acquire certain additional skills known, such as you have to also understand the socket APIs and how to use the Postman and all those things like version control system. So those are the additional skills and tools required by an industry. After you have done all this thing, go for an internship as a backend developer in a good company. Gain some experience. And finally after that, build your portfolio and resume. Now finally, let's discuss the salary and the career opportunities. So now is the point to discuss the salary and the career opportunity for the backend developer. An entry-level backend developer with less than 1 year of experience can expect to earn an average total compensation which includes tips, bonus and overtime pay of around, you can say, 3.8 LPA. And up to with mid-level of experience, which can range from 5 to 7 years, you can earn around 25 LPA, which sounds totally fantastic according to our today's scenario.
So MongoDB is an open source document-oriented database that is made to hold a lot of data and provide you with a lot of flexibility when working with it. It falls within the NoSQL database category because MongoDB does not store or retrieve data in the form of tables.
There's a function called find, which we can use to find the documents. But sometimes we have seen a simple example. We're using two functions. For find, we have seen there are two functions. First, we can use db.collection.find. Second, db.collection.find1. This find function, db.collection.find, this find function takes an object as an argument where we can write a condition. So when you don't write anything, it is equal to select star from table, means I want to see all the records. But we also want to write some advanced queries, and there we're going to use some operators. So MongoDB provides us with the various operators to write some logical, or you can say some advanced queries. So first we're going to learn about the logical operators. Logical operators, where we have AND operator. First is the AND, then we have NOT, then we have NOR, then we have OR. Now, if you remember, in SQL also we have something called AND OR. These are the operators we can use to perform some advanced queries. Suppose I want to find out the document, find out the record based on some condition. Either we can do it in this way. Suppose if I want to write here, I can write here db.collection.find, and in this we can add a filter. Filter is going to be another object where we can pass the field name, and then we can pass the value. So it is going to be like, say, for example, select star from table, where we can say, let's say ID is equal to 1. So we're going to write it like this, filter, it's going to be ID 1. So that's going to make the query select star from table where the ID is 1. But we also want to make some operators to write some other conditions. In that case, we can use this operators. So first we have the AND operator. AND operator used to join the query clause where the logical and return all the documents that matches the condition of both the clauses. So AND operator is used to join, it joins the query clauses with logical and returns all the documents that match the condition of both sides or both clause. Suppose we want to write a query, say find the document in the collection where ID is 1 and name is this. Means it has to match both the condition. If both the condition get matched, only then you get the result. Otherwise, you didn't get any result. And means both sides should be written true. Not invert the effect of a query expression and return all documents and return documents that do not matches the query expression. Right? Third is NOR. NOR means join the query clauses with logical NOR and which return all the documents that fail to match both the clauses. So join the query clauses with a logical nor and that returns all the documents that fail to match both clauses. And finally, we have the or. Or means it will going to return all the document that match either clause. So we have put two conditions and it's going to return all the document which match with any one of the condition. So join the query clause with a logical or and return all documents that matches the condition of either clauses. Right? Let's check in some examples. So first of all, let me open my command line. Let me connect with my MongoDB. So we can write here Mongo. We can connect with the Mongo shell. Let me check what is the database we have. So I can use this demo. Then we can use the collections, see the collection list by using the show collections. I have employees. Let me drop this employees as of now. So we can use db.employees.drop. I don't have any collection right now. So let's create a new collection and we'll insert some documents. So let's say users.insert. And we can pass here an object which consists of name, going to be Mark. Then we can have the age as 30, status as true, right? Let's insert a couple of more documents. This is going to be Mark. Let's insert one more. That's going to be Paul. Age is 32, status is true. Then we have, this is going to be John. Age is 28, status is true. This is going to be, let's say, Watson, age is 25, status is true. And one more, this is going to be Albert, age is 21, status is false this time, right? What we did, we insert 5 documents as of now into my collection users. So we can use this db.users. I can write here db.users, db.users.find. And as of now, if I say find, or we can write like this also, empty object. Since we do not want to add any filter, so either you pass an empty object or don't pass anything, the result going to be same. So we can able to see we get 5 documents. Now I want to find the document based on a condition, right? So maybe I can write here db.users.find, and in this we're going to pass an object where you can pass where the status is true. Out of the 5 documents, 4 having a status as true. Yeah, user is a collection. We create a user as a collection. While inserting, when I say users, automatically collection get created. So we don't have to call the function create collection. We discussed initially there are 2 ways we can create a collection. One, explicitly create a collection first, or at the time of inserting a document, the collection get created. So now you can see we get all the 4 documents, right? Or we can write here false. So that's going to give me, this is single like a where clause. We're writing a condition like select star from users where status is equal to true or status is equal to false. So you get the document as expected. That's a simple, straightforward. I want to add a condition where I want to check all the user where the name is Mark and the status is true. So we have to use the AND operator for this. AND operator join the query clauses with a logical AND and return all the documents that match with the condition of both the clauses. So in this case, it is simple and straightforward. There are two ways we can able to use the AND operator. Either we can directly just put a comma and add on conditions, or we can use AND operator explicitly. Suppose I can write like this. So first of all, so we can write db dot users dot find, right? And then in this we have to pass an object. Find will take an object. Everything in MongoDB is an object. So we always object represented by the curly braces. Within the curly braces, we have to use the operator called AND. So use AND operator. All the operators we have to use using the dollar symbol AND. And then it will take an array where we have to put two conditions. This is the first condition and this is the second condition. First condition, we can write the name is going to be Mark. And then status is equal to me. So what we did, AND will take an array as a parameter where we have to pass two conditions. This is the first condition when I want to check with the name as should be Mark and status should be 2. That's the second station. Put it separate by comma. Copy this and try to run this here. Sorry, Mark we have to put in a double quotes. And you can see we get the result as expected. In the case of AND, we only going to get the documents when it match with both the clauses, which means if I write here, let's say false, instead of true, if I say false, we will not have any document where the name is Mark and the status is false. So that will not going to return anything. We don't get anything. But if I change this AND to OR, you get two documents. All the documents which match with the first condition and all the documents which match with the second condition. That's the difference between AND and OR. So this is going to be the AND. And this is going to be OR. Right? So this is going to be the first, we can see this is the first condition. So now using the AND operator, right? I'm going to put here a square bracket, means it takes an array. Array means it has multiple conditions. First condition, we are just checking with the name and second checking with the status. So, and then you can see in the case of AND, we get two documents or one single document as a result. This is going to be the result, what we received from this. And in the second example, we get two documents because first document matched with the first condition, which the name is Mark, and second status is false. Now suppose if I write the same query, but this time I'm going to pass here status as true. Tell me how many documents we're going to see. What would be the expected output from this query now? Where I'm putting a name as Mark, I'm using an OR operator. Name as Mark, status is true. Yes, very good. 4 documents. Because it will going to give you all the documents where the name is Mark, also give you all the documents which match with the second condition, that's going to be status is true. That's the difference between AND and OR. Right? In this case, we're going to get the 4 documents. The next is NOT. Right? Mostly we use AND OR, but sometimes we want to use NOT also. So NOT invert the effect of the query expression and return the document that do not match with the query. Nor not are being rarely used. We'll see this example going forward, but before that, AND OR are the mostly used. Right? After this, logical operators. There's something called comparison operator. Comparison operator. In the comparison operator, there are 6 kinds of operators. First, we have $EQ. Then we have $NE, $GT, $LT, $GTE, and LTE. Now they're not difficult to remember, right? You can simply say EQ stands for equals to. It is mean equal to. NE stands for not equals to, not equal. GT stands for greater than, greater than, greater than. LT stands for less than, less than. GT stands for greater than, and equals, equals to. LT stands for less than, equals to. Right? Gaurav, as I said, you can mix the operator. Instead of putting a condition here, you can use another condition which is going to be the and or. Right? Do not expect everything to be done. You can try something your side also. If you find some difficulty, let me know. But give it a try first. Okay? Just replace the statement with the another statement which include the and or. Okay? There are 6 operators we usually use. First is equals to. Suppose I want to do it will return true if the values are equivalent. NE stand for not equal, means return true if the value are not equivalent. Greater than GT, return true if the first value is greater than and the second one from the second one. Similarly, less than, then greater than equals to, or less than equals to. Let me give you an examples. If you look at the document that we have right now, db.users.find. I have 5 documents right now. In all the documents, you can see we have something called age, right? I want to find out the documents or find out all the users where the age is, let's say 30. So we can write here db.users.find, and then we can write a condition. So I can write a condition to find all the documents where the age is equals to 30. One way can be, you can simply write like this also. Suppose I can write here age, and then this is going to be 30. You get the result as expected. This is one way of doing it. Second way, you can write here. We can write here age, right? That is a field name first. Inside this, we can pass an object, and the object consists of $EQ, and then we can give the value. Suppose I want to the equal to 30, so you can say 30. So that's going to give you all the documents which match with the age 30. Now the only difference is, in this case, we can also find the documents using an expression. Means instead of equality, we can also use for not equals to. So I can use an operator called not equals to, which means it will going to give you all the operators which does not match with the sorry, any does not match with 30. Means all the other 4 documents you will see except 30, 32, 28, 25, and 21. Or you can say where the age should be greater than GT 30, means you get only one document 32. Or if you want to include 30 also, then greater than and equals to 30. Similarly, we can write here less than LT, less than. So we get all the documents where the age is less than 30, 28, 25, 21. Or you can say LTE, which is going to give you less than equals to 30. So you can say including 30, you get all the 4 documents. So this is called comparison operator, where we can write the condition, write the query depending upon the write an expression. So EQ is similar. I mean, suppose you can say I want to find out, say db.users.find. EQ means equals to. So we can write here, suppose age $EQ equals to value as 30. So that's going to give you, this is for equality. So that will going to give you all the documents which match with the condition. Means the where the age is 30. I mean, both way we can do it. There are every time you will find there are multiple way we can do write a problem solution to a same sort of problem in different ways. So we have the option, we can do it in this way also, or we can use with the directly also. Okay, next is element operators. Sometimes we also have to work with the arrays. So for that, we have something called element operators. Now to work with the arrays, we can use here element operator. Right? Element operator, there are two main operators, not array. First, first of all, the element operator means they are used to find the document based on a field type or its existence. So there are two main operators we can use. The list of operators are huge, but we'll try to cover those which we mostly use in our day-to-day life. First, we have $exist. Second, we have type. Now, it will the $exist operator matches the documents that have the specified field. Type operator, because since MongoDB gives us the flexibility in the schema, we can also have a document which may be having some stored a field in a different type. Maybe some same field has a value in the string, or same field has a value as an integer in some of the documents. In that case, we want to check or we want to find the documents based on the type of the field. Then we can use type operator. So that will use to select the document if a field is of the specified type. Let's take an example. Suppose I'm going to create here, let's say, a collection. We have this users collection. Let me drop this first, db.users.drop. Let me clear this. Now db.users.insert, and let's insert a document where we have a name as Mark. Then we can have, let's say, phone number, or let's say we can say we have the phone field which stores some phone number, and have a status field as true. Let me insert a couple of more documents. This is Mark. Paul. Phone number is something else. Then we have John. And John does not have the phone number field. Right? Now if you see db.users.find. These are three documents I have in my users collection. Right? I want to find out all the document which has the phone field or which does not have the phone field. So suppose if I want to find a document which does not have the phone field, I can write like this: db.users.find, and then we can write here. Phone is null. That's going to give you the list of all the document which does not have the phone field. So phone null means which does not have the phone field, automatically return the null. So you can see only the last document you receive the last document only. But suppose if I want to find out the documents which has the phone field, irrespective to the value what we have. If we write here, let's say phone, and we can give the value, only going to give me a specific document. But my requirement is I want to find out the documents which contain or which have the phone field. Then we're going to use the exist operator. Means we want to check a specific field existence in the document or not in the entire collection. So we can write here db.users.find, and then we can write here phone, the field name, and then we have to pass an object which consists of the $exist operator exist, and then we have to give value true or false. If I say true, that means that value, this field must exist in all the documents irrespective of the value we have. Now you can see we get all the 2 documents which contain the phone field. If I change this to false, I can see only the one single document which does not have the phone field. So this is going to be the recommended operator you can use if you want to check the existence of any field in the document or not in the entire collection. Is it clear to everyone? Let me repeat once again. What we did, I have the collection, there are 3 documents we have. So we have 3 documents in my users collection. Since MongoDB having a flexible schema, every document can be different from the others. My requirement is I want to find out all the documents which contain the phone field. So I can use this exist operator. If I write it false, that give me a list of all the documents which does not have the phone field. Or if I say true, that's going to give me all the documents which contain the phone field without checking the value. I'm just want to see the phone field should be the part of the document. That's it. Right. So this is going to be very interesting operator called exist. The name suggests exist. Find all the users where phone field exists. That's it. Okay. Next is type. As I said, MongoDB gives you the flexibility to have a different documents from each other. Sometimes we might accepted the value as a string. Sometimes we accepted a value as a string. Field is same, but the value type is different. So I want to find out the documents based on the field type also. Then we can use a type operator. So type operator used to find a document based on the type of the field. Right? That let's consider a simple example. Consider you have a user collection where user information, where we have a user information, and you have to find all the users where the phone field is a type string. If you look at right now, let me clear this first. And if I see right now, we have 3 documents. Out of these 3 documents, there are 2 documents which contain the phone field as a number. If it is not wrapped with a double quotes, means it is a number. If it is double quotes, then this is a string. I can insert one more document. Let's say db.users.insert, and we can add the name as Watson, and then we can have a phone field, and then it's going to have the same value, but the number is of type string type because we use double quotes now. It's a string. It is not a string. It's a number. Understand this very carefully. We have a same value, 9999 for Watson, 9999 for Mark. The difference is in the case of Mark document, the phone number stored as a number, but here this phone number stored as a string because we use double quotes here. Right? Now, if you see again, find. Just simply write db.collection and then write find without any condition. That gives you a list of all the documents. So that's going to give you the entire, all the list of documents. There's no metadata as such, right? Because as I said, it is a schemaless. There's no schema as such. And usually we're going to interact with the application using an application. Not directly going to interact with a shell. So we're always going to have the application which will be responsible to interact with your database. Okay, now coming back to the type operator. You can see right now this Mark having a phone number 9999 as a number, but this is as a string. I want to find out all the documents. Suppose if I write db.users.find, and then we can write here, if I say phone number 9999, now tell me which document you will get. Watson, right? Last one, correct. Because we put this in double quotes. If I remove the double quotes, it will going to give me the Mark, correct? This is going to give me the Mark. Because now the MongoDB can differentiate. If you putting the value in double quotes, it will try to compare all the documents where the name, this number is stored as a string. So you can able to get the result accordingly. But irrespective of the value, I just want to find out all the document which has the name or the phone number as a string or as a number. So there we're going to use a type operator. So we can use here db dot users dot find, and then we can write here phone using a curly braces. Now we have to write using a type operator. So write dollar type colon, and if I write a string, it will going to give me all the phone numbers, all the document where the phone number stored as a string. As of now, out of this 4 documents, we only have 1 document, and you can get the last one, Watson. But if I just write a number, you can see we get both the documents. Irrespective of their value, I'm checking based on value type. So we get a type operator for this. That's your type operator. Suppose if I write here db dot users dot find status. Now if I write here type as string, right? You will oh, just a second, I forgot this double quotes here. You will not see any document here because this string, this status is not a string, it is a Boolean value. So you have to use Boolean. Wait a minute, I just misspelled this. Wait a minute. You have to make sure that all the JavaScript, if you have to check all the JavaScript types you can use here. Double O. Wait a minute. Private bool. Yeah. You can use bool. You can see we get all the 3 documents where we have the status as Boolean value. Right? Just make sure all the types of it is the Mongo shell or the this MongoDB using all the JavaScript data types. Suppose you can say you should not use int for numeric value, use number. And if you don't want to return the result, don't want to return the document, just want to see how many documents are there, just add on the top of it count function. That's going to give the number 3. Count is a function. Vivek, you can use count function also if you want. Instead of returning the documents, if you want to see want to check the number of documents, just add count, because this find return a cursor, and on cursor we can use this count function. Okay, next is there are some array operators are also available. Suppose if you want to interact with the documents which having a value stored as an array. So there are several array operators are also. Out of these 3 are very important operators. The first one is going to be all. Operator name is all. Second we have is element match. LM match called element match, which is used for the some kind of a condition. And third is going to be size. Now, what is the use of all? It matches array that contain all the element specified in the query. It should be exactly the same. Want to check all the values should be the part of the query of the array. So matches the array that contain all element specified in the query. Second is the LM match, which is used to where we can have a select. It select LM match using a condition, means select the documents, select documents of element of the element in the array field, which matches all specified condition. matches all specified lm match condition. Our operator lm match conditions. And the third is size, used to select the document if the array field is a specific size or not. Specified size or not, irrespective of the field, irrespective of the value, it's just going to check the number of elements should be same. So size of the array should be same. Suppose we have 3 elements, it should contain 3 elements. Does not matter what the value you have in that array, but it should count the number of, to compare the number of elements in the array. Okay, let's take an example. So let me clear this first. So I want to create a new collection, say db.results.insert, and this is my new collection by the name called result. As I said, there are 2 ways we can create a collection. Either you could call the method create collection explicitly, but there's no need, because while inserting the first document, if when I write specify the name of the collection, if the collection does not exist, it create a collection. So I want to get a new collection by the name called results, which contain the data, which contain a document where we have a name as A, and then we can have the scores. And the score is going to be an array. How to define an array? Using a square bracket. We use double quote for a string. Object use curly braces, but for array, we can use square bracket. Now there we can mention suppose 50, 45, 60. I insert first document which contain 2 field, name and score. Name is A, score is an array which contain 3 elements. Similarly, I want to insert one more document. This is going to be, let's say, B. It has the values which is going to be let's say 80. Just random values 80, 88, 90, right? And then we can insert. Let's add one more. That's going to be C. And that's contain 95, 98, and 99, right? Now let me clear check db results dot find. So there are 3 documents. Sometimes you can say this is a little complicated. I can't able to understand this scenario type. So we can use a function called pretty. Pretty is a function we can use to format the document or display them in a prettier format like this. So now it's clearly mentioned this is going to be a kind of an array with 3 elements. So just append this pretty in the end. It is just used to return the format your response. Okay. Now consider consider you have a result collection which contain the score as an array. Now we have to find all the documents where the score should be greater than and less than let's say between 80 to 90. Right? So right now we can say the first score, the document which has the name as A, does not have any score which is in the 80s plus. Only these 2 will satisfy the condition. I want to find all the documents where the score should range between, let's say, 80 to 90. You can say these are the 2 documents which match with the condition. As of now, there are 3 documents I can able to see directly, but if you're having a millions of documents, I want to find out. In that case, I want to find out based on the range. And this element is not a single, it's an array. So in that case, we can use the lm match operator. So how are we going to write the lm match operator? We can write here db dot results, right, dot find, and then we can write here scores. That's the field name. Then we can use here an operator. Which operator? lm match, element match, lm match, and then we can write here a condition. This will take a condition. I want to write, let's say, and condition. Now we can write here $GTE means greater than equals to. Now you can see I'm mixing two operators here. First, I'm using the lm match operator, and then we are writing the greater than equals to operator. It should be greater than equals to 80. And for and, we can also use and operator or just put a comma also. Both are fine, but not for the or. Only in the case of add, this is the exception. GTE 80, my first condition. Second is going to be less than equals to 90. Because less than equals to 90 means that we're going to give me all the records where the scores is range between 80 to 90. Makes sense or not? All of you understood this query? So consider you have a result collection which contains the score as an array, and we want to find all the document where the score should be greater than equals to 80 and less than equals to 90. So if you see, in this case, this does not fall in my condition. It has 80, so that will be fine. And this is going to be 90. This is also not going to count. So let me write here. It should be, let's say, 95. You get two documents now. Second and third. Let's see. We get two documents based on the condition. Suppose if I write here 90, you will see only one because we don't have any value between the range in the first document, not in the third document. So that's going to give you only one first document. Suppose if I write here 50, and then we can write here 95, you get all the three documents. Then how are we going to find this? How are we going to write the query? This is the reason that why we have these operators. If you want to do some kind of want to write a query for the array type. This is the array. I want to find out documents based on the elements we have in the array. That's why element match. You try to match with each and every element that you have in the array. Because this is just a simple value, but you can write it more complicated expression also using the lm match, right? Lm match is not only used for this integer value. You can also write some expressions. So we can write multiple expressions also, which can contain integer or other values also, right? So this is how we can able to use the lm match operator. Okay. Next we have the all. Means matches the array that contain all the elements specified in the query. Now this is going to be exact match, which means it should match exactly. Let's do one thing, create one more collection. So I'm going to clear this. Let's create a new collection called temp, a temporary collection. Insert just a name. You can give any name where we can use something called, let's say, tags. A use case can be a building an e-commerce app where we're going to, or maybe building a blog website where I am going to insert writing the post. And sometimes you see post contains some tags that we can use to find. So in that case, I want to find out all the post which has these tags. So suppose I can have the field called tag, which contains some values, which is going to be, let's say, A, this is going to be B, that's going to be C, right? And this is fine. Let's insert this. Let's insert one more. That's going to be tag, which contain of B, C, and that's going to be D. And this is going to be, suppose I can write here, this is going to be E, F, and G. I inserted three documents. So if I say db.temp.find, these are three documents we have inserted. Every document contains a field called tags, and tags is an array which contains some names A, B, C, B, C, D, or E, F, G. Now suppose I want to write using the all operator. So all operator is equal to the AND operator, which means find all the document in which we have, let's say, tag A, we have the tag A or B. Or you can say B or C. So you can say B or C is there in the first document also and second document also. So that we're going to give you both the documents. In this case, it will return only. Temp is just a collection name. You can give any name. It is just a collection name. Nothing that we have some reserved keyword as a temp. It's just a collection name. So when you're doing these demonstrations, how can you be more creative to get a lot of names? So you can use any random name for practice. So if I write here show collections, you have 3 collections: results, temp, and the users. Okay. Now let's see. So we can say db.temp.find, and then we can write here that's going to be tags. And then we can use here all operator. Suppose if I write here tags, right? And I just want to write here A. How many tokens we want to get in this case? Only one. Suppose if I write here B, we get only 2. Suppose if I write tag B, or we can say this is the first condition, second is going to be tags, and this is going to be, let's say, A. You get AB, right? Or we can write here, let's say this is going to be, and that's going to be C. So this is equal to your AND. One way of writing this is going to be just put a comma and can have multiple condition. Other you can write here, suppose I can write here, I can pass an object where we can say $and then we can pass an array in which we can pass 2 conditions, first and second. First is tags, and then we can pass here the value is going to be B, and then we can have tags, which is going to be having the value as C. So this is a short syntax. So either you can write here like this, you can write like this. So this is a shortcut for your AND operator. So this entire statement or query, you can write like this also. One and same thing like this. So no need of writing this AND operator explicitly. Both will going to give the same output. Only this is the exception in the case of AND operator. For OR, we always have to use the OR. But in the case of AND, no need to write this AND operator, then put a square bracket, then write 2 different conditions. Just put a comma, pass one single object with multiple conditions separate by comma. Correct? So now we can see that 2 ways we can write the same query. Third, you can using the all operator also. Using the all operator. So what we can do, we can write here db.temp.find, and then we can write here, this is going to be tags, this is going to be tags, and then we can write here $all, and then we can write here square bracket and just try to give the values. So we can say B and C. That's it. So this is also equivalent to your AND operator. You get 2 documents where we have B and C. Suppose if I just write here C and B and A, you only get 1, which we have AB. So it works similar to the AND operator, not the OR. It should try to compare and give you all the document which match with both the conditions, which has both the values in the array.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which option is not a RESTful API constraint? And your options are code on demand, the use of client-server model, a statelet request response cycle, or service orchestration. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
So don't be offended if you see that there is why we are doing this, because they can be done with another way also, because this MongoDB has evolved a lot. Some APIs are using from the older version, some are using from the newer version. So you will find the same query can be written different way. And you can find this is something which is there across multiple technologies. Nobody say you that this is the right, this is the wrong. You can find the solution with different ways, right? So either we can use this simple AND operator, or we can use the all operator also when we are dealing with the array type data. So these array operators, we mostly going to work when we have a data type as an array, right? Now third is the size, and this is also very interesting. And I give you a practical use case also. First of all, let me give an example for this first. So if you look at right now we have a collection by the name called result, right? So we can say db.results.find, Okay. So we have 3 documents right now in my collection. Let me insert a couple of more. So db.results.insert, and then this is going to contain the name as X, which contain scores, and I'm going to have the array which contain, let's say, 2 values. Another one is going to be X, Y. This contain 30, 40, 4 values. Then we have one more that's going to be Z, which contain 2 values. Okay, now if you see, I have a document collection called result, on which we have the documents which contain 2 field, name and score. Score is of array type, and we have different sizes of the array. First contain 3 elements, second contain 3, third contain 3, fourth contain 2, then 4, then 2. That means there are different number of elements we have in the array. Correct? There we use a size operator. Size operator matches any array with the number of elements specified by the argument. Means I want to find out how many documents are there which has the 4 elements in the score array, 3 elements in the score array. Suppose I can write here db.results.find, and then we can write here scores, and then scores, and then we can write here $size, and then we can give a number, let's say 3. So we will get 3 documents which contain 3 elements in the array. Or I can write here, let's say 2, you get only 2. Or we can say 4, we get 1. So irrespective of the value, I'm just trying to check how many elements we have in the array. Based on that, I want to size of the array, I want to find the documents. One of the practical use case can be, I was working on a project. That time we having the hotels collection. Now every hotels provide several amenities. Some provide 3, 4, 5, 6 like this. So I want to write a query where I want to say, I want to find out all the properties where we have at least 10 amenities. Doesn't matter what the amenities they provide, but they should have 10 amenities. It can be, let's say, Wi-Fi, pool access, atrium facing. So these are the different amenities provided different properties. So I want to write a query in such a way user can able to select how many amenities you are looking for to choose the property. So there we can simply just check the amenities number, and then based on that we can find the documents. So this is again very useful operator size. Okay, there are a few more array operators we can use. For example, some more array operators. And these are very common. You might have heard about this. You might have used in your JavaScript programs also. Push, pull, pop, right? So we have this something called push. Then we have pop. Then we have pull. Then we have pull all. Then we have add to set, add to set. So push, as name suggests, append an element into the end at the end of the array. So this is used to add an element, append an element to the end of the array. End of the array. Pop is used to remove one element from the end of the array. End of the array. Pull, remove all elements. Remove all elements in the array that matches or match a specified value. Match a specified value. Similarly, we have pull all. Remove all the elements in the array that match any specific value. Append, add to set used to append. We have this append an element to the array if not present already present. So if you look at the official documentation, there are so many operators are there. Some of the operators we have discussed, and some few we will discuss. Let's say push and pop. This is something which we can use to add the element or remove the element from the array. For example, suppose I can say db, okay, let me create a new collection. Say db dot, this time we'll take a, let's say, different collection, students. First, let me clear this. db dot students, db dot students dot insert, and let's have a field called name with a value as, let's say, a, and then we can have the scores, and that's going to have some random value 20, let's say 45, 65, 80. Let's insert one more, that's going to be, let's say, b, and we can have some different values. This is going to be 30, 35, 40, 45. So now if I say db dot students dot find, you can see we get this two documents. Suppose I want to insert a new element into the array. Right, in the first document where the name is a, I want to add a new value, a new element into this scores array. So we can use push. So we can write here. This time we're going to perform the update. So db dot students dot update 1. I want to perform the update 1. So this will take two condition, two parameters. First is going to be the filter. Second is going to be the push operator. First, we can write here, find the document based on the name is a. Second, we can use here $push, and then we can write here push into scores, and then we can add a value is going to be, let's say, 90. So as of now, there are 4 elements, 20, 45, 65, 80. If we're going to add one more element into the existing array, that's going to be 90. Match count 1, modify count 1. If we find again, you can see we get this 90. Okay, now tell me, suppose if I say a, this is going to be, let's say, a. And now if I write here something else, this is going to be, let's say, tag. Now we don't have any field by the name called tag. Then what will happen to this existing document? Does it going to create a new field, or let's see, match count 1, modify count 1. If you check this find, it's going to add a new field tag, and you can say by default going to be of type array, right? Because we already discussed update 1 will going to update, right? Like a set operator or unset operator we use to either add or remove the field from the existing document. Similarly, in this case, it will perform the update because there is no schema as such. So it will going to consider that we might want to create a new field by the name called tag, which is of array type and with the value 90. So that we're going to add a new field by the name called tag with the value 90 as an array. Okay. Let's take one more example. Suppose I'm going to insert a new document, insert db dot students, right, dot insert, right, and then we can insert a new document where the name is going to be C, and this is going to be, let's say, scores, and let's add a score as a simple value 10. If you look at the find, the score is as an array in this above two documents, but here it is as an field. Now see something very interesting. Suppose this time I want to add here, this is going to be B. I'm using a, sorry, this is going to be C, and that's going to be score. Understand the problem statement. What exactly we want? We want to modify the document where the ID name is C. I want to, using a push operator, to add a new element into the scores, but score is in a simple value. It's not an array. Then what will happen? Now tell me, does it going to give me any error or convert this score into an array? override. Okay. You can see we get the error. The field score must be array, but it is a number. It doesn't mean that MongoDB is very flexible, where you do whatever you want, never going to give you the error. That's going to give you the error. Because push is something we can use only on the array type data. If you don't have it, automatically if you observe, it creates a field by default as an array, not a simple value. But this time, since this is not an array type, so it's going to give you the error. The field score must be an array, but it is type double. So now if you see, find does not make any change at all. So don't think that MongoDB will accept whatever you do. If you do some silly mistakes, you will get errors also. Because only on the array you can use push and pull. So make sure either we have the existing field should be of array type, or you can create a new field, but that will be also going to be array type from the very first day. But if you're having a simple field, that cannot be converted into an array type, because that might going to be loss of the data. And that's reason this kind of action is prohibited. Right? So this is how we can able to use the push operator. Okay, we'll take one more example. Let's take the example of pull. Same, let's say same collection. Let me clear everything. Let's say find, and now pull operator we can use if you want to remove any value from the if you want to remove the element from the array. Now consider you have a student collection with the score information, and we want to remove a new score into the from the existing array. Suppose I can say this 90 which we have added. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me drop this first document. So, or let me drop the entire collection. Okay. Why we get this false? Because I misspelled the name of the collection. No, it's removing the element from the array, not going to remove the field or not going to remove the document. Pull is used to remove the element from the array. We are dealing with the array operators. That means our intention is to perform some operation on the array type data. So db.students.drop. This time you can see we get true. Let's see, db.students.insert. Let's say name a scores that contains some value 20, 45, 65, 50. So I can use here students dot update one. Then we can use here first is going to be the condition to find the document based on a condition. Second, if I want to update, suppose I can add here push first and want to insert a new element into the array. So we can say push operator scores, that's going to be 100. That will update my existing document. Now we can see we get 100. I want to delete or remove the last element from the array. So I can use, instead of this, we can use here pull. So I can write here pull. So I can say pull 100. That remove the last element. Now we can see we get 80. Suppose if I want to remove, let's say 20. What if I count 1? It removed 20. So if you want to perform any operation on your array type, then these two are the very popular operators, push and pull. It can be of any type, it doesn't matter. Suppose I can insert a new document, insert. I can enter here. This is going to be X. This is going to be B. Since MongoDB is schema, that is the beauty of the MongoDB. You can able to have an array which contain numbers also and can contain the string also. But when you want to remove or delete, you just have to make sure, suppose if I want to use a pull, I have to give the same value. If it is X, it will just remove the X. Data type will be decided by putting the value either double quote, single quotes. You can see it, remove it. Now if you see, X has been removed. Other two operators that we usually use is the set and unset that we already have seen, but let me revisit one again. Set is an operator we can use to set the value of the existing field, or add a new field. Similarly, we have unset, which is used to update or to remove the field from the existing document. Right? So now if you see, let me go back here. So there's no as such direct operator is available that you can only remove the distinct, or you can say the duplicate values. That is something you have to write your own logic for that. Or maybe you have to check the documentation if there any new operator has been introduced. Okay. But see, I'll tell you one more thing. Since right now we are interacting with the MongoDB directly, but more majorly we're going to interact with the MongoDB, our database, with an application. So the logic will go in the application. So you have to write the logical thing in the application, and from there we can interact, right? But when we're trying to do something with the database directly, then we have to see what are the features provided by the database. But when we're writing the logic from the application, we have all the flexibility to write the logic, and then we can execute this. Maybe we can have to write multiple queries. First, we need to find out duplicate values and then use that value to perform another operation. But there might or may not be any direct operator for this. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Collections. So let's say db.employees, our favorite collection, insert, and let's add here some name is going to be A. Then we can have the email address. That's going to be ABC or a@gmail.com. If you see db.employees.find, you can see we have one single document. I can use the db.employees.update one. Since we have only one single document, I want to perform update only on one. We have to first find using the name A, and then we have to use the set operator. If you wish to change the value of any existing field, suppose email, I want to change the value. I want to make it abc@gmail.com. That we want to update, modify the existing value. So db.employees.find, the value get modified to ABC. Similarly, suppose if we want to add another field, if I try to modify the field which does not exist, set operator can also be used to add a new field. Now, if you see, we get a new field, email to an email. Similarly, we can use unset to remove or remove the field from the existing document. So you see now we can able to remove the field also. These are the operators we can use for the updates, with the updates. Right? Similarly, there are few more operators. Last one, we're not going to in much detail, but few more operators. Just want to give you the quick overview. First, we can use the inc, means increment. Minimum. You can also use maximum. We have some update operators. We want to rename any of the field, and we can rename also. So these are some of the another operator we can use. Current date also is another operator we can use, which going to give the current date and time, right? To rename the field, we can use a rename operator. We can use maximum to update the field with a specific value. If the specific value is greater than to the current value, minimum. Inc means increment. I'll give you another good example for this. Suppose we can write here, I'm going to have a collection. So let me say db.drop entire database. Now we can say db.users.insert. Let's insert a new document where the name is going to be A, and then we can have the age as 30 and status is going to be true. This is going to be B and the age is, let's say, 35. This is C and that's going to be 40. Correct? So db.users.find, we got these 3 documents which has the name ABC, age 35, 30, 45, 40, status all are true. I want to perform the update or want to modify or increment the age of every user by 5. Now this is something we cannot able to do directly. Suppose we have 1 million documents. I want to perform update on all the documents. And in this, I want to make sure, want to increase the age of every user by 5. Might be there's some mistake happen while inserting a document. We want to update, modify. But logically or some kind of a calculatively, we want to increase, apply the update. So in that case, we can say, take a use case. Consider you have the users collection with user information, and you have to increment all the active users age by 5 years. So maybe status you can check one condition to make sure that they are active, and then age we can use which I want to increment by 5. Means 30 become 35, 35 become 40, 40 become 45. Then we can use the inc operator, means increment operator. So we can write here something, let's say db.users.update many, and then we can write here first condition is going to be to get the users based on status, which is going to be true. Second, we can pass a condition. We can pass the condition which is going to be inc operator, means increment. What we want to increment? We want to increment the age by what? By 5. So then you can enter, and you can say 3 match count, 3 modified. If you see fine, 30 become 35, 40, 35 become 40, 40 become 45. That's how we can able to take the help of increment operator.
So let us begin by taking a look at full stack developer beginner interview questions. First, what is the use of a namespace in web development? A namespace is a single global object that contains methods, properties, and other objects. It adds ease of use via modularity, thereby providing users with the ability to reuse the code and avoid naming concepts. Second question, what are the latest trends in full stack development? Candidates interested in full stack development should be aware of the following trends according to industry experts. Increased use of frameworks and libraries such as ReactJS and Vue.js, as well as progressive apps, real-time web apps, and mobile web development. JavaScript enhancements are beneficial to programmers. Finally, the development of a more compatible extension. Third question, is it possible to reduce the load time of a web application? Using image optimization, keep JavaScript and CSS in external files, reducing redirects, load CSS and JavaScript files asynchronously can reduce the load time of a web page. Let's move to the fourth question. What is the use of CORS? CORS is an acronym that stands for Cross-Origin Resource Sharing. It is a mechanism that allows multiple resources to be requested at the same time from a domain other than the current request domain. Fifth question, explain pair programming. Pair programming is the practice of having two programmers share a single workstation. Formally, the code is written by one programmer, known as the driver, at the keyboard. The other programmer is the navigator, who looks over each line of code, spell checks it, and proofreads it. In addition, programmers will switch roles every few minutes and vice versa. Sixth question, what is long polling? Long polling is a web development pattern that is used to improve data push from the server to the client. The client requests information from the server using a long polling pattern. Instead of sending an empty resource, if the server does not have any information about the client, the server holds the request and waits for some information to become available. Let's move on to the seventh question. How is GraphQL different from REST? The primary distinction between REST and GraphQL is that GraphQL does not work with dedicated resources. Instead, everything is viewed as a graph which is connected and can be queried to meet the needs of the app. Eighth question, what is a RESTful API? REST stands for Representational State Transfer. It is a compositional style used to create web services. It accesses and uses the information via HTTP solicitations. We can create, update, read, and delete data. A site's API is the code that allows two programming projects to communicate with one another. It enables us to write mentioning administrations from a running framework or another application. Ninth question, how is multi-threading used? The primary goal of multi-threading is to provide multiple threads of execution concurrently in order to maximize CPU utilization. It enables multiple threads to exist within the context of a process, allowing them to execute independently while sharing process resources. 10th question, explain inversion of controls. It is a design control used to invert different kinds of controls in object-oriented design to achieve loose coupling. Controls refer to any additional responsibilities a class has in addition to its primary responsibility. Control over the flow of an application as well as control over the flow of an object creation or dependent object creation and binding are examples of this. So now let us look at full stack developer intermediate interview questions. First, what do you mean by data attributes? Data attributes are used to store application or page specific data. They enable us to store additional data on standard semantic HTML elements. The saved data can be used to enhance the user experience on the JavaScript page. A data attribute is made up of two parts. There must be at least one character after the prefix data and no uppercase letters, and a string value can be used as an attribute. So let us move on to the second question. Explain the distinction between blue-green deployment and rolling deployment. Blue-green deployment strategy. This deployment strategy creates two distinct infrastructure environments, blue and green. A blue environment contains older code, whereas a green environment contains most of the up-to-date code. At any given time, there is only one live production environment. Whereas in rolling deployment methodology, this deployment strategy completely replaces old versions of an application with new versions by completely replacing the infrastructure on which they run. The third question, how do you protect against screen scraping? A simple and effective technique is to use JavaScript to set a cookie value that is checked by the web server. Captchas are also an effective method of preventing scraping. If an IP sends too many requests, captchas can be presented to the end user to validate human interaction. Fourth question, which technologies and languages would you need to develop a project from scratch? So this is a hypothetical question designed to help you understand how the hiring manager will evaluate your readiness to start the job. It is a simple method for distinguishing between a good full stack developer and a novice. Therefore, it is important that you choose your answer accordingly. Fifth question, explain mean stack. Mean, MongoDB, Express, Angular, and Node is a well-known set of software development tools for breaking down language barriers. A mean stack is built on MongoDB and a NoSQL data storage text. The Express and Angular HTTP servers are used to build the JavaScript frontend. The stack's top tier is Node, which is used for the server-side programming. Next question, explain event loop in Node.js. Asynchronous programming is possible in JavaScript thanks to the event loop. Every operation in JS occurs on a single thread, but we can create the illusion of multi-threading by using smart data structures. Any async work is handled by a queue and listener in the event loop. When an async function or an input-output function needs to be executed, the main thread relays it to another thread, allowing the V8, that is the JavaScript engine, to continue processing or running its code. There are various phases in the event loop, such as pending callbacks, closing callbacks, timers, idle or preparing, polling, and checking with different FIFO queues, which is first in first out queues. Next question, what is a connection leak in Java and how can we fix it? So a connection leak in Java is defined as a situation in which the developer forgets to close the JDBC connection. When using a connection pool, the most common type of connection leak is encountered in Java development. We can resolve it by disconnecting the connection and paying close attention to the error handling code. Next question, what is dependency injection? Dependency injection is a design pattern used to execute IOC. Object injection and object connection are handled by the container rather than the object itself. There are three types of classes involved. First, client class. It depends on the service class. Next, service class. It provides service to the client class. Finally, injector class. It injects service class objects into the client class. Ninth question, what are the two phases committed in the database? Explain. So the two-phase commit, 2PC, is a feature of transaction processing systems that allows databases to revert to their pre-transaction state in the event of an error condition. The two-phase commit strategy is intended to ensure that either all or none of the databases are updated. As a result, the databases remain in the sync. 10th question, what is closure? Give an example. So closures are made whenever a variable that is defined external to the current extension is reached from within some inward degree. It grants you access to an external function's degree through an internal capacity. Closures are created in JavaScript whenever a capacity is created. To use a conclusion, simply characterize and uncover a function within another function. Now we take a look at full stack developer advanced interview questions. First, what is the difference between event bubbling and capturing in JavaScript? In JavaScript, event flow refers to the propagation of events within the DOM, that is the document object model. The event flow specifies the order or sequence in which an event is received by a specific web page. As a result, event flow in JS is determined by the following factors. First, event bubbling. An event is captured and handled by the innermost element first and then propagates to the outermost element. And in event capturing, the event is captured and handled by the outermost element first and then propagates to the innermost element. The second question, what do you mean by temporal dead zone in ES6? So the variable declarations were only possible before ES6 using var keyword. We now have let and const in ES6. Let and const declarations are both block scoped, which means they can be only accessed within the quotation marks that surrounds them. Var, on the other hand, does not have this restriction. Unlike var, which can be accessed before its declaration, the let and const variables cannot be accessed until they are initialized with a value. The time elapsed between the declaration of let or const variables and their initialization is referred to as the temporal dead zone. Let's move on to the third question. Do you know how to prevent a bot from scraping your publicly accessible API? It is technically impossible to completely prevent data scraping as long as the data within the API is accessible to the public. However, bot activity can be reduced by throttling or rare limiting. Rare limiting can prevent a specific device from making an unlimited number of requests within a specified time frame. A 429 too many attempts HTTP error is thrown if too many requests are made beyond the defined limit. Fourth question, what is callback hell and how to fix it? Many full stack developer interview questions are all about explaining certain technical terms. Callback hell is a JavaScript phenomenon in which the developer attempts to implement multiple asynchronous operations concurrently. The nesting of callback functions to produce difficult to read, error-prone, and difficult to manage code. We can efficiently resolve it by employing the following methods. First, dividing large functions into smaller ones. Then, use promises. And finally, use either async or wait. Next question, what are the types of design patterns? A design pattern, in general, is a repeatable solution to common problems in software design. These patterns demonstrate the interactions and relationships that exist between classes and objects. Design patterns are classified into three types. First, creational. These are about the creation of objects or the instantiation of classes. These patterns are further subdivided into object creational patterns and class creational patterns. Next, structural. These are concerned with organizing various classes and objects in order to form large functionality and provide new functionality. Finally, behavioral. These are concerned with identifying common communication patterns amongst objects. Sixth question. What are the advantages of using a content delivery network in jQuery? CDNs are widely used in jQuery because they provide numerous benefits to the users. The server's load is significantly reduced as a result of CDNs. They result in significant bandwidth savings. jQuery frameworks load faster due to optimizations. And finally, CDNs have caching capabilities which contributes to faster load times. Next question. What are the types of CDNs supported in jQuery? So there are two widely used CDNs with jQuery. First one, Microsoft. It is used to load from jQuery Ajax CDN. Then Google. It is used to load jQuery from the Google Libraries API. Eighth question. Give an example of a project you have worked on and the technologies involved. How did you make these choices? So this allows you to understand the full stack web developer's methodology as well as his sharpness and precision in selecting the right toolset. When discussing why you chose a specific toolset, you should be as specific as possible and go into detail. Demonstrate your ability to develop both the front end and back end of a web application. Ninth question. What do you think of AMD versus CommonJS? So both are methods for implementing a module system which was not native to JavaScript until ES 2015. AMD, that is asynchronous module definition, is obviously asynchronous, whereas CommonJS is synchronous. CommonJS is geared towards backend development, whereas AMD, with its support for asynchronous module loading, is geared towards browsers. Most people would find AMD syntax quite boring, whereas CommonJS is more akin to how you would write import statements in other languages. Most of the time, AMD is unnecessary because if you served all your JavaScript in a single concatenated bundle file, you wouldn't get the async loading properties. Furthermore, CommonJS syntax is more similar to the Node style of module writing, and there is less context switching overhead when switching between client-side and server-side JavaScript development. The last question, what was your best implementation or debugging in the past? The hiring manager will gain an understanding of the type of complexity of previous projects you have completed by asking this question. You should describe the difficulties you encountered and the steps you took to overcome them. You can also discuss the lessons you learned from the situation.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with NICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below.
So the very first thing that we are going to discuss about is what exactly is coding? What exactly is programming? Now, coding has multiple synonyms. Some people call it coding, some people call it programming, some people call it scripting, okay? But anything that you write on a computer and make it do stuff, that is coding, scripting, programming, right? So these all are synonyms. So very first thing in the very basic, that's the base of everything. Whatever you'll be doing for the next course, it will be coding itself, right? So what exactly is coding? Now, in a very simple term and in a very simple explanation, if I can talk about what is exactly coding, is just writing instructions, right? Codes or code are instructions. For example, you have a chef, right? Or let's for example, you are a chef and you have an assistant and you want your assistant to prepare a dish and you give your assistant a set of recipes, right? Recipe is a list of instruction following which your assistant can prepare that particular dish, correct? That's exactly our code. While when you code, you become chef, the computer become your assistant. You give instructions to computer around what are the steps or what are the instructions the computer needs to follow. Now, goal could be anything. Goal, we are not bothered here about the goal of the code when we talk about what is coding. Irrespective of the goal, right? Whatever goal could be, you make the computer to achieve that goal with the help of instructions, and you put the instructions, and when you write it, that's exactly is what coding is. So in simpler terms, code or coding is instructions. Code are instructions. Coding is the process of putting instructions into the computer. All right, that's exactly it is. Now, why it is required? Okay, why do we need to give instructions in a form which is way different than we talk, right? I mean, if you have a human assistant, will you give him the instructions in terms of writing something which is way different, right? Writing something like codes and all that? No, I can just tell him. If I'm giving someone a recipe of, let's say, making a tea, right? I would not type on a computer in a gibberish manner and give him that, right? I could just tell him, get milk, get tea leaves, boil the milk, put tea leaves, and all that stuff, right? That's the native language. It's a simple language. I can do that. Why can't we do that with the computers? Now, the reason is computer does not understand our language. It's not meant to be. The way computer has been made, they are not meant to understand the language we speak, right? They understand only one language. What's that language? It's the binary language, okay? The binary code. Only zeros and ones. They understand, they function, they think, or they execute only in binary, 0 and 1s, right? Computer can understand only the instructions in binary code. So we need to have a middle ground. We, as in the humans and the computers, need to have a middle ground where we both can understand it can act as an interface where we both can communicate. And that's where coding does. You write code that gets executed in the computer, and the computer understands by converting your code into a binary code. How that conversion happens, we'll come to that later. But coding is basically you write code by learning how to code, and then it makes easy for computer to execute that code and convert that particular code into a binary language. And hence, computer is able to understand your language, and we are able to, let and make computer do things that we want them to. Okay, that's it. That's about it. Now, here comes what is programming languages then. Now, we talked about that. What is coding? Right? That is simple. That it's a way to communicate with computers. Okay, coding is required because computers can't understand our language. They need to have certain aspect of the middle ground where they can understand a language that is binary. We understand that. But again, why there are multiple programming languages then? Why can't we stick to one language? Because all the language in the end converts their code and gets executed in a binary language which computer can understand. For example, Python. Python does the same thing. You write something in Python, you execute the Python code, computer understands it by converting it into a binary language, right? When this is already happening and computer is able to understand, why do we need multiple programming languages? Why do we need Java? Why do we need C++? Why do we need Pascal? Right? It's all are doing the same thing, right? All are making it to change into a binary language. Even though one programming language is enough to convert our native language into binary language. Maybe different system use build up with specific language. Maybe different system use build up with specific language. Okay, I did not clearly understand, but I got the gist of it. What you're saying is maybe different system are built up to understand a specific language. Okay. Different ways of viewing problem solving, different perspective. We have multiple programming languages. The only reason of having multiple programming languages is we have different use cases. Now, what do I mean by use case? Use case, you can relate it with goals. Okay. For example, you want to build a mobile application, or let's say, what's the most complex mobile application we have nowadays? Instagram we have, right? Everything is coming on Instagram. We have reels, we have stories, we have posts. You can put n number of things. You can, there's a video call feature as well, chat feature as well. So it's a heavy app. You have a lot of things in that, right? That's one thing, right? Other thing that you can think of is a calculator, a physical calculator, not the phone calculator. Imagine a physical calculator. Okay, both have been built by code, right? But compare the complexity of these two. Instagram app has n number of features, has millions of users at the same time interacting with each other, right? On the other hand, there's a physical calculator which works on a battery, which has just small rectangular screen, which is black and white. I mean, it's not even white, it's just black or no black, right? And you can just see numbers, you can just calculate. There is only arithmetic operations possible. That's it. There's a drastic difference between the two. Now, do you think the same programming language can do the same way? I mean, just by sticking to one programming language, you can achieve both the aspect. Maybe true, but one programming language, relying on one programming language can create a lot more complexity to achieve someone which is way complex than a calculator. Hence, we have multiple programming languages which are meant for different aspects. For example, HTML, CSS. I mean, I'm just throwing out language names. Okay, if that goes beyond your head, don't worry. These are not very much necessary to remember. I'm just giving you the examples. HTML, CSS, JavaScript. These are the languages meant for website development. You develop website something. React Native, it's very popular nowadays, is meant for creating complex app, which uses state management, where you can see like Instagram, complex apps, right? Java or C++ are meant for computer applications that works in the backend servers, right? So probably in that physical calculator, C might have been used, or C++ might have been used, because they are very basic. On the other hand, if you want to do data analysis or machine learning, artificial intelligence, like Tesla has been built with artificial intelligence, the self-driving car. Okay, or we all have a phone that can tell you if it is gonna rain tomorrow or not, what is going to be the weather tomorrow, right? It's prediction. For such type of activities, Python are suitable because it has such libraries and it has the tools that can suffice that need, right? So over the time, the languages has grown in their own way, and they all have a niche of use cases. And according to that use case, we generally pick the language, and hence there are multiple programming languages. Okay, so I hope that is clear. And whatever I told, it's exactly written over here. So we have multiple programming languages, and the most popular ones are JavaScript, which is meant for website development. Whatever interactions that you see, animations that you see on websites, it's JavaScript. Python, I mentioned, data analysis, machine learning, artificial intelligence. Java is more on the web applications, Windows applications. The native core exe files are mostly on Java. Ruby, PHP are obsolete now, so don't worry about that. They are gone. Okay, so these were the aspects, and different languages can be used for web development. As I mentioned, JavaScript is meant for such tasks. Software and apps, you have a number of use cases over there, and different languages are used for that. Okay, so this was mostly about, you know, three things we covered, three major things. What exactly is code? What is coding, right? That's the first thing that you should be knowing about, right? Second thing that we covered is, why do we need coding? Because computers can't understand our language, and hence. And then we covered, why do we need multiple programming languages? Okay, now I would just give you a gist of certain terminologies. Okay, certain terminologies that are essential and you need to know them. Okay, this is something I have just written it by myself just before the class, because I don't want you to miss these 5 terminologies and get confused later on. Okay, so just have these in your mind. Okay, cool. So the very first thing is computer program. What is, I mean, you would see very often in your assignments, in your questions, that write a computer program to do XYZ, write a computer program to do set of this, right? Anything. So you should know what exactly is computer program. Computer program is nothing, again, it's basically saying you to write code. It's basically saying you to write the instructions step by step. right? That's exactly his computer program. Okay. So basically a computer program is a group of instructions given to a computer to be processed. The instructions are typically used to solve a problem or make long problems for humans shorter and easier. Okay. So computer program is just a piece of code that you put to the computer, and the computer processes it and gives the output according to what you have written. That's computer program. What is an algorithm? This is another term that you'll hear very often, an algorithm. Now, an algorithm is a procedure. Now, let me just give you a real world example of an algorithm. Okay. There could be, since we took a recipe, chef and recipe example, I'll again use the same example. There could be more than one way to prepare a same dish. Okay. Both the dish might be called same, but there might be certain differences in the two dishes because the way they were prepared were different. For example, I mean, I'm just taking random examples. I'm filing it over here, right? For example, you have been asked to prepare chicken chili, right? I mean, you can take any XYZ example, okay? Or maybe banana pancake, right? Anything, right? One chef followed the way of, if I take the example of banana pancake, he followed the way of first creating the batter by himself, right? Putting bananas and then putting the oats, putting some milk and then grinding it and then baking it and all that stuff. Another chef used an approach of getting it from the supermarket. You get the pre-processed dough, right? And then you just need to use it and bake it, right? They both used these two different ways, but what would be the end product called? Both will be banana pancakes, right? There is no difference. I mean, if I give it to someone, you won't be much worried about how it was prepared. You might be worried about how it tastes and how it looks like, but you would not be worried about how it was prepared, right? But both are banana pancakes, right? The procedure was different. The output is same. Okay. In computer world, in programming world, that procedure is called an algorithm. That's the simplest definition I just created over a call. This example just came in my mind itself. So that's the algorithm, the set of instructions done to solve a problem. Okay, that's the algorithm. So basically, one problem or one goal can have multiple algorithms. Just like one dish can have multiple procedures, one problem statement, one goal, if you want to achieve, can have multiple algorithms. Now, remember, I mentioned that you will worry about how it tastes, right? You might not be worried about how it was prepared and stuff, but how it tastes and how it looks, because presentation matters, right? You might be worried about that. In the same way, there are key factors in algorithm that at times you need to consider, right? It's slightly higher topic, but I'm still touching upon that because we have created a good example for you to understand, right? In algorithm, you care about how much time it took to solve that problem and how much space it occupied, right? Again, relating it with the chef example, right? Suppose chef one used, the whole kitchen to prepare that particular dish, and the whole kitchen got haywire. I mean, it's dirt everywhere. The utensils are unclean, right? Used to prepare that banana pancake, right? And the chef one also took more time to prepare the same. On the other hand, the chef two took less time, okay, and also did not, created a mess in the kitchen, but the end product is same. End product is same. Both taste equally good. Both is presentable. Which chef will you hire? Which chef will you hire? One or two? One took a lot of time, created a mess in the kitchen. Obviously two, right? Because he took less time. He did not, created a mess in the kitchen. In the same way, in algorithm, we consider two aspects. Any kind of procedure is if two developers or two programmers have written two procedures to solve a problem, two programmers have written to solve a problem, the problem that takes less time to compile and execute That is one. And second, it takes less space, is considered to be a better problem. And here we touched upon two important elements of algorithm. One is time complexity and other one is space complexity. What is time complexity? What is space complexity? In the bare understandable words, you can understand time complexity is basically a representation of how much time an algorithm took to solve a particular problem. That's all time complexity is. Space complexity is basically how much space an algorithm took to solve a particular problem. Time is pretty clear, that more time, less time. But what is space? Space is the memory, the RAM of the computer and all that stuff, which is something we'll touch upon later. But for now, you can just understand in this way. All right. Third thing that I wanted to discuss with you is compiler. What is compiler? Remember, I told you that we have a middle ground, me and a computer. The humans and the computer have a middle ground, which is a code, which is the programming language. I wrote something in the programming language, and computer converted that programming language into a binary language, which it can understand. Now, how it was able to convert from that code to a binary language? Okay, that is something is compiler used for. Okay, so compiler is basically a program that takes the code that you have written and translates into a binary ones and zeros of actual machine code. So that's a compiler. You don't have to worry about how compiler is built, how we can make a compiler, nothing of that sort. Compiler is something it's already there attached with programming language. You don't have to, you just have to know the term. That's it. This slide is just for you to understand the terms. That's it. Okay, so that's compiler. What is execution? Okay, execution is something once you are done writing a program, you execute it. Okay, execution is basically means submitting it. You can just understand again the chef example. Once you're done preparing your dish, you serve it on the table. In the same way, once a programmer is done writing the code, he or she executes it. That's it. No need to go via all these ones. I mean, the example is enough to understand. The last one is important, syntax. Now, relate syntax with the grammar in English language, right? Now, suppose I am saying something right now in English and I start using incorrect grammar, right? I start using incorrect grammar till the extent that you're not able to understand what I'm saying, right? So hence, I need to use proper grammar for you to understand and you to comprehend my words. In the same way, computer, when you're writing code, you need to stick to the grammar as accurate as possible. I mean, there is no, even if I do some grammatical mistakes, you'll be able to understand because you are a human, right? But that's not the case when you write code, because in that case, you're talking to a computer. Computer does not takes error for granted. I mean, if you have made an error, it will throw the error. That is something I do not understand. It can't just assume itself that this might be true or this could have been what the human was saying, right? So it's very specific on exactly what grammar you are writing on the code. So when I say grammar is between human and human interaction, same way syntax is something when you are interacting with the computer, right? So grammar is for English, syntax is for Java, or syntax is for Python. Syntax is for programming languages. Grammar is for human languages. Syntax is for programming languages, right? I hope these 5 terminologies are clear to everyone. All right, so we'll move on to the next segment now, which is again slightly around programming. And hold on for a while. This is slight of the theoretical topic, but we'll get to the good part pretty soon. Okay, but just have the base strong so that you don't have to worry much on the later part. Okay. Okay, so this is the line I found very apt. If I talk in terms of Gen Z language, this 5 lines was very apt there for a programming language. Hence, I dropped it in the first slide of this particular PPT. So computer programming has a reputation of being cryptic and too complex for an average person. Okay, and that is something you all will feel if you are jumping into programming for the first time. Okay, that it's cryptic. What is cryptic? Cryptic is something which you don't understand, which is something that looks like encrypted, right? So it has a reputation of being cryptic and too complex for an average person to understand. However, once you get familiar with the basics programming logic, right? When you are familiar with the elements of programming, when you're familiar with the different verticals of programming, you will see pattern everywhere. Okay, that cryptic piece of code that you might feel right now, once you are done with the basics part, once couple of weeks after, you'll see patterns everywhere. You'll start understanding, okay, this part, I don't need to understand the whole part. It's just like this part is doing this and this part is doing this, and then I'm able to get an understanding of what whole code is doing. So it becomes so habituated, and you become so expertise in that you start seeing patterns everywhere. Why learn to code? I think I don't need to cover this slide, because since you guys have enrolled to the course, I think you might have seen some amazing things code can do. So that's the reason you are here. So I'll skip this slide. And what is computer programming? I think we covered that part. It's more like a recipe for a computer to understand. Computer programs can help cure diseases, drive cars, create video games, make animated video graphics, you name it. Now, especially after the ChatGPT is out, you can pretty much do everything out of it. I mean, there is no limit of you doing wonders with computer programming. Okay, one activity I want to do with you all. Okay, and it's going to be an interesting activity, and we'll touch upon a very essential part of programming. Okay, I want you to describe in natural language how to make a peanut butter jelly sandwich in natural language. Okay, or let's say this example was from Harvard. Okay, so I copied it, and it's a Western dish, right? Peanut butter jelly sandwich, it's a Western dish. We Indians, I have not eaten this peanut butter jelly sandwich. Okay, so I think as an Indian, we can stick to tea. Okay, let's change. Describe in natural language how to make tea. Okay, step one. That's the step one, boil water. Okay, so step two has been, which is put tea leaves into it. What would be step three? Add milk and sugar. Okay, fourth step, pour. Okay, chalo. Let's keep pour. I mean serve, right? So pour. Okay. Now let me just copy and do things which you guys have written. So first was boil water, which was given by Mursidil, and second was, I think, put tea leaves into it. Put tea leaves. I'm just putting it in the order so that you can understand. Put tea leaves into it. And third was, I think, add milk and sugar. And fourth one was pour. Now, if you give this to a person, to a human, you might end up having tea. You might see that person has prepared tea successfully. Okay, but if you give this instruction to a computer, okay, I mean, just hypothetically, I'm saying, I'm not just asking you to code how to boil water or something, not like that. Hypothetically, I'm just trying to relate what is the difference that you can sense when you give instructions to a human, and what is the difference when you give instructions to a computer. Okay, when you will give the step number one instruction of boiling water to a computer, first of all, the computer will ask, boil water where, right? How? And how can I boil water directly? I mean, computer would expect you to write things like, get a utensil, put water into that utensil, put that utensil on a stove, light up that stove, let that stove run for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, till the time the water is boiled. Just for step one, boil water, it might be very easy to understand. A human can understand that, okay, boil water, obviously, I'll use a utensil to put water and then put it on the stove. How else can I do it, right? That's human. But as a computer, if you are trying to give the same kind of instruction, you'll have to give instruction where there is no sense of ambiguity. When it is absolutely clear that there is no factor of getting distracted or redirected. Get a utensil, put some water into it, put it into the stove. I mean, that should be the steps if you're putting into a computer, because computers cannot interpret your 2 words of boiling water. Similarly, put tea leaves into it. How many tea leaves? Right? That's the question that you would have to put when you are putting into a computer, right? Humans can understand that obviously tea should not, I should not put the whole bunch of tea leaves, right? But computer can't sense that. Add milk and sugar. Where? Right? Add milk, sugar into it, into the boiling water where you have put the tea leaves. How much? That's also you should be adding. 4, pour. Now human can understand that the tea has to be poured in a cup, right? Computers cannot. You have to exactly write, pour the boiled tea into the cup, right? And especially use that, what do you call that in English? I say it channi. I don't know what do we call it in English. So you use that particular thing while you are pouring, else you'll use the tea leaves into the cup, right? So these are the instructions you'll have to give it to the computer step by step in much detail as possible, which is way different than we give to humans, right? So did you get a sense of the exercise? I mean, what my intent was saying is, when you write program, there shouldn't be any sense of ambiguity anywhere. Okay, this was also the first class in the Harvard, and that's where I got this idea to have this exercise, and hence I shared with you all. Okay, did it make sense, guys? Did this exercise made sense to you? What exactly was I was trying to convey? 4 verticals that basically builds the basics of programming, irrespective of any programming language. Okay, once you have an expertise on these 4 verticals, you can be a good programmer. Also, you can excel when it comes to data structures and algorithms, right? So these are the 4 areas that we'll touch upon right now. Okay, so lesson 1 is about sequencing, and everything that we'll be talking about right now is with respect to computer programs, computer language, and the coding part. Okay, so sequencing. So this is basically, computer is designed to follow a set of instructions, right? And that's what we have been looking in the past couple of, past 1 hour. We understood that computers are very much aware and very much efficient in terms of following the instructions, right? So if you give a bunch of instruction, if you give a bunch of the nodes to follow and the nodes to play to the computer, it might be able to play that. But if you expect computer to do job of a musician, and when I say job of a musician, I meant being creative, being able to do things on stage, trying out stuff, and then just like DJs do, right? According to the crowd, make changes to the music and all that stuff. That is something computers cannot do, because they are not meant for that. They are just meant for following the instructions. Now, this is a very, very funny meme that if you told a computer to jump off a cliff, it would, because they are meant to execute commands. That's what it is, right? So they all they can do is just execute commands. Okay, so the 3 concepts that comes under sequence is, the 1 is sequence, 2nd is selection, and 3rd is iteration. Okay. Now, sequence is the most basic one. Now, when I say sequence, computer follows the sequence according to how it has been given. Okay, so when you write a code, it always executes the code from line 1 to line n, right? It cannot just randomly pick a line and execute. Computers are meant to execute your code in a sequence of order from line number 1 to the line number end. Okay, that's one, that sequence. Okay, selection is something, making choices. Now you can design the program in terms of having selection criteria as well, and computers are efficient in getting the selection criteria executed as well. For example, you have a set of instructions, and since we took an example of tea light, preparing tea, correct? So in that, if I compare that particular example with these three concepts, sequence is something you guys gave me, right? Whatever you said, step 1, step 2, step 3, that were sequence, right? But remember, you mentioned the step 2 was once the water is boiling, you need to put tea leaves into it, right? That's selection, right? You basically made a selection over on the code itself, where you put a condition where if the water is boiling, then execute this particular command. So whenever there is a branching, right? Or for example, another example could be you boil the water and then you ask the guest or you ask the user, you want tea or coffee. If the user says tea, you put tea leaves into it. If the user says coffee, you put coffee powder into it, right? So the branching is something that is also possible when you write code, right? So one is sequence. It's all, this computer always follows a right sequence from 1, 2, 3 till n. And second, it's very efficient in taking selection and picking up the selection according to the criteria, right? That is selection, where there is a branching. Okay. Third important aspect over here is iteration. Now, what is iteration? Iteration is something where you want the computer to do things more than once till a certain time or till certain goal is achieved. Okay. And over here, the example of boiling water would come. Okay. Keep the stove on, keep the utensil with water on the stove till the time it boils. Okay. So that piece of instruction is an iteration. Computer will constantly keep a lookout of a condition being satisfied. Okay. Computer will keep checking that particular condition, and once it gets satisfied, only then it will execute the next. If that has not been satisfied, it will stay on that particular instruction only. Okay, that is iteration. Iteration is basically executing the same command more than once. It could be n number of times, it could be three times, it could be 2 times, n number of times. Okay, depending upon a condition. So these are three major concepts: sequencing, selection, iteration. Okay, sequencing, which I mentioned, instructions performed in order with each executed in turn, right? And that sequence is always from top to bottom. Okay. An example of that is a music sequence, which we mentioned. Okay. Now, this is although all the examples we have used are from the real examples, right? Like we used the example of preparing tea on that stuff, which is not possible on a computer. Okay. The reason of using this real world example is because we have folks who are not well versed with exact syntaxes of programming, right? So over here, you might not see the syntaxes, but in the subsequent lessons, we'll have syntactical representation of each of them, that what exactly is selection, right? But for the people who are slightly aware, I will just give you a slightly high level example of all these three concepts, so that you are aware about, how exactly it looks like in the computer. Okay. First example, when I say sequence, you can take an example of adding 2 numbers. Okay. The code, the line number 1 will be accept input from a user for number 1. I mean, ask what should be the number 1, the first number from the user. That could be step 1. Step 2 should be second number. Step 3 could be arithmetic operation between number 1 and number 2. And step 4 could be printing the output. Right. That's the sequence order. And computer has executed that in the sequence because it needs the first number, second number, and then put the arithmetic operation and then print the output. That's an example of sequence. Selection, making choices. You need to return whether a number is true or whether a number is odd or even. That's the example, a programming example, not a real world example. How will you do that? Step 1, ask a number from the user. Okay, so you have the first number as in the only number that you want to return as odd or even. Okay. Second step, you divide it by 2. Okay, that's a second step. And you store the remainder. Step 2. How will you do it? We'll come to the syntactical part later, but it's just the step so that you are aware about how these concept looks like in the programming world, right? Step 2 is divide the number by 2 and store the remainder. Step 3 is check if the remainder is 0 or 1. If it is 0, return even. If it is 1, return odd, right? So last step, what did we do? We created a branching. We created a selection criteria, where computer had to select that whether it has to return even or it has to return false, depending upon the condition. What was that condition? The remainder condition. That is the remainder 1 or is the remainder 0. So that's the example of selection. So yeah, example of iteration, count till 10 or maybe print from 1 to 10. Over there, what would you do? First, you would take an input that from the user, that till what number you want to print. Okay, let's say the user provided 10, and then you will have a loop till the time I have not printed till 10, keep printing from 1, something of that sort. Syntactically, we will find how it is done, but that's gonna be the case. Once 10 is printed, that loop will break. That loop will basically exit, right? So that's the iteration. So this 3 concepts we studied in this particular lecture, which is sequence, selection, and iteration. Coming to second thing, which is variables. Now imagine that you have, there's a story that has to be written. Okay, imagine you as a story writer, you as an author, you have to write a story. Okay, and it's a big story. Okay, and in that story you have 5 major elements that you can call it as. Okay, you have a country name, you have a town name, you have a hero, you have a villain. Let's put it as ABC, anything. I mean just for an example. Okay, anything. Okay, let's put anything only. Okay, so these are the 5 elements that are present in that story, for example, and then you begin with the story. Okay, you have a part 1 where it's a proper written story that in a faraway land called the country, there was a magical and mysterious castle in the town. It was said that behind the castle wall there was a magical princess called Hero, and then basically these are the variable names. Whatever we define over here should get stored over here. Okay, and there are multiple parts to that story, right? There is an interlude. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but there's an interlude, and there's a part 3, and there's again an interlude, part 4, and then there's a conclusion, right? Somewhere with a happy ending or stuff, right? You have a big story with 5 elements. Okay, now what you need to do, you need to rewrite this story, exactly same story, with different city name, country name, or maybe different name of the hero, different name of the villain, right? This, you see it as just a 5-part story. I mean, it got covered in just 5 slides. But imagine you have written a book with these 5 elements. I mean, hypothetically, these 5 elements are only there in this book, and it's a story around these 5 elements only. Okay, and you have written a book, but then you, for XYZ reason, you need to change the country name, the town name, the villain name, the hero name, the sister name, and all that stuff. Okay, how will you do that? You are going to basically edit all your slides with the changed name, right? That's going to be your approach. But in computer programming, we don't follow that approach. We follow an approach of something called variables. Okay, what is variable in an English language, or what is variable literal meaning? Variable's literal meaning is something that keeps on changing, something that varies. That's why it's variable, right? So in computer programming, what we do, and if this writing story would have been a computer program, we would have followed an approach of variables where we would have defined these 5 variables at one place and used the variable names, not the actual names, we would have used the country keyword, not the actual country name in all these stories. That would have been the approach from the programming perspective. Okay. And once you do that, your story might look like this. In a fairway called country, there was a magical and mysterious castle in the town of town, right? But when you execute it, these keywords will be filled by the actual names present in this particular variable. So over here, country, town, hero, villain are the variable names, right? Which we can vary, which we have a control on, right? By changing at one place and executing the program, we can actually change the whole story with the help of our actual names. So that's the core responsibility of a variable. Core responsibility of variable is to give the access to the programmer, to the coder, and access to all the places where that variable has been used. So by changing at one place, we should be able to change the variable at a number of places wherever it has been used, right? So this is the real world. This is the closest real world example I could have thought of, right? And this is the case. Okay. So in this lesson, we are going to define what a variable is. Okay. We are going to recognize that computers follow a control flow of input, process, and output. Yeah, using variable, we'll define the sequence again and how to include a variable in the sequence. Okay. Now, this is something we all are aware of. Input, process, output. That's what computers do. So in programming, how I relate this with programming, input is something user is giving. For example, in the previous sequence example, we talked about adding two numbers, right? Accepting input from the user, two inputs, number 1 and number 2, and adding it. So input was number 1 and number 2. Processing was the arithmetic operation of number 1 plus number 2, and then output was printing of the sum of two numbers, right? So this is the usual process of any kind of activity which is there. Now let me showcase you this particular example. I just wanted to bring that before going to this. Okay, just give me a second, guys. I'm trying to search for an example that could suit the input, process, and output much better. Okay. All right. So I think this is the one. All right. So this example has been taken from one of a website which converts. There's a scratch.mit. This is the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which basically converts the programming into pictorial representation. Okay. So ignore about why these colors look like, what is this green flag and all that stuff. Ignore that part. Just focus on the part that I'm going to discuss. Okay. And we're going to talk about the variables. What exactly is variable? Okay. Now, let's say, just read these two columns for a while. When flag is clicked, say hello for 2 seconds. Say I'm Big Ed from year 2082 or something for 4 seconds. And then it's putting ask name. Okay. And then over below, there is a different block which says define ask name, ask what is your name and wait. And then it's saying set name to answer. And then it says, say join hello name for 2 seconds, something of that sort. Okay. Actually, the green flag is clicked. Okay. Wherever it is. I mean, just assume hypothetically that there is a green flag which is clicked. What would happen? Okay. According to this sequence, what would happen? This sequence is, I'm explaining you this sequence just to make you understand how to read this sequence. Okay. So for example, when this green flag is clicked, hello will be printed for 2 seconds. Okay. And this statement, I am Big Ed from year 2082 will be printed for 4 seconds. And then ask name This is a reference to the below block, and below block will be called. Okay. Now let's focus on below block and we'll try to relate this with the variable which we talked about. Okay. When ask name is called, there is a second block which says ask what is your name and wait. Now when ask is there, ask basically means you're asking something, you're expecting an input, you're expecting a response, right? This blue block basically represents the input that you expect from a user, right? This block is as same as writing a program to print your name with a hello appended before it, right? So if you have got a program which says print your name with hello before it, right? That's basically this program is doing. So ask what's your name and wait is basically the computer will say what's your name and it will wait for your input. Once you have given the input, it will set that name to answer. Now focus on this particular and try to understand it slightly better. Okay, this is set. What is set? Set means you are setting the name that you have received from the second block, right? The name that you have received from the user to answer. Okay, you have created a variable called name by yourself. Okay, you can create a variable. You have created the name called a variable and you have assigned the value of the answer to that name. So suppose if in second block you said Shubham as the input you gave, the answer in the line 3 that you see would be Shubham, because that's the input you gave, and you are setting name equals to Shubham. And in the fourth line, when you say, it's basically outputting the output with joining hello and name. Now see over here, name could be anything. Name is a variable here, but in the third step, we had assigned name to the answer, which was accepted by the user, right? This might become more clear when you go in the syntactical representation, when we do actual coding, right? But the intent of showing this particular example was that once you expect something from the user, once you take an input from the user, you assign it to a variable which is created by you. When you are a programmer, when you are writing a code and you expect a user input, either it is number input or any kind of input, you expect a number input and you assign it to a variable. And then you use that variable to either print it or to either do any kind of changes on top of it. Okay, any kind of modifications if you want to do on that particular variable, it is done via variable names. Okay, and user input is stored as a value in that variable. Okay, this is slightly different than our usual real world examples, hence it might be slightly difficult to understand, but try to spend some time on it, right? That any input that we receive from the user, we store it in a variable. That is one. Okay, variables are created by us only. I mean, as the coders, you can create variables in the code. Okay, why we create variables? We just saw, because you want to control the code just by controlling it from one place. Okay, that's the intent of variables. Now, I think these are not very relevant, but yeah, and since it is a variable, the values can easily be changed. You can easily change the value. So let's say you have you saw this example, right, where you asked for a name and you stored it and you printed the name, right? You can again, after printing out the name with a hello, you can again ask for a different input, that what's your friend's name. And once the user input comes again, for example, if the friend's name could be any XYZ, you can assign that XYZ to the name itself. The same variable you can use to now point it to a different value, right? So now if you print the name, what will be printed? It will be printed XYZ. because now the value of name is XYZ. Previously it was Shubham when you printed, and after that you asked for input again from the user. Second input you assign to the same variable. So now the variable value has been changed. Okay. All right. So this was about the variables. So lesson 3 is about selection. Okay. We covered about sequencing in the first one, right? We in the second one we covered about variables, and this is about selection. Now in this lesson we are going to talk about conditions as an expressions. Okay. What is selection? Selection is basically branching. You create branches depending upon a condition. That is selection, right? And how do we define condition? That is something also we'll be covering in this program. And identify that selection uses conditions to control the flow of a sequence. So basically, selection uses conditions. There are certain conditions associated with the selection. Remember the preparing the T example. The condition we had was asking someone that they want coffee or they want tea, right? And depending upon their answer, we control the flow of sequence. We control the flow of sequence as in whether to go for sequence 1 to put tea leaves or whether to go for sequence 2 to put coffee powder, right? This selection would lead to different flow of sequence altogether, right? So that is what selection is all about. I hope you all have played with the deck of cards, right? We have hearts, we have spade. What else we have? Heart, spade, diamond, and what's the fourth one, guys? Heart, spade, and diamond, and I think heart, spade, and flower. And what do we have? Deck of cards. Types. We have we have clubs, hearts, spades, and diamonds. Okay, clubs, hearts, and spades and diamonds, right? So I guess you guys are aware about this. This displays of card. We call it theme patti. We call it with n number of names. Okay, you need to answer me true and false. So the very first question is: the color of this card is black. True or false? True. The suit of this card is hearts. True or false? False. Okay, that's right. The value of this card is greater than 5. True or false? False. Yes, absolutely. Okay. Now, we were so active and we were able to do this calculation very easily, right? The reason being, it's evident. We can see it on the screen, right? How do computers do the same? To cover that part, we are going to do this particular example of selections. Okay, now you see this block. If then, okay, this is the blueprint of how programming languages control the conditions and the control statements that we just had an activity on. Okay, now what would you do is usually if you ask a question around how can we convert the activity that we just did into something in a form of a programming language, right? The very first thing that you would do is understand what exactly card is given to you by the user. So basically the card that I showed you, which had 5, which was black in color and which has the suit of spade, right? This is something will be provided by the user. So you need to have a program that can accept the inputs, right? So basically you would ask from the program itself the relevant questions that should be enough for you to make sure and to understand exactly which deck of card it is. So you'll ask questions like, what is the value of that card, which is 5? What is the color of that card, which is black? And what is the suit of that card, which is spade, right? Once you have these 3 knowledge in the system, you need to store them as on a variable, right? You would store them in a variable. The value equals to 5. So value is the variable. Suit equals to spade. So suit is the variable. And then color equals to black. So color is a variable. So you have 3 variables: value, suit, and spade. Now, all the questions that were asked, the very first question that was asked was, true, false, although it was true, false, but if suppose the question is print or tell me the color of the card, right? So what would condition go over here is, this is the snippet that should go in the code. Tell me the color of card. You should not directly print that print output equals to color, because the variables can change. So basically we'll use the if then statement. So if color equals to, and then you'll put the value black, then put the value as black, or else put the value as red, right? So this exactly is how you configure conditions in the computer. Okay, this rhombus that you see is the place for putting conditions, is a place where you can put conditions, right? And this rhombus will always return true or false. Okay, and depending upon if it is true, it will return the statement which is present right inside it, or else it will return the statement which is outside it. For example, the same pictorial representation, if I give you condition and expressions. So if the character has a heart is true, remove from the game, else keep in the game, right? So basically, if the character has a heart, has a hat, if the character has a hat is true, then remove from game. So basically, you're telling the program to remove all those person who have a hat in the game. In the game, the characters have a hat.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question is, to create new resource with a predefined URL, you should use the following HTTP method, and your options are create, post, put, or options. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with NICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Right, so we have 3 such characters, this blue hat, red hat, and this one. So they'll be removed from the game, right? And how would you achieve it? Is the if else statement I talked to you about, right? Over here, if the condition goes, the character hand is empty, then remove from the game, keep in the game. And over here you can put any condition. If the character has a hat, why am I saying heart and hand? I'm not sure, but okay, I think it's a tongue twister. Anyways, so yeah, if the character hand is empty, or if the character hand is not empty, if the character has a hat, if the character does not have a hat, any kind of conditions, if the color of the card is blue, if the color of card is black, anything of that sort, the conditions should go over here. And that's how you control it. Inside the if, you put the condition, and then depending upon that, the sequence is followed. Remove from the game, keep in the game. Comparing it with tea example, if user input is coffee, put coffee powder, else put tea powder, right? So this is the pictorial representation of how programming languages look like, right? And that's all about that's the only thing about conditions are. Okay. Other way of putting condition is, you can put conditions in any of the case. Just ask the user, how is your health? Is your health good? Okay, ask the user and store their answer in a variable called health, right? You ask the user, is the health good? Okay, if the answer is yes, then only print good, glad to hear it, right? So depending upon what is the value got stored in the health variable, what is the value that was returned by the user as an answer, you are printing it, right? So these are conditions involved, and that is what selection is, right? Conditions are the green ones, are the conditions, and depending upon that condition, you make a selection, and hence it justifies our statement that selection uses conditions to control flow of a sequence. Okay, that is about selection. And there are certain type of conditions. So we dealt right now only with one type of condition, which was equals to, right? Whether it is equal to n, whether it is equal to black, whether it is a spade, heart, right? But there could be n number of conditions. Like one is obviously equal to, one is comparison, right? Do you have a value of card which is greater than 5? You guys told false, right? How? Because you were able to calculate that this value is not greater than 5, is equal to 5, right? So you can have variables, variable comparing to variable or variable comparing to value. Such conditions are also possible in programming, where you actually compare those conditions and then print the output. Or other type of conditions would be AND operators or operators. In AND operators, you're basically combining the conditions. So you can have two different conditions appended with an AND. For example, first condition over here could be, is the color of the card is black, and is the value greater than 5, right? Now to fulfill the overall condition, both of these mini conditions has to be true. Then only the whole bigger condition will be actually true. But in case of OR, any one condition, if it is true, it will make the overall condition as true, right? So first thing, you can have variables comparing to variable being logical operators you can apply between variables and have a condition operators. Also, you can have multiple conditions and append them with AND or all that stuff, right? Everything is possible in the code. Now, when I say operators and selection, operators could be either comparison operator, less than, greater than, or equal to, or logic operators, and or not. Okay. Now, operators are something in programming language that we can use either as an arithmetic operation. All kind of operators, for example, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, are arithmetic operators, which you can use to make any arithmetic operation in a program between two numbers, two decimal numbers, anything of that sort. Those are arithmetic operations, right? Those are fairly simple, hence I have excluded that from this particular exercise. But the comparison operators, the less than, equal to, or less than equal to, greater than equal to. So along with these three, you can also have things like this, okay, which basically means greater than equal to, less than equal to, right? I'm assuming you guys are aware of this. So yeah, and there is something called logic operators, which compares the logic, like and, which we discussed. To compare it, if there are two conditions, both has to satisfy in order to make the complete condition as satisfied. That is something and is used for. Second is or, and the third is not. Not is basically negation. It just makes the condition as opposite. So not of false is true, not of true is false, like that. Okay. So yeah, that is something about it. And if you can spot the comparison operator in this code, this is something which I was mentioning in the previous example, that you ask the user, are you okay? And store the answer in the health variable. And if the answer is yes, the health variable value is yes, then you say, good, glad to hear it, something of that sort. So the operator in this particular scenario is on the line number 4, where we are using the logic operator to convert to check if health value is equal to yes, right? So that's the logic operator. Okay. There are comparison operators as well, and examples that you see over here. This example shows, and this condition will satisfy only when variable 1 is equal to variable 2. Okay, that is the condition applied on that particular operation, where the condition is being checked between variable 1 and variable 2. Second condition is it's being checked if variable 1 is greater than 10, and the third is 200 should be less than variable 1, or maybe variable 1 is greater than 200, right? So these all are comparison operators that you can apply between two variables or between a variable and a value, right? Comparison operators are mostly in numerics. I mean, you can't compare to text, correct? So comparison operators are usually numerics. Okay, apart from that, we mentioned about logic operators. Logic operators as in you combine two different conditions to make a bigger condition, right? Over here we have combined number greater than 30 and city equals to Athens, or number greater than 30 or city equals to Athens. Okay, I am assuming this is clear to you. What might be confusing for you is the last one, which is the negation one. Okay, I am assuming most of you or all of you are above 18. Okay, in terms of age. Give me the output of this particular statement in the chat in true or false by assuming this age equals to your age. What would be the output? So that I understand that you guys understand. Okay, cool. So I think you have understood. So basically, for the folks who have not responded, or in case someone has not understood, age, assuming your age is 18, let's say 22. Okay, so 22 is greater than 18. So the inner condition becomes true, right? 22 being greater than 18 becomes true. Hence, the inner condition becomes true. But there is an outer condition of not, which is a negation condition. Negation is something, it just flips the condition. If it is true, it becomes false. If it is false, it becomes true. That's the negation. Hence, since the inner condition is true, after putting negation, answer would be false, and hence the answer is false. Okay. All right. So this card deck, we have already done it. So yeah, I mean, related to card, if you need to put expressions, this is how would you do it. Okay, if suppose you want to check if the value of card is 6 or not, right? If your value is greater than 6 or not, if you want to check that, suppose you have been given a card, this is the same card we used in the previous example. If you want to check the card, the value of the card which has been given to you is greater than 6, this is the piece of code you can write. If value is greater than 6, then say true, print true, or say anything like that. That's the expression. If you want to check if the value of the card that has been given to you is king and the suit is hearts, how will you do it? This is an example. You'll use an if condition where you'll compare value equals to king and suits equals to heart. And then if the both condition satisfies, you'll say it true. Okay. And just giving you some bunch of examples so it becomes more clear how real world statements with respect to how you'll write in the programming language. Okay. Expression 3, if suit equals to spades or suit equals to diamond, return true, right? So this is how would you write. Expression 4, if you want to return true if the color is not red, this is how will you write. Okay, if condition and putting the condition below. Okay, expression 5, value equals to queen or value equals to 9 and color equals to black. How will you write this statement? So basically there is a bigger condition inside which there are two conditions. Two conditions are joined by and in the first condition, there are again two conditions joined with the help of or, right? So it's a nested condition, and that is also possible in programming. Value equals to queen or value equals to 9, that's one condition. And then after that condition, there is another condition of and. Okay, so this is how you will write, and it's possible. Again, it's possible that condition has two conditions. Both the two conditions have two other conditions within them. An example for that is return true if value is less than 5 or value is greater than 10 and suits is equals to club or suit is equals to hearts, right? 4 conditions are applied with a complex nesticity. nested conditions, but this is how you would write. Clubbing these two first, right? And then clubbing the other two first, and then clubbing the first one and the last one with an and, like that. And these are some statements with their evaluations, which you have already understood. I got an idea from the example, right? So this was a fairly simple lesson of operators and selections. Second last lesson we have is on the count control iteration. Okay, what is count control iteration? Now remember the same example I think Akshay gave in the example for iteration when we were in the lesson 1, count till 10, right? So that's the exact count control iteration is over here. So in this lesson, we'll define iteration as the process of repeatedly executing instructions. Okay, describe the need for iteration. I mean, till what time iteration is required, and implement a count control iteration in the program. All right. So iteration is basically keep doing the same thing till the time it's done. Okay, that is iteration. An example for this is you can print same thing repeatedly n number of times, or you can print 10 numbers or 10 different numbers, anything of that sort. Now there are two types of iteration. One is count control iteration, other one is condition control iteration. Count control iteration is when you execute the commands set number of times. For example, there's one way of saying print numbers starting from 1 10 times. Okay, 10 times print numbers starting from 1. Every time print the next number, but print only 10 numbers. Again, 1 to 10 will be printed only. But there could be another way of saying print the numbers starting from 1 till the time it reaches 10. That is other type of condition, which is condition control. Over here, we were counting that print 10 numbers. As soon as you have printed 10 numbers, irrespective where have you reached, stop. But in the second one, we are saying till the time you have reached 10, keep printing the numbers. Okay, so that's the difference between count control and condition control. Count control is something that is keep executing the command n number of times. Condition control is keep doing it till the time certain condition is fulfilled. Okay, and there is this example where it's an example for iteration, where you see fifth line is the iteration. First line, you're asking what times table would you like? Okay, basically table, table, right? 2's table, 3's table. Basically, you keep multiplying with 1, 2, and 3 like that, right? And then you repeat the same with the help of the number that has been received from the user and multiply by. Multiply by something is over here. So we have set it to 1. So basically, iteration is you repeat the same thing either by counting it or either with the help of a condition. Okay. Nothing more on that front. We can learn about the exact syntactical representation once we start the coding part. So this was around count control iteration. Okay. Now any program that you write, you obviously create a file before you write, right? The IDEs, when there are IDEs like VS Code, Atom, right? Or even Notepad. When you create a Notepad and you write a code, any program that you write anywhere in a coding IDE, you need to put an appropriate name for that file. And that's one thing. And second thing is each program follows a proper structure, its own unique structure of framing the code, right? So two things are very important in the syntax. The very first thing is the name of the file, which is over here, as you see, main.java. Instead of main, you can put anything else, right? It's just that for this is, for example, over here, it has been used as main, and you can use any other name, provided the first letter is capital, right? That's the convention. Okay. Once you create a file .java, and it's very important to put the extension of .java. Okay, if you are writing the code in Java. Okay, and then you can write the code by yourself, just like it is shown over here. In that, it's very important to understand first 2 lines of code. Okay, the very first thing what we are doing is we are creating a class. Okay, what you see it over here is public class main. Now, this main keyword is actually matching with the main keyword that is present in the name of that particular file on which Java code is there. So your file name should always match your class name. That's the first thing. Okay. There are 2 other keywords as well, which is public and class. Now, public, I will not go in detail on this public keyword, but just to give you a high level idea, this public is an access modifier. When I say access modifier, it takes care of the access. It takes care of who this class will be accessible to. Now, this is obviously not relevant in our course because we are not building any large scale project as part of the curriculum. But there are a lot of times when there are large scale projects and there are certain class you will have to put instead of public as private or protected, so that the cyber attacks or the threats, it is saved from that particular angle. The access modifier is used. But we are not dealing with those aspects in the curriculum that has been designed. It's more about data structures and algorithms. Hence, you can just assume this to be a housekeeping activity, right? Just mention public class and use the word which is there in the file name. All right, that's the first line. Second line of code is public static void main string args. Okay, now this is something, it has a lot of keywords, there are a lot of things, but do not get confused. Let's go one by one by breaking this whole line into chunks. First keyword is public, which is as same as what I mentioned in the first line, the access modifier. It is a class. The first line was defining about the class. The second line defines about a method. Okay. Now there is a slight difference between a class and a method. Okay. So if I write it in a way, a class can have n number of methods. Method 1, method 2, method n. Okay, that's usually a class. It has a lot of methods, and collection of methods, one or more, should fall under one class. Okay, in this example, we see only one method, which is okay because it's a class and we need to have only one method. And that's why you see public static. Now, what is static? Again, static is a keyword which is responsible for talking about the dynamicity of a particular language. Okay. Now, if I show you the exact meaning of static part, I should be seeing over here. Okay. It's not mentioned over here. All right. Anyways, so static is something that is basically judging whether your code is subject to change during the runtime or not. While the code is being executed, is it supposed to change or not? Again, from our perspective, since we are dealing with data structures and algorithms, we will be sticking to static only because we are not building something that will be around spawning of threads, multiple parallel processing. Those things we are not dealing with, right? So we'll be sticking with only static. That's the two keyword, public and static. Next keyword comes as void. What is void? Okay, what is the literal meaning of void? Let's check that. So literal meaning of void says an empty space or a vacuum, right? Or let's say an empty thing, empty space. Same thing is reflected over here as well. You need to put things over here according to what is being returned by your code. If your code is returning an integer, if your code is returning a number, or if your code is returning a value or text, image, anything, if it is giving back something as an output to the user, right? If it is returning in the form of, let's say, integer, or it's expected to return something, okay, it will become more clear once we go ahead in the system. But right now you can just imagine that if it is supposed to return something to the code, not to the user, but to the method itself, if it is supposed to return something that can be used by other methods, then this keyword will change according to what is being returned. But the code that we have is just printing out a statement called hello world, right? Hence, we do not need any kind of, any kind of other value except void. Had it been the case that we are writing something like this over here, right? Instead of system.printout out, if we are doing something like return 1, right? That means we are returning something. We are giving back something to this method. Now, what is giving back and how it can be used by different stuffs, that will be covering later. But you can just imagine if you are returning something, if you're giving back to the function something, in that case, instead of this void, we'll be putting int. Okay, so that's the intent behind this particular keyword, which is void. Okay, main. Now this main, you can make this name to be any other name as well. Okay, this main and this main are not related. I mean, the example might sound you confusing, but this main and this main are not related. You can put class name as anything. You can put the class name as anything. I can put the class name as Shubham over here and then put it over here as public class Shubham, right? But in this method, we need to follow the convention of calling the parent method as main. Okay, and that too with a small case. It's required to put the method name as main. Okay, and then again, this one you can ignore. This is basically saying that it is free to take. It is taking an argument of strings as the input, which we will cover more on that part. But you can just imagine and just assume this to be something which is required for JavaScript format. Right? Once we deal with functions, you'll come to know about this one. But for now, most of our problems, in most of our problems, will be following this exact 2 lines as it is. And there won't be any change. Okay. So I hope you have gotten the syntax part of Java. Except this line, this is more or less the format. And over here, you can put your code. Right? This is a required thing that has to be done for most of the cases. In case you are making notes digitally, I have pasted in the chat that can be used. Okay. All right. So this was the syntax. Now let's come to output part. How do you print something from a code? That's the most basic thing we need to learn today. What and how to print something in a code. Now for that, we have a statement called system.out.println. Okay, and that will print whatever you mention inside the braces and inside the quotes. Right? Now there are few things I want you to note it over here. Okay, first thing is, we are focusing on this line right now. We are talking about how to print statements or how to print through a program. Okay, this is the required keyword, system.println. If you are trying to print a string, you need to use a string inside a quote. These are the quotes. If you're printing a string, you need to use quotes. And that's where once you run, it will show you the output. It showed you hello world, right? In case you want to print some other output, you can print as Shubham. It will show you as Shubham. Okay. And I think I pasted the code only to host and panelist. I should paste it to everyone. Okay. You guys should have told me, but anyways, yeah. So this is the case. All right. This is for printing strings. Now, for printing the integers, if you want to print integers, you can straight away print without any quotes. Okay. I mean, if you see the example over here, we are talking about printing text, and there are multiple examples on the same. If you want to print a one-liner text, you can directly use system.print.line. It will print the text. If you're wanting to use multiple lines, you can use this part to print multiple lines, right? In case you are trying to print something without the quotes, right? Let it run. You are trying to print something without the quotes. It will only work if it is an integer, or I should say a number. Okay, since you are not very familiar with the data types, a number can be printed without any quotes. But for printing anything apart from that, you need to have quotes. Right? Now I'll show you what happens once you do not put quotes if you're trying to print an output. Let's say I did not put a quote and I'm trying to print it. It showed you an error, an unclosed string literal, right? So you need to have the quotes in order to print a string. Now there is a difference. There is a print method as well. But so far we have been using println method, right? Now println method, what does it do? After printing, the pointer goes to a second line. Now when I say, I'll show you with the help of an example. I'll try to print my name with println. Okay, this is my name and I'm trying to print it with the help of println. When I do that, both of these gets printed in the different lines, right? But when I try to print with the help of this print keyword and I click on run, it will print in the same line, right? What is it happening right now? The difference is println, once you do it, once you execute it and print something with println, after printing the text, it goes to the other line, to the next line. That's why after using println, Shubham goes, the pointer goes after printing Shubham to the next line, and over there it prints the surname, which is Lal, L-A-L. Okay, so this is the difference between print and println. I hope that is clear. So this was about printing text. Now, when we talk about printing numbers, it is as same as printing text except the quotes. Okay, so over here you see we did not use any kind of quotes. We printed the number as it is. Right? The very interesting thing over here that is coming up is it's not required that you print only the results. For example, I want to print 3 multiplied by 5. I do not need to use calculator separately and figure out the answer and print it over here as 15. What I can do is I can execute the operation on the print statement itself. 3 multiplied by 5. And once I print it, if you see the answer, it will come as 15 and not as 3 multiplied by 5. But what if I actually want to print 3 multiplied by 5? Not just the answer, but I want to print the 3 multiplied by 5 as it is. In that case, what I can do is I can use this quotes to make it appear like a string. And now if I run it, I will be shown as 3 multiplied by 5, not the actual answer. Okay, that is the beauty of print statement. If you want to print something as it is, if you want to print a number as it is, you can use a string literal, or if you want to use an operation, you can use without a string literal. I mean, this quotes, I'm calling it a string literal. You can use without the quotes and it will print as 15. Okay, so this was about outputting numbers. These are the very simple and the most basic concepts of Java, so we won't be spending much time into it. Next thing that we'll be studying is Java comments. Now, Java comments are something which is present to help other person understand your code. A very interesting thing that I was asked in a couple of months back from one of the students, that why do we even need to put comments, right? Now, as an academic person, since you are studying writing, since you are writing code and you are reading it yourself, it might not make a lot of sense to put comments in your code, right? But once you go into the industry, it makes a lot of sense. It makes sense because if you write a code, once you have written a code and you have posted it somewhere or the other, it will be used by someone to understand. Someone else will be seeing your code and trying to understand. To help other people understand your code is the importance of comments. That is the first importance. Second importance is if you're writing hundreds of lines of codes, right? Not just 3-4 lines. You might need to have certain pointers that can help you to see which part of code is written where. That's where these are the comments you can put. So comments should go with 2 / single line comments. So this is a single line comment. Okay, or I can say below code prints output of 3 multiplied by 5. Okay. Now, what if you want to have, let's say, 10 lines of comment? I would not want to keep putting / on start of every 10 lines of comment, right? In that case, you have something called multi-line comments, where all you have to do is use / with a star in the start of the comment, and by the end of the comment, use star with a slash. So what you would do over here is use star and then write n number of comments you want. This is a multi-line comment. Okay. And then once you are done, you can close it similarly by doing the same. Now, if you write something, it will be treated as a code. Okay, so that is the comment part, which is required to be known to you at all times. Next thing is variables. Now, it's very important to understand what is a variable. So let's check the literal understanding of a variable first. Something that is a variable, something whose value may dictate or discovered. A quantity that may assume any one set of values. right? These all were definitions of variables holds correct even in the programming language. A variable is something whose value can change, and whose value we can change as well in our code. That's a variable. Now, when I say variable, it also comes with certain types, right? There, it could be a string variable, it could be a numbered variable, right? Now, there are a few things I want to discuss with you on the types of variable. Very first type of variable is string. Okay, we have been discussing string over here, right? We were talking about system.print as a strings, right? So over here, this is a string, right? Anything that is textual in nature, anything that is alphanumeric or textual in nature is a string. This is a string. Basically, any literal, any textual content, anything that contains text, anything that contains what do you call it? Alphabets, right? Even if I say something of this sort, right? A, B, C, D, 1, 2, right? This will also be a string because even though it contains numbers, but it doesn't matter. It has at least one character. So this is also a string. All right. So anything that contains alphabet is a string. Next is integer. Now we call everything as numbers. I have been calling everything as numbers, whatever is having number, right? But that's not the case in program. There is no such thing called number, right? There are things like integers. Okay. Now, when I say integer are whole numbers. Integer are whole numbers. Like we talked about printing something like 2, right? Or 22, 23, right? These are integers. What are whole numbers? Whole numbers are something which is either greater than, equal to 0 or greater than 0, right? At least it is not less than 0. Also, it doesn't has decimals. Okay, so it could be whole numbers, and since it is an integer, it could go in the negative side as well. So sorry for the correction. Integers are not just whole numbers, but it's also it can fluctuate between minus infinity to plus infinity. Okay, so even if I try to print something like minus 243, I should be able to print it because it's also an integer. Okay, so minus 243 is something if printed. Okay, these are integers. I'll come to the definition part, how to declare integers and all that. Right now, I'm just showing the examples of each. Then comes to float. Float is something which are not integers, but are containing numbers like digits, decimals, right? So if I give you an example of integer or float, it could be something like this. Okay, this is string, this is integer, and this is float. You should be remembering these keywords names properly. Now let's come to this is char. Now what is char? Char stands for character. Now, when I say character, it's not the literal meaning of character in English, which defines someone's personality. It's not that character. It's the character of a particular string. For example, A is a character, B is a character, right? So, char stores a single character, which is A, B, C, or it could be anything. Any alphabet from the the alphabet, 26 alphabets, right? It could be either uppercase or it could be either lowercase. And you need to know that in programming, uppercase A is different than lowercase a. So casing matters. So characters are A, or it could be B, right? So this is char. Last thing is bool. Now bool stands for Boolean. Okay. Now when I say Boolean, it's again the literal value, literal meaning of Boolean. What does the literal meaning of Boolean says? Oh, there is a no word of Boolean. Okay, anyways. So Boolean is something which is either true or false. We also state it as 0 or 1. Okay. Now, if I show you the example of Boolean, which I'll be showing in some time, you can treat Boolean as this, true. Okay. If I show you the example of how Boolean is printed, you can print it in the same way by putting it as true. So true or false. One second, guys. I think in Java it should take 0 or 1. Okay. So in Java, you can treat Boolean as 0 or 1, which might seem very similar to that of an integer, but it can be controlled as a Boolean. Okay. When we talk about how to initiate a Boolean and print a Boolean, over there, I'll be covering this part of how to print a Boolean. Okay. True, I think let's try that as well. I'm not sure. Okay, yes, this will work. I was actually using the capital T. Yes, that's right. So true, or you can also use it as false. Okay, all right. So let's come to the part where we are declaring variables. We need to declare variables. Okay. So when declaring variable, each of these variables has their own way to declare, right? Declaring variables. Okay. The very first thing that we need to declare is string. Okay. Let's say we want to declare a string called maybe your name or anything of that sort. You need to follow this type of syntax, where first you put a type, what type of data value or variable you want to declare, put a variable name of your choice, whatever you want to put, and then put the value that you want to give on that particular variable name. Okay. So over here, if you want to declare string, we'll use string or maybe small case string. Okay. string string. Let's say name equals to, and since you are declaring string, you need to use this quotes. Okay. So we have followed the same way it has mentioned it over here. Okay. Now, when you try to run it, doesn't much will happen. So okay, what did I miss? I missed the semicolon. Now, when I printed it, nothing much happened. Things got printed till here, which is around print statements, but then nothing happened for this statement. Why? Because we have only created a variable called name. We have initiated a variable called name and have not done anything with that particular variable. Okay, so later on, I'll show you how to exactly use that variable as well. But for now, we'll just use the print statement to use this variable. Let me also use a print statement to create a demarcation so that we don't get confused. Okay. And then use a print statement. Now what happens? Remember, I told you you can't print something without using curly, without using quotes, you can't print a string, right? That was for string. But for variables, once you have created a variable and assigned a value to it already, you can use that variable name directly without using any quotes. And when you do that, you can print your name semicolon. Okay. Once you do that, you can print whatever is present in the name variable through this name keyword. So you see over here, it has been printed as expected. Next, we come to declaring integer. And to do that, it is int. Let's say, put it as my int. And you can put any integer 001. Okay. And you can do the same way to print the integer as well. Copy, paste, and then run it. Similarly, you can use it to declare float. Okay. Float, in case of float, you need to put keyword as float. My float equals to 12.3 or any number of your choice. You can print system dot out my float. Once you do that, it will show up like that. Similarly, you can do it for character as well. For character, you will use char, and for boolean, you will use bool. Okay. Let me also verify what is the Java one for boolean so that it's correct. Okay, for boolean, you will use boolean. Okay, in actually Python, it is used as bool. For on Python, it has to be boolean. Okay, like this, you can create your own variables. Let me copy that and paste it over here. These are the types and the ways you can create a boolean. Okay, for printing, again, you can use these variable names to print any of these. And in the same way, we have been doing it in the above. Okay, there is a error in incompatible types, possible loosely conversion from double to float. Okay, so let's see what the error is. First thing, it says it's in line 44, where we have declared the float integer. Okay. And this float integer is coming because we have, one second, guys. This is float. This should not be the case. We are not trying to change it. Did we use this variable anywhere above? No, right? Okay, no problem. We'll look into it, why the error is coming. So float should be the right keyword. That is something I don't think it's using F. Okay. There are certain Java syntaxes which are specific to Java, and this is, I think, one of them. So when you declare float, you need to mention in the value as well that it's a float by highlighting it as F. Okay, I think that's what happens when you have multiple programming languages learned. I at times get confused between which is the ideal way to, execute on which language. But yeah, in all the cases, you can just mention it as it is. All decimals in my default double in Java by default. Okay, Akshay, awesome. So this is the way you can declare the elements. And for float, I think F has to be appended after the number. Okay, printing variables. We talked about it right now. How can you print variables? But there is an interesting way of printing variable as well, which is by appending a text onto it. For example, I have used on this part, used my name, right? to print. I can also do it in a way where I append my name into a different keyword called hello, and then I append my name on top of it. I will also give a space after O so that it becomes clear when someone reads hello and name. Okay, and once you do that, you would see both getting printed as hello Shubham. Okay, that's about printing variables. You can also do things differently where you have created first name and last name as different variables, and you created a third variable by appending and adding first variable to the second variable, right? And then you printing the final created variable, right? What you can also do is, we talked about print statement executes the arithmetic operations as well. You can do that via variables as well, where you have created a variable x equals to 5 and y equals to 6. And then you are using variables to execute that arithmetic operation on a print statement. Okay. Now, if you want to declare multiple variables, that is also possible. You can either use multiple lines to do that. If you want to have 3 integers declared, this is the way you should do it, by declaring it x, y, z separately. Or if you want to simply write it once, this is the way you can do it in a single line, where you have to use int only once. Okay. Again, it's also possible if, first thing, if all of them are integers, this is the ideal way which can save your lines of code. And if all of them have same value, then instead of assigning values like this over here, you can initiate all 3 integers in the same line, and then at one go assign the value to all 3 integers at once. This is not just true with integers. This is also true with text variables, like float, decimals, Boolean, or anything, right? It's true with all the data types. Okay. Now, identifiers, it's not required for programming, but it is required from the industry standards perspective. Like if you use m equals to 60, right? What is m? You might not be aware what is 60, right? So that's why in the industry we are promoted and requested to use things which are more meaningful, right? Minutes per hour. Now it makes more sense. The 60 defines actually the number of minutes per hour, right? But for you guys, I would not suggest this to use for now, because these things will also already get built up once you're in the industry. For now, you can use single letter keywords, and that will be good. Okay. All right. Next thing that we want to discuss is data types. Okay. And I would not go in detail with this particular segment, because it just talks about first thing, which we already discussed, what are int, float, character, Boolean, string. And next thing, it talks about the sizes of each. Now, these sizes defines what is the amount of space it occupies in the memory location of a system. Okay. And why is that important? First of all, why do we even need to know that? Okay, int requires 4 bytes, long int requires 8 bytes, float requires 4 bytes, something of that sort. Why do we need to know that? Now, I will just touch upon 2 aspects of something. Remember, in the last class, we talked about 2 chefs, right? 2 chefs preparing a same dish. One taking a lot of time to prepare and creating a mess in the kitchen. Other one preparing the same dish in less time and making less mess in the kitchen. And we will always prepare the second chef. Why is that? Because the second chef is better in terms of organizing things in time and also preparing things properly. Similarly, every program takes certain amounts of time and space to execute. That space could be because of your variable, or that space could be because of runtime variables that is being created, or something is being stored in the memory of anything of that sort, right? And time taken can be different for different programs as well, depending upon what is the approach that has been taken by that program to solve a particular problem. All right. Now, These two factors leads to complexity, and we call them in our coding world as space and time complexity. I think I had touched upon this in the last time. Space complexity basically defines what is the amount of space your program is taking to execute. And time complexity defines what is the time your program is taking to execute. Right? With this space and time complexity, say space complexity can be calculated with these data types. I mean, you can actually, when you know the size of each, if you have used 3 integers, 1 long integer, 1 float, you can actually count the number of space you're using, right? That's why this is required to be known if you're trying to optimize your program. But since we are not in that stage yet, we will skip this part. Next, we have integer types, bytes. I mean, this is something, again, I will skip because data types, whatever we have studied so far, is enough for our learning. Okay, typecasting is something we'll skip for now. Next comes to operators. Now, what are operators? Let me just erase all these. I will put this in the chat in case any of you wants to have a reference of this. Okay. Oh, I can't paste so much content. All right, I can't paste so much content. Anyways, what I'll do is I'll copy this. And run it over here, and I'll give you this link in case anybody needs it. Okay, so this link, this is not a unique link. It's not generating a unique link actually. Okay, it can generate. I'll put expiry of 24 hours.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with NICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
All right, this is the link. Over there, you'll find the code around whatever we spoke till now. Okay. All right, so I'll remove this whole content. Okay, now we'll come to operators. Now, what are operators? Operators are simple arithmetic operations. That is the first thing that what operators do. Or it could be assignment operations like equals to. This is also an operator. Okay, or comparison operator. It has rightly classified over here. Let's go one by one. Very first thing is the arithmetic operations. Now, when I say arithmetic operations, is as simple as, let me do this way of int n equals to 4 plus 4, right? And then you can do system.printer.n will be equal to 8, right? That's the arithmetic operation. Now, along with 4 plus 4, you can also do things like subtraction, multiplication, division, which is something that you already know, right? I don't need to touch upon this. But there is something called modulus. What is modulus? Now, modulus is something which returns the remainder. For example, I want to see what is the remainder that remains when I divide 5 by 2. Right? What should I get? I should get 1, because once 5 is divided by 2, it's 1. Right? And that's what you would see over here, 1 as being printed. That's what you see, right? You can put anything over here. If you put 10 divided by 20 divided by 2, 20 is actually divisible by 2. So what I should get would be 0, right? So these are the arithmetic operations. There is something called plus plus or minus minus. This is something might be new for you as well. Plus plus is something which will increment your variable by 1. Minus minus, that will decrement your variable by 1. So if I do plus plus 2, let's see what happens. One second. I think, wait a minute. You should not put it like this. I should be putting plus plus 2 like this. And equals to 2. Okay. It works only with variables. So once you have assigned the variable, you have assigned 2 on a variable, and on that variable you can append the plus plus as written over here, and it will increment it by 1. Okay. Now if I do minus minus, it will decrement the variable by 1, and you will see 1 being printed. Okay. So this was about arithmetic operations. Next is assignment operations, which is as simple. You can just we are already being using assigning something on an integer, right? There is one interesting thing, which is this part. Plus equals to 5. What is plus equals to? So if now I want to x equals to 10, and I want to use this operation, which is x plus equals to 5, what would happen? Now this statement is as same as x equals to x plus 5, nothing else. Okay, don't get confused by something like this. Now if I print this part, what we like? X was already 10. Later on, we assigned, every time I'm missing the semicolon. Yeah, x was already 10. Now what we do, we assign x equals to 10 because the value was already 10 to 5. So it became 15, and hence you see 15 being printed, right? This is true for all the cases. And this is example, and what is it same as? Okay, just focus on things which we have studied so far, which is still over here. From below, it is more on the bitwise side, so we'll see that in later part. Okay, so this was around assignment operation. There is something called comparison operation, which you can use to compare stuff, right? And that's how you do it, by using double equals to, not equals to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. Let me just use the same example which is mentioned over here. We put x equals to 5, y equals to 3, system.print.ln, and we need to print if x is greater than y or not. Now this will, as I had mentioned, this print statement will also take care of the Boolean expressions. I mean, it will also take care of the operations, not just arithmetic operation, but this is also an operation of a comparison operation. And comparison will always return you Boolean values. So in this case, since 5 is actually greater than 3, I should be seeing true being printed. Okay, we are reusing the x value. Let's change it to, let's say, z. We see true being printed. And that is the case with this one. Similarly, there are a lot of other operations you can do with these as well. Okay. Now there are some operations you should also know that along with just one operation, you can have multiple operations along with it. For example, I'm assuming you guys are aware about and or, right? So let's say we are putting it as D and F. Okay. And doing this and D less than F and run it. Now what will happen? This statement was true because Z is actually greater than 3. But this statement, D less than F, is actually false. Right? One statement is true, one statement is false. That's the reason we see false being printed, because we have AND operations. If you're aware about AND operation will return true only when both the conditions are true. And similar to that, we have something called OR operations. Like this. Like this, it is mentioned, logical OR. Right? Now, when you print it, either of the statement, if it is true, the resultant will be true. And that's what we would see over here, that now it has printed true. Right? So this is about the logical operators. You can apply negation as well, which is logical NOT. It will make true as false and false as true. Okay. So that is about it on the operation side. Next thing, we have strings. Okay. I'll use the same window. Now I'll be using the same example where strings, we have created a string called hello, which variable name as greeting. And there are certain operations that will be defining on strings, right? The very first operation is dot length. Okay. Dot length basically will give you length of a particular string. And since length of a particular string is always an integer, length of anything, I mean, length of a text will be anyways an integer, you will see an integer being printed. So if I run this code with string text like this, and then appending this particular keyword, which we have studied in the first segment, and then putting text, which is the variable name dot length, will give you the length of the string. Okay. Next thing is changing the casing of the text. Okay. Let's use the same text, but now we need not use this one. What we want to do is we want to make it an uppercase, and also we want to make it a lowercase. Let's change. Okay, that's fine. And if we do that, since text value, now we have changed. Previously, text value was ABCD till all the way to Z. Now the text value is hello world. When you try to change to uppercase, it will become hello world. And if you try to change to lowercase, it will become hello world in the lowercase. Okay. Next thing is finding a character. Now this is quite unique. Let's show it to you guys, and then we will discuss this once this gets printed. Finding. And also, since once we have defined the text is a string, when changing the value of that particular variable, you should not use the string variable, string keyword again, else it will give an error. Okay. Now, let's say we want to search in this string, where is the locate keyword situated? Okay. To do that, what we are doing is we are doing string, the name of the string dot index of locate. Now, what is index? Now, see one thing, whenever there is a string being created, whenever there is a string, there are index associated with each of the character. And those index are nothing but these are the index. So when I say 0th index, it will correspond to S. 1th index, first index will correspond to T, second R, third I, fourth N, fifth G, right? These are the index of strings. And when I say this string, the index of locate, please locate the index of this particular locate keyword. What it will do, it will count from P with 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now at 7th, it found the first character of the locate keyword. Hence, it will return 7. And when we run it, it should return us 7. Okay, so that's the intent and that's the programs. Okay, concatenation, we have already covered that you can use your plus symbol to concatenate the string. but there is also a method using which you can concatenate strings, which is variable name dot concat. Dot concat will append this first name with this last name. Okay, but the only problem is in this one, you can actually put a space between first name and last name. In this case, let's see what happens. Okay, so even if you do not have a space anywhere shown, not in the string or not anywhere over here, it will still append along with a space. But if you do something like this, first name dot last name, and it will, okay, 1 second guys, there is something, there is a space after John. Okay, I'm so sorry for that. Yeah, so now if you see, the last statement will not print with any space, nor the first statement will. Okay, in plus, when you're doing concatenation via the plus symbol, you can actually use this functionality of putting the space in between. But in case of concat, you need to handle it on the variables end. Okay, that was string concatenation. Similarly, we have numbers and string, where numbers will be added in the way that you expect them to. But if you declare a number as a string and you add them like a string, it will be added in the string manner, like 10 plus 20 as strings will become 1020, right? Similarly, for the special characters as well. Okay, special character is something not required as of now, so I'll save it for the next subsequent session. Okay. There are certain math functions which I would like to discuss with you all. And those math functions are, the first and the most common one are max and min. What does max and min does? It takes input of numbers and returns you the maximum of them. For example, system.print.out. We would need to import the math keyword actually. Let me do that as well. Math, system.math. All right. Okay. So when you see system.print.out will print using the math.max function, will print the max of the numbers present in this. Now let's try to put something else over here as well. Let's see what happens. Okay, it gives an error. And why did it give an error? Because you can't put multiple elements in the math function. It will only take max of 2 elements and compare them to return. Okay, same case with min as well, and square root, ABS are few other methods as well, which is not fairly used from the data structures and algorithms perspective. But these are good to know. Square root will return the square root of your particular number, and ABS will give you absolute value. Absolute as in, if it is minus 4.7, it will return you 4.7. Random number, it will keep generating a random number till, you know, till whatever you have specified. Okay. So it will generate a random number of an integer, or let me explain this as well. This function math.random will actually generate a random number multiplied by 101. Or when you use only math.random, it generates a number between 0 and 1. Okay, let me show it over here. Right now, okay, I need to print it out, guys. Okay, let's see what does the last print statement prints. Okay, last statement prints as 93. Now, if I remove this 101 multiplication, what am I doing here is I'm generating a maths.random and trying to make it as integer. Okay, it generated a 0. Because I am trying to put it as integer, it will always return me a 0 because it has been generating only between 0 and 1. Let me remove this int function. Now you will see the actual random function, what exactly it is generating. Okay, it will be generating something between 0 to 1 with any character to int. Okay, I have put it over here as int. Let me put it over here as double. Okay, now you see it is being printed anything between 0 and 1. That's the beauty of random numbers. It prints as per whatever range you have specified. If you have not specified, it will print anything between 0 and 1. Okay, Boolean we have covered, and we have also covered these statements as well. So this is something we have covered as well. Now let's come to conditions and statements. This is the most important aspect which you will be seeing in lot of your journey towards data science, data structures and algorithms. If statement, the syntax is quite simple. The syntax is if followed by a condition and followed by a block of code. If I write it over here, let's say create a variable int n equals to 20, and then followed by a if condition, if n equals to 20, followed by this break. Why is it happening like this, guys? Oh man. See, system dot print dot else. Okay, this editor is not very strong in terms of indentation, but I can bear with it. Okay, system.print.out, let's say 0. Okay, anything. Now let's run this and see what does it prints. Okay, there is something has gone wrong. Illegal start of type. Okay, you need to put a space over here and here. Okay, now if you see, it should work. Do I need to put spaces over here? Okay, I think while copying, I edited the main method as well. Let me take the main method from somewhere else. Okay, and the whole thing like this. Okay, so what did happen over here? We assigned an integer. We initiated the integer n and assigned it to n20, right? And then if n equals to 20, we are basically comparing the value of n with 20, right? This is the comparison operator, which we have seen in the previous sections. If it is happening, print the value of n, else print 0. Now, if I change this to, let's say 0, if n equals to 0, print 20 or print the value of n, or else print 0, right? Now it will print 0. Or if I change it to any other thing, I can even compare it with a string ABC, right? Overall, when this statement is true, when the comparison operation is true, it will, oh man, okay, guys, I need to do the typecasting over here as well. So don't worry. The intent behind this is, whenever this statement is true, whatever is inside if it is true, it will return the statement which is inside the if condition. Else, if the condition is false, it will execute the code which is in the else conditions. So right now you saw value of n is 20, which is not equal to 45. Hence, the code in the else statement got executed. Right? So this is the way for you to do the if else part. Now this was a very, very simple example of if else. Once we discuss the questions, things might become more easy. Scanner function. Okay. Now so far, whatever we were discussing were around, we were ourselves creating variables and putting value to it, right? But that's not how usual function works. I mean, usual program works, right? How does it work? Mostly, we take input from the user. In most cases, we accept and we take inputs from the user by prompting the user to put the value. And that is done by a scanner library, which is present under util, and we import the same. So far, we have not been doing that. So you see, we were just starting with public class main, but now we need to import a library as a scanner class, and then we create this function. Okay, once you do that, that's the first thing you need to do. And if you are being confused, public keyword, why is it not here? It's like you can do it. That's not an issue, right? And you can write public, that's not an issue. After importing the scanner library, what we need to do is create a scanner object. Okay, while bringing up any new library, we need to create an object, and using that object, we can accept user inputs. For example, in this case, we are seeing that there's a scanner library we have imported, and we have created scanner object called myobj. Okay. In order to accept an integer or a string, let's say if we are wanting to accept a string, we can do something like this, where we prompt the user like system.print.ln that enter username, and then we create a username variable and say my object, which is a scanner object, dot next line. When we say next line and we run the code, you see something over here being written, and user can put the input. As soon as the user inputs the input, username is Shubham gets printed according to the last line. Okay. If we want to take input as an integer, byte, boolean, float, anything of that sort, this is the way we should be doing it. Okay. Only in the cases where you actually need to have input, you can do this in this manner. In case it is not required, that's well and good, but this is the way you should be doing it. So if I just copy this code and paste it over here. Okay, and I run it. It will give me next line, as you see, is responsible for integer inputs. Next line is responsible for integer inputs. And that's what is you see over here. It comes as a integer. Okay, but if I change this as next int, or it gives the prompt, nice. Just like this, it will now accept an integer. If I put anything apart from the integer, it will return me, return me as an incorrect statement. And I run this. I hope there are no errors. Let's see. Okay, there will be an error because it's initiated as a username. We'll have to put it as int over here as well and then run it. Enter username 007 and username is 7 because it's an integer, right? Integer basically removes zeros from the front. That's why you see 7. So this is the scanner class.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which header should be configured to tell the server XML is preferred over the JSON? And your options are accept, content type, user agent, or get. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
So the first question that we had was sum of two numbers, and it's very simple. So far, whatever explanation I had gave you was around adding the variables, but since now we need to take the input from the user, we are using the scanner function. Okay. I had also told you, if in case you're not able to take the scanner input, if you're not able to take the input from the user, you are eligible and very okay to use directly adding variables, like hard coding it. Instead of doing this, you can also do this. Just putting number 5 or number 6, anything of that sort, and printing it, right? But only if you're not able to do the scanner part. You're not able to do this part. If you're able to do this part, that's the perfect approach to do the solution. Okay. Let me undo that. Okay, so this is straightforward. You took the first integer from the input and named it as number 1 and second as number 2. You created the third variable called sum, and you created the summation of number 1 and number 2, and then you printed it out. Okay, even if you printed out just sum, that's also fine. I made it slightly more generic in order to you to understand the sum of number 1 and number 2 is sum. Next question we had was largest of 3 numbers. So in the same way, you need to take 3 inputs from the user. Okay, number 1, number 2, number 3. And then if you have used math.max function, that's also correct. You don't have to do, I mean, that's not a problem if you use math.max function. Okay, but over here, I just use logical operators to find the maximum of 3 numbers. The first condition is comparing between number 1 and number 2. If number 1 is greater than number 2 and number 1 is also greater than number 3, then number 1 is actually largest. Else, if number 2 is greater than number 1 and number 2 is also greater than number 3, then number 2 is largest, or else the only number left is number 3, which is the largest. Okay, there could be multiple ways to achieve the same. The end goal is you should be getting correct result. That's it. If you are running the problem with 3 different numbers every time, and every time you are getting the largest number as the output, your solution is correct. Okay, there are multiple ways to do the same thing. And also, this is not the ideal way. This is one of the way I suggested. It's not that this is the best way. This is one of the way. That's it. Third question was checking if a number is even or odd. Okay, over here, we did the same thing by getting the number. And then there is one statement in the if condition where we are dividing the number by 2. If the remainder is 0, the number is even, else the number is odd. I think Akshay had a problem in this where he was asking about comparison. Maybe he got confused in the logical operator, which I mentioned in the question. So you can use the arithmetic operation. I think you would need to use an arithmetic operation. Okay, if you have used this approach, that's well and good, or any other approach is also fine, like any other approach. Okay, so it's up to you. The end goal again is to have a correct answer. If that is something you're getting, that's perfectly fine. Fourth question, or I don't know which number question it was, but anyways, comparing of the strings. If a string is the other string, I think that was the question. Let me check again. Where did this go? Okay, let me scroll up. 1, 2, 3, 4th question. Write a program to compare 2 strings and print equal if they are equal. Yeah. So you took 2 inputs from the user, first string and second string, and then you use dot equals to. Either you can use this or you can also use double equals to sign. In both cases, you will get the required answer. Okay. Converting uppercase, it's as simple as what I discussed with you all. This is something I already discussed. Take an input and then use str.to uppercase. This is the exact function we already discussed. So hopefully you were able to do it. Find string length. Exactly. This is something also I also discussed, which is string length dot length, and you'll be able to do it. Find character position. This is also I discussed with a function of string dot index of. Now what is happening here? Let's spend some time on this. We took an input as an integer. We took a input as a string, and then we took a character input. Which character we want to find the position in, right? Now, look at this line. Int position equals to string dot index of C. Over here, position will have a value equal to at what index character C is present in the string, right? Position will have a value which is equal to index of character C in the string. Now, what if the character C is not present at all in the string? This position will have value equal to -1. And I wanted you all to decode it by yourself. So the folks who have done this question, excellent. If you're able to figure out this part, that if a character is not present in the string, the position will have value of -1. The specific, you can print the specified character is not present in the string, or else print at what position it is present by putting the position character in the print statement. All right. Moving on to next one, concatenation of strings, which is very simple. You can either use concat function or you can use the plus sign. Take the input for string, second string, and then concatenate it. Simple calculator. This is an impressive one, but I'm sorry because I did not teach you guys the switch statement. So you can ignore this question for now. I'm not sure why this question came it right here. Okay, calculator question, I think is the second last question. And the last is check Boolean value. Question was, write a program to check if a Boolean value is true or false using an if-else statement. All you have to do is take a Boolean input. This is the line which I wanted you all to do it. Taking a Boolean input by using next Boolean. And depending upon what Boolean value is, compare in the if-else statement and print the Boolean value. Okay. I hope you all have taken this solutions on your local drive and copied the questions as well. For comparing strings, let's check what are the methods you can use. Okay, let's check it together. And the intent of checking this together is two things. I'll also help you how to debug things by yourself. Okay. So Java compares strings, and there is a website called Java Point, which will give you all the methods. So these are the three methods using which you can compare strings. So yes, using compare to method, you can compare strings by using equals, by using double operator, double equals to as an operator, or using equals to. Equals to method is as simple as you saw that right now. Dot equals to, pass the string and initiate the equals to function on the previous string. That is one way. Second way is the equals to operator, which is as simple as S1 double equals to S2. And the third is compare to method. Okay, compare to method will be like this. Compare to and equals to and all these three will return you the Boolean value, true or false. So the answer is yes, you can use that. So in this case, I think since we created two different variables, this is pointing to two different reference memory locations, and that's the reason this is giving it as unequal. The reason is, I'll show you with the help of the example, and thanks for folks who are in the call for correcting that part. Over here, you see S1 and S2 are created, and they both are initiated as Sachin, and then string S3 has been created with a new string Sachin. Okay, Now, if you compare S1 and S2, it will return you true because both refer to same instance. All right. Let me just try this out again.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with NICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.